I just wish you'd say it when the weight breaks through the casing. It's too much to carry, it's too heavy. I keep running, nothing's helping. I keep chasing things that aren't meant to be. I just wish you'd say it to me.
And sometimes it's amazing when the weight breaks through the casing. When you tell our stories, do you taste me? What if I told you it's not there? What if I told you I'm not here? I know that I've chosen to erase it, but it's my sin. I wait up, I hold on for so long, so low. Nothing's helping me. Feeling weak every week. I just fuck around with these beats. Love's so sweet, it's so sweet when I'm loving her. The city lights kiss my tears while I'm hugging her. And I love her to death, but the death of me is leaving her. I fucked her in the head, deep before I
I've been too weak. lost with the hurt I'm feeling. You're the pain. Someone said there will be on the other side of this. We will find our way. We will find our way. If you feel it, won't give it to me. I like it. Give it to me. I love it. Give it to me. I like it. Give it to me. I love it. Give it to me. I like it. Give it to me. I love it. Give it to me. I like it. Give it to me. I love it.
Don't play with your karma. Don't do it with a kink in your armor. Don't do it. Don't fake like an actor. Don't do it. Tell a lie to your pastor. Don't do it. Focus like a laser. Focus when you leap from the rafters. When you leave, better off going harder. Going off. You don't wanna be a martyr. You don't want when you flirt with disaster. When you flirt with disaster.
It is a jam-packed day here at Masters Toronto. We're hanging out in the Artist Alley where I'm looking for ways and shopping for a nail. So I'm joined here by Claude by Kiz. Kiz, welcome to Masters Toronto. Thank you so much for your time to actually set up a booth here and having a lot of people in line getting ready to look at your nails.
Thank you for having me.
So from my understanding, you're a nail technician, but you're also an avid gamer because from what I see over here, you also have what looks like to be very Viper-themed nails.
Absolutely. I've been playing VALORANT ever since it came out, actually, you know, COVID times. Getting on Discord with the homies.
One of the few positive things about this.
But yeah, I was a nail technician before, and obviously being in that sort of career, you're kind of left to be doing things that are a little bit more practical for everyday life, but I've always wanted to do video game themed nails, and when I got the opportunity to do this, I was so excited to put together some VALORANT nails.
Well, I'm super excited right now because as you can see, my nails are not the best. So you need to help me pimp this one out. So can you help me choose a nail for my pinky?
I mean, she is named Viper, so I think we should go for the snake.
Show me that, show me that. So how's the design here? How long does it take for you to make these?
Not long, actually. It's the coming up with the design that takes a long time, but once I've got the design and the designs to like choose from, maybe like an hour for 10 nails, an hour 10 nails, yeah.
So a minute from my nails. Let's sit down and get this done. I'm so excited for this one too because I am going to be using this throughout the whole day in all of my hits. So I am ready. Thank you so much, kids, for your time. Chat, get out of here. We'll see my nails later. I'm definitely not a hand model. This is fire. This is fire.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. You have been waiting all week, and so have they. Today, the first seeds of Pacific and EMEA will finally make their appearance, and they'll be facing some fierce competition. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Day 7 of Masters Toronto, coming to you live from the NK Centre here. For today's double header, I am your host, Yingsu, and I'm joined by two people that literally got off a plane here in Canada, hopped on the desk, and we already witnessed some crazy things that happened. I'm sure you're both very well rested, so I wanted to ask you, what's been going on in this tournament that's been giving you nightmares?
That's been giving me nightmares. Yeah. The results from EMEA?
No.
The Heretics run.
You're so real for that.
Yeah.
G2 in the lower bracket, round 1 to Paper X. That was the one I was thinking about last night. Just like remembering some of the retake rounds. Oh, that was a brutal one.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Mimi, because that happened yesterday, and it's G2 that selected Paper X this time around. Didn't go so well.
I mean, the Paper X step up was huge here. It's so hard to deny this team. Everyone thinks they're going to be ready. We're going to clear the off angles. We're going to have utility ready for where these players are set up. But Paper X is still just so mechanically gifted. They play together so well, and I think they showed a huge improvement this game compared to that near choke against Liquid.
You can definitely tell that there is a difference between the teams that are coming in with that warm-up from the Swiss stage, especially when we're speaking about a very different patch. Tejo not being viable anymore for any of the teams. We still haven't seen it. And we see that that warm-up has translated into both of the teams coming in from the Swiss stage, getting the win.
Smile if you lost to the opponent you picked. Yeah, tough day for the number one seeds yesterday. XLG choosing into Sen. For them, it seemed like no Teo, no problem. Pretty dominant game there to start for Sen in the playoffs.
Yeah, I want to see also a little bit more for XLG. I don't know how the rest of the tournament is going to go for them, but I was so excited coming into this to see different Chinese teams, and I'm kind of heartbroken.
Yeah, the first seed curse, it is a real thing right now at Masters Toronto. But of course, that lower bracket looks so strange. It's just something wrong about the fact that G2 are instantly in the lowers.
Yeah, it is definitely a weird one. And honestly, whoever loses today, especially from that Fnatic Gen G game, is going to be scary down in that lower bracket as well.
Funny enough, do you guys remember when we were starting to have the playoffs for each of the regions, and RRQ were the team that was the seed 1, and they were the only ones from the first seeds that won their opening match? Maybe they can repeat history today.
I remember everything. I do genuinely remember everything. And even the schedule, because we will be bringing you guys RRQ versus Wolves to start things off, followed by Fnatic versus Gen G. And all of that brings us to our MasterCard fan poll. We want to know if the number 1 seeds will have a better day. I mean, will they win both matches? Will one of them win a match? Or will both of them go straight to that lower bracket? Scan the QR code to cast your vote, and we'll have the results a little bit later on. And make sure while you're at it to use the hashtags Valorant Masters and VCT so we can feature you on the broadcast. Have you guys been tracking the poll results? You know, we've had some like pretty...
Yesterday they said the Paper X was going to take the win, and chat was right. We were wrong. You should come
They're
in here.
smarter than us, I guess.
And do you know who is always right?
Achilles.
Exactly.
That's
he is
scary.
standing by with Vansili right now.
Another day, another meet and greet. This time we're able to walk around and meet 2 more of our favorite casters. We have the Pacific casters being Achilles and Paperthin. Actually, I'm going to go back here and do the fist bump around here instead. Watch out for my nail.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, thank you. Watch out for my nail.
Oh my God.
Okay, Paperthin, what does it feel like to be sitting right next to Achilles Al-Gaib?
It's the best feeling in the world. Never better.
Achilles,
Yeah.
how the hell are you able to predict these matches?
I think the easiest thing that people need to take in consideration as to why I'm getting all these Preds right is that Asia's on top. It's just the best region, and if you just back them the whole way, you will look like a genius like I do. I'm not an actual genius, but I look like one. And with that being said, RRQ Gen G, they're winning today.
That's what we got. So RQ and Gen G today, you got the glasses. You're definitely smart. Thank you so much for your time, friends. We'll let you get back to your fans, and we'll catch you all soon.
Bye.
I was so hoping he wasn't going to say that because Kakuga, I went the opposite as him today.
I think I last minute changed my Preds, but I wanted to do something against Achilles. But listen, you know that we're never going to hear the end of this, right?
Yeah, I
We're
hate
never
that.
going to let that go.
I hate that. But what I love is the MVP bracelet. We will be giving one out at the end of the tournament. The race is on. There's a couple of players we haven't seen just yet. Do you guys think Kayak and Jemkin could be in for a chance?
I think if you're looking at the 2 best players from those respective regions, at least in stage 1, you have to look at these guys. Kayak in particular was so outstanding for me, stepping into this roster, into the shoes of Durka, and just looking absolutely incredible on that duelist role. But Bea, it was the same for Jemkin.
Yeah, for Jenkim, to me, it was a long time coming. This was bound to happen sooner or later. We needed to see this duelist in a global stage. And to me, the Kayak is more of the how much he's grown, because we've seen him struggle in so many occasions, and we have have seen how Fnatic have fixed all those issues, have been by his side to make him the player that he is today. Now with him finally making his debut as well, let's see how it goes.
It's just so cool to me to see these players being the one to focus on looking ahead in an MVP race, because, well, it is still Fnatic winning in EMEA. It's not Durka who's looking like the MVP out of that region. It's not, maybe not even someone like Texture, who was incredible coming out of Pacific. There's a lot of new talent at this tournament that can make a case for the bracelet.
Yeah, and Ender was here during the Swiss stage, and before he left, he was very sure, Kakuka, that one of Texture or Spring will be taking that bracelet home.
And I love Ender, and I think that he is right. To me, Texture is the player of the tournament so far. Yes, he was stolen an ace, but his performance individually has been extremely brilliant on the side of Gen G. This should not be a surprise for anybody. The surprise, I think, comes from the side of Spring, who has demonstrated that he himself can be an insane lurker, have a lot of impact from wherever he is on the map. Is such a versatile controller.
Yeah, it's crazy too, because you look at those two players we just talked about. The rest of the top of that list is like YZ, Texture, Zekin, all these like super popular duelist players. And then you have Spring, who's mostly playing Viper, is the IGL of his team, and is playing a completely different position than any of the rest of these top stat players, but is still putting up comparable numbers, and he's still really leading the way for this Wolves run that they've been on.
Yeah, very, very entertaining. We're having a lot of fun today here in the venue. In fact, Wyatt met up with RQ's Moniet and Crazy Guy earlier and didn't invite me. How rude.
I'm joined here by Moniet, Crazy Guy from RRQ. We're going to test their reflexes and see what, if they have what it takes to win this tournament based on our silly little game. First, I'm going to ask a couple questions. First, I just want to get your perspective because Crazy Guy joins the team for this stage. You guys go on a run. What has he added to the team that has allowed you to get that first seed, get the win in Pacific?
I think as a leader, because I feel like as an IGL, I think it's basically the same thing, just a little bit different style. But as a leader, he really help us to bring us to global stage, basically.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, for you, you've been competing in FPS games at LAN events for like a decade plus, I think, at this point. With all that experience, what is it going to take for this team to be able to win here in Toronto?
In RQ, I think all four players are very young. So for me, I just make sure they feel comfortable, they be confident, and yeah, if they have enough confidence, I think they can beat everybody in the world.
Do you think Moniat is about to be comfortable and confident when it comes to the reflex game that we're about to play? Do you think he's got the dog in him? Does he have what it takes?
Inside the game, maybe yes, but this game, I'm not sure.
All right, you're up first. Let's see what you got. Is this on?
I'm going to this.
Is the power button... Oh, do we have to hit it at the top? Hold on. And there we go. Let's find out. Yeah, oh, hold up.
Good start.
Off to a great... Okay, that's all right. That's all right. 2 for 1, not bad. Oh my
nice.
God. If he does this to Fnatic, they're cooked. It's over. Oh, that's not bad.
Okay, we got
that's not bad. That's not bad. All right, I need to get rid of the cue card. Let me reset this. Oh, I appreciate that. You guys are so polite.
Yeah.
Wait, how do you even...
No, I'll do it.
What? I mean, this is... You guys are better at this than I am. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Oh, you have to like...
Yeah, you need to twist it.
Okay. No, you got... You know what's up. Y'all been practicing?
Yeah, we've been practicing a bit.
Going hard. All right.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Since I'm old, can you put a little bit easier?
Oh, a little bit easier?
Make it harder,
Let's
please.
see.
Make it harder.
Whoa, wait. Hold on. That was sick in the end. All right. I'm predicting you guys to win the tournament after that move. That was crazy. What? Okay. Thank you for joining me, guys. Best of luck in the tournament. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
They're flexing on us already. Pretty impressive that last shot, I thought, with a little bounce,
bounce?
up. Yeah.
I would count that in. I actually would give him double points because he wasn't even looking and he just,
I've tried those reflex games before. They're so much harder than you think they are. Like, it is so quick that you have to react.
I'm not testing you for your reflexes today, but I am going to test you guys a little bit on your knowledge of teeth.
I would have
hate
assumed
teeth.
you
Please,
said
can we
Valorant.
change the subject? Can we, not do this?
I'm testing you guys at home as well, and of course everybody here in the venue. I'm going to call this game, as you guys saw, a game of dental detection. We're going to look at just the smile of a player and guess who it is. I actually back myself. It's multiple choice, and I was saying to our producers earlier, I don't think I need it. Oh, I know who this is.
This is
so
Boaster.
easy.
This is Jake. No, this is
Yeah,
Boaster.
this is what I mean. Like, this is the kind of game that I'm
You know
good at.
the worst bit? I think I know her for the way his mustache is growing.
I think you and Crashies have to have a conversation after this.
I'll agree to Boaster. I wouldn't have known, but you guys are very confident.
I think so.
That
Yeah,
makes
I'm gonna
sense,
say
I suppose.
Boaster.
Okay,
It's
I mean,
definite.
you guys are playing. I will be the adjudicator. So
Okay.
very nice start. Kakuka straight in there. Mimi, I'm gonna need you to replicate that speed on this one.
All right.
Go. Who's that?
Oh, it's a new face.
Who's that? I think I know as well.
Oh, I don't know.
It's
okay.
it's
I'm
multiple
between-
choice.
I'm trying to imagine all their faces in my head now.
Okay. I'm between B and C. I'm
Okay.
between Divine and Monia.
Crazy guy is my guess.
Okay.
Oh, really? Oh. I can only think of his moves.
I don't
now.
think any of
Do you
those
wanna
players
lock
have
in Crazy
facial
Guy?
hair.
You can lock in Crazy Guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to?
I'm going Crazy Guy. If you disagree.
Here we go. Mimi is locked in Crazy Guy. Let's see if she is correct.
Monia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
I
want to.
remember that. I remember that face from Madrid.
Yeah, I want to
Remember
play
it.
next time because I feel like this is the.
Okay,
Oh, it's so
okay,
easy.
yeah.
I got this.
Okay, go. It's your turn.
It's too fat, BB.
Ah, yeah, that's I can see the smile inside those teeth. I think that we've been seeing it a lot on stage.
Is this how I find out that I'm bad at remembering faces? You guys are
I
getting
also
this
think it's
so
like
correct.
a bit weird looking into people's lips so much.
Yeah.
It's too fat, right? Can we lock it in? Because I want to flex it. I'm just.
Yeah, go for it.
I found
Yes,
something that
yes,
I'm
yes.
good at. Finally. Yeah. I don't think we were supposed to do that
Did you
fast.
study
It was
for this?
definitely not crashes. Whoever put crashes there has
Yeah.
not done long those
Actually, I did study, Mimi. I've been studying for 5 years. Just
Just
remembering.
staring at every player's face. What do
Yeah.
your lips look
Just
like?
the lips. Just
We
the
should
lips.
do
teeth look
noses
like?
next time.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, let's do
Write
noses
this down.
next.
Let's do noses. I mean, I think Boaster's nose would be a pretty easy one to guess. Yeah. In fact, I feel bad for saying that now, like in this environment, but it's okay. We can move on and talk about our first matchup of the day. Now, everybody's very excited about Pacific as a region, and we're about to see Kakuka just how good their first seed is.
Yeah, and the story for this roster this year is getting Crazy Guy in after that kickoff. And this team, it swaps and changes a lot. I think that them making it out of their group as first, even though it was a very competitive group and most of the people even got the same result. I like the fact that this story reminds me a lot of T1. Fight a lot, work hard, get better at it, and get the results.
Yeah, and it's also so impressive for RRQ. In the past, the highest this org has finished in the partner league was top 6. They're bringing in Crazy Guy, who was literally in the doldrums last year, 11th place back to back with Bleed. But then he comes in mid-season as the IGL for this squad, and they have this massive resurgence. Run all the way through, beat T1, DRX, PaperX, Genji, all of the other top Pacific squads, and now have won their first trophy coming into this event.
Do you remember a couple of years ago, we were very surprised, oh my god, Pacific got a trophy, and it wasn't PaperX after all that time. And then on the previous event, we had T1, and I love seeing these surprises. RRQ has every single ingredient to be the next ones.
And Pacific has honestly been like kind of predictable in the past of like who's gonna win. It was either like PaperX time or it was Genji's gonna go home.
DRX back in the day.
Yeah, this was like the first, in my opinion, upset in a final in Pacific with them coming through on this crazy run and actually managing to take down Genji. And if you were watching the Swiss stage, you know how good that Genji team is. This is a dangerous squad in RRQ. They have some incredible players, and they're just a super well put together team.
Yeah, and can you blame them for winning when Jemkin is on this roster? He's been absolutely fantastic. And I love the storylines we get today because Jemkin versus Juicy, we are running it back to Ascension.
Yeah, exactly. Back in 2023, the first Ascension tournament that we had in everywhere in the world, the winners of that were Bleed, Crazy Guy, and Juicy playing on that roster. Jenkim on the other side, playing for the side of Scars. And, you know, if you have been paying attention, Bleed were the winners of that one. Funny enough, even though Jenkim was on the losing side, he was the only player in his team that diffed Juicy.
It is crazy, though, that so many players from that Bleed Ascension roster have made it here to Masters Toronto. What is it? 4 out of the 5 players are at this event? That is so wild to see that talent coming up from Tier 2. But Jemkin is definitely going to be the best example of that. He was the best statistical player in the playoffs. And, well, they're kind of chilling as well.
Honestly,
It's so loud in here.
This
I'm
is literally
surprised.
me. That is the personification of just me on a regular day-to-day. But who doesn't love a reunion here ahead of today's match? Golden Boy actually got the chance to catch up with Jemkin and Juicy.
Hey everyone, I'm here with Juicy and Jemkin as they get ready for their matchup. Now, little fun fact, I'm sure you guys probably know this, these guys have played against each other before, but I want to flip the script a little bit. And I want you guys to, well, give us some positivity out there. You're about to take the stage and play against each other, so why don't you go ahead and tell me something that you like about your opponent, or give them a compliment if you will, or you could talk trash either way.
I think Jemkin's a really strong opponent, and I wish him the best of luck today.
All right. Thinks you're a very strong opponent. What do you think about Juicy?
Last time it was a hard match. He played it really good, so I think he's a really good player. So it's gonna be interesting match today. So we'll see.
Okay. Look at that. Look at that. Just so nice across the board. Fellas, fist bump, and let's go ahead and get the show on the road. Back to you guys.
Sadly, throughout all this, Neff was actually eliminated early on in this very storied matchup. We just saw Moniet a little bit earlier on this stage here. What a guy. And he is also Mimi back on the global stage.
Yeah, if you remember back in Masters Tokyo when Paper X went on their run, then he was coming into that roster and played super well with that team. He's been a guy who's kind of been around in Pacific for quite a while, but since that peak with Paper X hasn't really found his moment to make it to one of these globals. But when he was playing in the region, he was so good as an individual. I think in a lot of these games looked like the second strongest fragger on the team, and it's just such a consistent guy to have on any roster.
And especially when we speak about people being on this big stage for the first time coming into a global event, you need a guy like Moniet that knows what it's like to be here. Also, his circumstances were special, and I think that he learned a lot from that experience.
He's also like a super flexible player.
Yes.
He can play so many different
As you can
roles.
see, yeah.
I mean, he's mostly playing the controller for this team, and I think having
Historically
someone...
a duelist, right? Like,
Yeah, but I think having someone like that who can flex around so much is great coming into a tournament like this where you're going to have to change a lot. A lot of teams are going into double smokes looks. So
and the
having
meta
another...
changes so much that it's so good to have these flexible players that
sure.
are comfortable in such two different roles.
Well, let's move on to their opponent, Wolves. And before we talk about Wolves, did either of you have them going out first in your pick'ems?
No.
No.
I had them winning a match at least, but I didn't think they'd make playoffs.
And you will be right in terms of them not going out first, but we'll be wrong when it comes to them making playoffs because, Mimi, I think this is a team that surprised everybody.
I really loved watching this team in the Swiss stage because they are very different than a lot of the other teams we've seen come out of CN in the past. They are a team that is defined by how good their controller player is, their lurker is, and I think this squad, coming out of a Teo nerf and a new meta, they're so well suited to playing double smokes. They love these slow attack sides, they love contacting around, they love getting spring on an embed, and all of that plays so well into the meta we're coming into right now.
And thinking also about the players and the moments that they've given us, I think the CFAT has been such a good element for this team. Not only the performance that we see in the server, also on the stage. I think the press that he's been doing has been outstanding. He's been so outspoken about the struggles that they've been facing, what it's like for them to be on stage and to experience this, and how everybody is struggling and they're trying to find piece by piece solutions to everything that comes from them.
Yeah, he's my favorite player in this tournament. Might even be my favorite IGL in this tournament.
Damn.
But it does help. He talked about it after the second. Actually, no, John QT is up there. But he spoke about it after their second game. You know, he said, I really struggled with my players maybe not playing up to their full potential and at times not listening to me. But after seeing their run, Kakuka Spring is going above and beyond.
Listen, I was watch partying from home and this man had me up my chair, literally standing up on my chair because it made no sense. Just when he got 2, he always got 3, he always got 4. It doesn't matter if it's on the lurk, playing inside the ultimate, playing around the map just with the rest of the team. He's so versatile in what he can do within the server that I am surprised that if he doesn't have the same performance today.
In a lot of these like controller players that put up a lot of numbers, you always think of them as being like the super calm players who have a really like reserved style of play, very positioning based, and Spring's positioning is good. But what's interesting to me is that he's like, it looks like he plays at a pretty high sense. He's super flicky. His mechanics are incredibly fast, and he can kind of have that style while also having some of the best like positioning and timing and read on the game of any of the controller or Sentinel players in this tournament.
For most of the players of Wolves, I will say I did not see the shakiness, the nerves. There has been so many instances where it was so easy to make the wrong call, to make the wrong decision, and they never should. They never. We've seen it a lot, you know, just the nerves getting to you. You're not getting that 1v1. I think that Liquid had that a couple of times. From the players of Wolves, taking the right timings, waiting to make the right decisions, has been the key for them.
I mean, just look at XLG, who beat this team back in China, who kind of, obviously they do have a substitute, but stumble a little bit in their first game, versus Wolves, who come up first time on the global stage and immediately look so at home.
Yeah, and one player I want to give a lot of credit to is Lysol, because after that debut on this stage at Masters Toronto, because he has been here before, he was absolutely slaughtered online by the fans. People were coming for his head. We saw him, you know, in the press conference being very down in the dumps, not feeling confident, but then coming back out, being very vocal about how the way Sufa and his other teammates had his back, talked about how they rely on him, they believe in him, and now, Mimi, his performance is night and day, and he could potentially be a top 6 player after all this time of trying at a global event.
Yeah, and also, like, even beyond his struggles at the beginning of this tournament, you look back to his tenure at FPX, being that second Chinese team attending globals for a long time, and almost always not finding the success he would have wanted with that roster. But now for like his first year on a new team, after having those struggles you mentioned, to come out and find himself again on that stage, I think will be key if Wolves wants to go deep in this tournament.
Yeah, and he wants to be a mainstay in this global events, and props to him. I think it's so important also to go back to that conversation, because, you know, everything's online and people say a lot of things, so having the back from your team, having them actually tell you it's not about how they see you, it's about how we see you, and this is who you are to us, is what makes a change on a player like that.
Yeah, and I need him to tell us why he's always standing up and doing nothing after he stands up. Like, he gives a tiny bit
good
of...
for the bones.
No, but he does like a bit of Robbie BK. You know, he kind of stands up and he looks like he's about to do something,
I was
and he
going to
stops.
say something about the game, but there was recently a player just took off his shirt and wing it. Is that what you want? He's my goat. He's
maybe
my goat.
somewhere in the middle.
My goat.
Maybe if he does that, you know, I'm not gonna complain, but you see like Sufa, he's standing up, like pointing, like flexing his arms, and then Lysol just stands up and he's like looking around.
I'm standing up, guys.
He just looks around and he's not quite sure. But we at least like that, Mimi, the fact that he feels confident enough now to do that.
Yeah, I think that like that positive team environment you're talking about, it's so helped when you do have players that are willing to stand up, to yell across the stage, to bring that kind of energy, and that goes a long way, especially when you have so many new players.
Yeah, and one of them, of course, is Juicy. It's going to be a big moment for Wolves today. We actually spoke to Juicy about the team's experience so far in this Omen player moment.
After beating BLG, I'm feeling very happy because we live to have another chance and we make it to playoffs. I guess I do feel bad for them because they are like our brothers, you know. But it was unlucky that we got matched up against each other and only one could make it. And I hope that now we will make them proud.
Room in heaven might be in order.
He doesn't really have anyone to swing off of him. Why is he running forward? What a spray down from Juicy!
Before we even came into the tournament, we told each other like, the whole point we're here is to gain experience and play against these world-class teams, so that when we go back to our own region, we will destroy our region. I don't think there's going to be a difference in our mentality because we've all talked about it as a team, and we have decided that we need to keep this underdog mentality so that there's no pressure on us. Honestly, guys, we've surpassed our expectations, and let's just continue to do what we do, and I know we'll make it together.
If they are going to make it, I think he's right. They're going to have to make it together, because this matchup on paper is still Kukuka pretty heavily skewed on the side of RRQ.
Yeah, but just like yesterday, we were speaking about G2 and the expectations that we had for that roster that most of the people online also had. When we look at RRQ, we want to see that run repeated of them winning their opening matchup. They have all the pieces for it. And I also think that xFaroe could be a very, very important part for today, because when we're speaking about a team that likes to go aggressive, likes to find the space, when you have someone that lurks the way that Spring does, or someone like Juicy that is going to be on your face, you need a very strong strongholder.
Yeah, you absolutely do. And Xfero's been that guy. For those that don't know, he was formerly known as Tebato. You might remember back at Lock-In when they had their game there that got very close. He had a super good performance in an individual map. But for most of his career, he's been kind of stuck down in the domestic tournaments, playing in Pacific. He's been on this RRQ roster for a very long time. So to see him finally back at a global, performing with this roster that he's been working on building for so long is a really cool moment for him. And I'm glad he's playing up to the level he needs to kind of go beyond that.
I miss Deboto. I miss Deboto so much because Deboto, and I'm really upset that this was not in that B-roll because Deboto versus Optic on Breeze is my Roman Empire.
Yeah,
There's not been a single day.
Oh my god, you need to let go.
There has not been a single day of my life I have not thought about Boom Esports versus Optic 2022 champs. That is quite literally what I think about every night before I go to bed. Yeah.
Not when we went to the air store.
Yeah, that is the 2 times I didn't think about Deboto on Breeze.
So that's what we need.
Yeah, that is what we need because he is the kind of player that can do that. That doesn't care about who he's playing against if he's not a favored in that matchup. And that brings us to the results of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you if the #1 seed would reign supreme, and you guys said one of them. I'm so intrigued and interested to see which one they mean.
All I hear is Achilles' voice in my head, and it's the fact that he has voted for both of the Pacific teams, and everybody has just +1 on that message, and the one is RRQ. That's my take.
Yeah.
And Genji, obviously.
I was going to say the same thing there. I'm so on the Pacific train. They're the only team with, or only region with all 3 teams in the playoffs. All 3 teams are the 2 we've seen thus far have looked great. RRQ looked so good domestically. I'm bought in on the Pacific hype.
Yeah, and also I don't think you will be wrong. I think anyone else that isn't on this hype and train is going to get left behind because look at what's happened with Genji and Prepirex so far. Surely if RRQ beat both of them, they're going to be like gods on this stage.
Honestly, even if they don't, I think that we cannot count RRQ out. Absolutely not. I think that they will have a lower bracket run. Doesn't matter, because even if they are to win this one, lose the next one, I know that it is not going to be goodbye from the tournament. We're going to learn to love this team very, very quickly in the global stage.
Yeah, well, let's see how much you really love them and check our predictions today, because I wanted to see where you went. And, okay, I guess, Bea, you...
Yo, Wyatt and I predicted the same yesterday, and it happened again today.
He's copying your homework.
Yeah.
He's copying your homework.
Listen, so in my initial prediction, I put Genji, because I
So
just
did
want
I.
So, oh my god, did you? And I sent the message being like, listen, I cannot do this. Because in my opinion, I was like, if I am cursed and I pick the same thing as Achilles is picking, I'm going to get him to get something wrong.
Hold on, Sideshow's looking a little different on this graphic. Who's the guy to the right of paper thin?
I don't see. Oh, there we go. There we go. I mean, Rob Moore, notorious for going 0-0 in our predictions.
Sentinel CEO sneaking his way onto this graphic. He has been talking an inordinate amount of trash about predictions on Twitter. So.
You win the same as him, though. So, you know, there must be something that you guys know that we don't.
Yeah? I suppose so. Well, I was basing off of Achilles, so I just made my preds, and I was like, I hope it's the same as that.
I guess
next time I'm just going to say whatever Achilles says.
Yeah, you are the Rob Moore of this desk, maybe. I hope you're okay with me saying that. I mean, it depends how you want to take it.
Tell me.
Yeah, do you take it as a compliment?
Sure, yeah. I mean, he's a successful guy. I like Sen as an org. All my interactions with him have been nice. I'll take it.
They don't call me Yinstigator for no reason. That is, we're going to have more as the day goes on. But today, we bring you guys a battle of newcomers followed by a clash of legends. 4 teams begin their playoffs run, and it's anyone's game. Toronto, I hope you are ready, because day 7 of Masters Toronto starts right now.
heavy hitters are here, and the game has officially changed. Folks, it's playoffs time, baby!
I think we're kind of a new team because everyone believes that first international appearance is like you're gonna be nervous and everything. You're not gonna place really high.
I don't think there's going to be a difference in our mentality because we've all talked about it as a team and we have decided that we need to keep this underdog mentality so that there's no pressure on us.
I think if you want to be the best on the game, I think you really need confidence. To pick the enemy without fear, doing something without hesitation.
I think we've learned that playing well is not all that matters. It's also about the encouragement and the hype we give each other on the stage. Guys, it doesn't matter if we lose or win. Don't look at the score right now. It's just a new round.
I think the game's gonna be very enjoyable. We'll try our best to show our best performance every single time we play.
Honestly, guys, we've surpassed everyone's expectations, including our own. Let's just continue to do this together and I believe that the 5 of us can make it. Fear nothing.
말이 그렇게 필요한 것 같진 않아요.
It's near perfection from Gen G throughout this opening group stage.
솔직히 뭐 쉬운 팀이 없겠지만 그나마 좀 쉬운 팀을 만나도 저는 의미가 없다고 생각을 하는 게 결국에는 결승 가서 우승하려면 그 모든 팀들 다 만나야 되거든요.
It's a bit funny being the #1 seed because you skip the group games, which is like the warm-up period for most teams, and that's what happened to us in Shanghai. We played against Gen G, who ended up winning it.
Boaster's put in a corner and he will fall.
We lost to them 2-1.
Gen G pick up right where they left off.
저희가 어찌 보면은 예선전에선 정말 좋은 경기력으로 좋은 모습 많이 보여드렸지만 플레이오프 가면 사실 저희도 어느 정도 꺾일 수도 있을 것 같아요. 근데 저희는 꼭 우승할 거기 때문에 끝까지 믿어주시고.
Honestly, Fnatic 2023 was pretty dominant. Fnatic 2024 was alright, but Fnatic 2025 is a bit of a different gravy. We're a different team, different vibe, different atmosphere.
Fnatic reminding everyone who they are!
마지막에 남은 팀은 저희를 어쩔 수 없이 골라야 되겠지만 저희를 고르지 못한 앞선 팀들은 겁쟁이라고 전해주고 싶네요. 저희를 만나게 되는 팀은 그냥 그저 운이 없는 팀이라고 생각합니다.
RRQ versus Wolves.
Pacific is the only region with 3 teams at playoffs, and we haven't even seen their #1 seed yet. Wolves have done really well to get this far, but today it's going to be a very difficult task.
For Wolves, anything past here is going to be history made by them. They could be so proud already of fighting their way out of the Swiss stage.
Both these teams coming into this one are going to be pretty much banning the maps you'd expect from them. For RRQ, this will be their first time playing with those Teo nerfs in play, and they did play quite a bit of Teo on all 3 maps we'll see today. They were previously playing one of those comps.
As we can see from the Omen map select, Ascent will be first.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm with Mimi on this one. I expected the Haven, expected the split. Wolves is following up on something that they didn't like, and RRQ go straight into a map that not only they've picked in the past, but also one that Wolves were not very happy to play also in the Swiss stage. So no surprises here, but as Mimi are saying, especially thinking of this Ascent, of this first map, how is RRQ going to look without the Deco? Are they going to be the first ones to even play the Deco? And even better than that, Deadlock on the other side. I'm such a loser for Deadlock.
Yeah, I absolutely love the Wolves comp. They looked great at the time they played it in the Swiss stage. I think the defensive utility, the variety of setups you can have is just so strong with that Deadlock Cypher. But for the side of RRQ, they do have a lot of choices. You could pivot to a double initiator look. You could pivot to a double Senti look as well. There's a lot of options, and that does mean that for Wolves, you have no idea what you're going into towards towards the agent select here.
Yeah, on the focus of Tejo as well, of course, they don't just have that one person playing Tejo all the way through stage 1.
Yeah.
On this map of Ascent, Crazy Guy is the person we're looking at if he were to flex off of it. Like you said, the Sova is a real option, the Fade is a real option. And I think this is going to be hard, you know, for the side of Wolves and Fade to prepare against.
The good thing is that going into Ascent, it is a map that Wolves have shown already they can expect that double Sentinels. I will say that having all the setups, everything that can change with the deadlock, I think is going to be a challenge. But they had all the extra time in the world.
I will say, I think if you're a tail meta team, Ascent is going to be one of the harder maps to pivot out of. If you look at something like Split or Lotus, it's really easy to just like one-for-one a Fade into your comp, and it works perfectly fine. I would expect maybe a little bit of a bigger change coming into something like Ascent, but with the map changes, with the agent changes, you do have a lot of choice. So just super interested to see what RRQ's read is.
Would you be down for a double duelist?
No.
No? Okay, why?
I feel like
Maybe
double
they are.
Senti comps indexing
I love
into
double
defensive
Senti.
side
I lose it for it.
is way better generally on this map, in my opinion, because it's already such a defensive-sided map. You want to be maximizing rounds you can win there, which is why I love these double Senti looks.
I mean, they also have the option to just go back to the box standard stuff that you can run on Ascent.
Yeah, that's the thing about Ascent. Even if you remove the Tejo, the map has been in for such a long time and has a very standard way of playing it that worst case scenario, worst comes to worst, there is at least one composition that you have to be comfortable with.
Yeah, Jemkin played a ton of Yoru in Pacific, but I'm
maybe.
really hyped to see him on the jet to start off Ascent here.
I can't wait to get into this game as well. And I'm hoping that the casters are ready because they have been a part of some of the biggest moments here in Masters Toronto. I am confident they're about to deliver one more banger on the mic for one final match. It's Uber and Wyatt.
Thank you, Yinsu. Couldn't ask for much more than this, folks. The wait is over. Finally, we see our #1 seed from the Pacific region take to the stage, led by superstar Jemkin. This guy really just needs to show us what he's done online to cement himself as, I don't know, a top 3 player right now.
One of the most hyped up debuts we have ever had. Was the leader in every statistical category throughout Pacific
ACS,
Stage
KD,
1.
ADR, KPR, first kills, you name it.
All of it. Up against a Wolves team that were written off before this tournament had even began. Defied community expectations. In Juicy's words, defied their own expectations. Sufat saying that he fears nothing, not even elimination. They've made it this far, and now how far can they even push it from here?
And we talked about how Juicy ascended with that bleed team. It was against Jemkin's Scars team back in 2023. Crazy Guy was on that roster with Juicy. And of course, Juicy was too young to play at the top level. And Crazy Guy had to find his own way back through challenges as well. And they meet here for the first time since that fateful match.
And now we are seeing Wolves with the same composition that they had a lot of success with against Billy, blowing them out 13-5. Starting on the attack side where, despite running double Senti, that was where they were racking up the majority of the rounds. They went on a serious run.
RRQ having 67% attack side win rate on Ascent. It's crazy to me that Wolves have picked this map against them. Utter confidence from them. Jemkin, not the way he was looking to start on the international stage. Sufat's arguably more acclimated. And confidently, he's taken that mid control.
Pop flash from to this A site, anchored by multiple players.
Spike down A.
Talk about stopping power. Crazy Guy hits him like a Mack truck. Why are you going to start to inch forward now? So over you two to try and light the side, but Monyet springs out there from Jen. Why are you able to deliver? Allows Juicy to move right on up. Clear that dart. Why you was revealed. Shot dart could account for him here, and bam! That's a connection from Cushy. Drops down for a second. The Wolves will get the start they hope for on the attack side. Oh, buddy.
Already feeling excited. This Wolves team have been energetic. They said they want to keep that underdog mentality that has gotten them this far, continue to play loose, confident, and just having fun. It looks like they've been enjoying themselves this whole time. Sufa has been out of his seat constantly. Frankly, individually, has been one of the players stepping up the most too, while being the IGL.
He's issuing a challenge specifically to Jemkin there. And that encounter favoured Wolves in mid. This is a change for RRQ. In the past, we've obviously seen him with the Yoru compositions here. It's definitely Jemkin's most fearsome agent, but no slouch on the Jet either.
This is the first time that we're seeing RRQ forced to stray away from the Taeho meta. In the run that they were on in Pacific, they were simply the best team with that Taeho meta style. They weren't reinventing the wheel, they were just the best with the current best agents. Forced to pivot away now, obviously, like the other teams who were very reliant on it. G2, Sen, for example. And we'll see if they can have that same prowess as a team, as a unit. Now going back to the vintage comp, the Ascent Classic.
RRQ, they spent some util early to get Xfero set up in mid, but he will be cleared by that Elbro now. Contact from B main. Xfero has the touch here in logs. Unaffected as well by that, grab net, but YU's able to deal with him. Even through that Cyber Cage, and on to the site we go. Switch room taking control. Now that push-up Speedway is going to reveal Jemkin tucked in the corner. Hang about. Okay, something's brewing. Spring able to deal with Monyet, and it's on Crazy Guy. Nothing but a classic fragment. And has himself a flash to work with, but Spring has the better weapon. A little shaky there for Wolves, but they do complete the anti-eco.
RRQ will definitely be content with the damage that they were able to deal there off that gamble stack towards the B side. Unfortunately, no real hope for Crazy Guy at the end. Can't get anywhere to recover a rifle, just a classic pushing in versus the two. A little unfortunate for him.
Down B.
Players on site.
Enemy remaining.
Fine job dealing some damage, keeping this bonus round buy for Wolves a bit lower than intended.
Here come RRQ now with their first buy of the series. Revealed briefly as they try and make their way up to Covey.
Recon sent out just to clear back Wine.
There's an encounter brewing here. Jemkin and Juicy! Oh, buddy, that is clean as a whistle.
And it's moments like that to give you an idea as to how Jemkin was able to rack up 137 first kills, far and away the leader in that category.
Yep, number two in first kills in Pacific was 85.
Man, YU though, crucial kill on the opposite side of the map, gets the neural theft off as well. They may just want to accelerate into this site. It's only Xfero to anchor in the back. They can overwhelm him with numbers.
He's in an awkward spot, caught the grab, man, it was pulling it off him. Clearly not ready for that burst of pace from Wolves. That's going to crack the B side open. Monyet forced off to the right. Spring tries to hold him in place. Paranoia comes in.
Spring not going to overplay his hand either. Just stay alive, be a presence in market that will eventually need to be dealt with. Jemkin wants to do just that. Isolate this door, it's tucked to the corner, shot in the back.
Massively exposed, and where was the trade? RRQ was set up there over towards the defense side, spawned adequately. And Jemkin shows his back to YU is more than happy to capitalize. He's at 8-2 after 3 rounds.
Those post-plant repositions from Wolves were simply lovely. I love that Spring, despite not being able to collect that initial kill towards spawn, does just back off, be a nuisance that needed to be dealt with, and then YU is able to get up on lane, use him as a piece of bait to just get that free kill in the side, and then the swings come from stairs. Those retaking players overwhelmed, bonus round converted.
Our narrative for this Wolves team coming into this event was one of volatility, one of unexpected play. But John QT in a press conference says after all the Chinese team Sentinels played, Wolves were by far the most structured and disciplined that they'd encountered.
And that statement really does justice to the improvements that Wolves have made since we last saw them in the run to qualifying for the event, coming in as that 3rd seed. Slowing things down now on this anti-eco. YU would love to take some B-main control again. Camera broken. Continuing to apply a bit of pressure. So K-Crash going all the way up towards mid and a dark cover towards market. So Wolves, you can see that they're trying to feign some presence toward mid, and it's drawing rotates away from RRQ. They're now getting into this site completely for free. Monyet was somewhat positioned to try and maybe go for a kill, but now forced onto the retake. bad weapons are RRQ.
It's easy to force those over-rotates on rounds like this, Wyatt, where the defenders are desperate to try and set up a favorable stack. Doesn't take too much to tempt them to move across the map. Wolves, again, an excellent job in the early rounds. We've seen this over their game so far of clearing that util, the push and pull, trying to outmaneuver the defenders. RRQ have gotten into the side at least. Pushing in that Gen direction now. Jemkin already out of the picture, and Juicy from Hell is going to emerge like Cerberus. And that will be cleaned up pretty comfortably. 4 rounds to the favor of Wolves here. RRQ yet to show us anything really worth hanging your hat on.
I feel like so far you can't help but draw a comparison to the match that we saw yesterday with the XLG debut. Missing out on being able to play in the Swiss stage, getting multiple games of practice in. Wolves heating up throughout, the players getting comfortable on the stage, getting their confidence on the stage. And you have this debuting team with massive expectations coming in as the first seed from their region, fresh to this environment. It can be dangerous. They can come in needing to warm up.
I mean, Kaplan got asked about this. He's like, would you rather have been top seed from your region, start in the playoffs, or play through groups? And he says, I just refuse to give in to this idea that it's better to, be a lower seed, because you have a lot more time. In a meta that has just changed, you have an extra week or so to see how things are boiling out, get that scrim experience, get that practice, and be boned up on the current metagame before you touch down, as opposed to having to take the risk of maybe you're not ready, maybe you have the wrong take on the game, or maybe you're just not, in form on that day and it ends up losing your entire tournament. RRQ had that time to prepare, to watch. And yet being in the game is a different thing entirely. Wolves are hitting them quicker than they can react.
Wolves speaking too about wanting to up the tempo, the pace as the tournament has gone on. Now, out of this timeout though for RRQ, I was hoping to see them pick up an operator. That's Jemkin, the Jet, with that weapon in his hands, taking a peek from Catwalk, wants to aim down tiles, where perhaps YU would give him an opportunity. But on these rounds, Cypher has been more content just trying to work B main solo.
Spring is entrenched here in this wine position, whereas the rest of Wolves are maybe going to rattle the cage here at B, hoping for a push-up from the defenders, but RRQ have not conditioned that behavior yet.
Wolves do have any intention here of going towards mid. Oh wow, engagement one. Yeah, just isolate Spring.
There was a 0 point that revealed the Omen stuck in the corner. There was no escape for him, no paranoia either.
It's a critical first kill. RRQ weren't able to convert on the last round where they had a first kill, but they're going to need to do it here with this maxed out investment they have into the round.
Juicy sees it all here on the B side, opts to stick it and fight inside of it because he wants to push up and get the drop on him, and eventually the double face from RRQ will derail things. A second Lysor picked off, Jemkin's off, finally starts to sing, and here's the RRQ we've all been told about.
Wolves getting very disconnected on that B side, execute, and lacking Spring. The players from RRQ just take easy engagements, swinging from spawn together. There's no dark cover for that obvious angle. So Juicy is just relegated to fighting an incredibly difficult 1 versus 2 on site while the rest of the players are bogged down in the choke. Really would have required some serious heroics from Juicy to be able to pull that out.
I must wait a moment.
Better look there for RRQ, get the full buy they were hoping for, and they employ it effectively. Crazy Guy's been doing that. Early thrusts onto Catwalk with a classic in his hands.
Cover going out. On this round, Jemkin has opted to post up with this operator towards A main. Has an idea that there could be someone going for the jump up. Just the angle. Timing is brutal.
Spring in these early encounters has been so impactful against the star player of the opponent. He had seconds number on that split game as well.
Listen, Mondet has serious confidence. RRQ have taken full control of B main with 2 players. Wolves want to get into the site now, lacking the smokes, taking the opportunities they can. Snoopback getting pressure.
That dangerous. Oh, we got it. One. Can't be upset about that. Lysor, though, this is a little belated. RRQ hear the Annihilation coming. They basically clear the area. There's a catch on Cushy. That would be quite something. He does show himself. Monyet, though, has his line. Juicy swings into more players than he expects, and the crazy guy ready to lock it down on the big side.
Respect to Monyet for the confidence of taking that fight in B main to trade out for Jemkin, who did get a little bit unlucky, but was exposing himself to multiple angles, so taking some amount of risk there. But then RRQ, the really pivotal moment for me, the great decision was to get both of their B anchors into B main, recognizing the split was coming through, so they want to isolate a fight in main. They're able to do so, find the kill there. By the time the split is actually coming in, they could have just escaped, go play around the spike. That was really well done. Wolves, economy cracked, and now on the eco. Opportunity for RQ to build their own, and multiple players are already at that 5K mark.
Once again, it's that same wander-up catwalk by Juicy. But he might look to ask for more! That's unfortunate, crazy guy. Pockets the only an inopportune moment, but Koshi doubles down. That is ferocious. From spawn, Hunter's Fury yields 2 kills. And RRQ have absolutely stabilized this round after losing Crazy Guy early.
One enemy remaining.
Absolutely stunning. All last 2 players inevitably going to get cleaned up here. Spring stuck in main. That was a pretty sick util combo from Wolves to get the initial kill on Crazy Guy. And Cushy recovers it with a beautiful Hunter's Fury. There's that Gravnet pop flash with the Yoru. It was pretty cool, but ultimately all for naught. No significant economic damage done to RRQ here.
30 seconds left.
That 0-point timing for Crazy Guy is going to be pretty important. Worried about facing down at util. Spring gets a little bit more than we all bargained for there. But it's still a 3rd round in a row for RRQ. They have been awoken.
Spring will take it. I will say, obviously what we've seen from Spring so far in this tournament, incredible aim, willingness to take a ton of duels. We've had a couple situations now where his play towards B main has overextended himself and he's left his team without smokes when they're going for these executes. It's been awkward. That's happened on 2 buy rounds now where Monyet is just feeling that equal level of confidence to engage with him. I'm going to need Spring to pick his spots, be less susceptible to an early death when he's supposed to be inserted in main. Just control that area of the map.
Coach Fade here, someone worth crediting for the more up-tempo style we've seen from this Wolves team, but a lot of different players and teams have sort of said, with this change in metagame, we can be more individual-centric. We can play with that faster pace. Think about Teo, it wasn't just the missiles that were so powerful, it was that stealth drone. Really hard to kill, gave a lot of information, and really hard to take your opponents off guard when they were constantly scouting you via that measure. Now though, this move back, we got a very traditional comp here for RRQ. Not even a Yoru in the mix. In theory, this is a setup designed to allow someone like Jemkin to shine. On defense, he's on the jet. Only had the 1 round with the op and was able to convert its use pretty effectively, but outside of that, yet to quite take over the game.
Does have the op again, this time posted up mid, has been switching things up round by round, but the dark cover will not allow him to get any free shots as Wolves want to silently work their way forward. Drone's going to be used just in case he is posted up by mid. Obviously, we know is the case.
Jemkin spotted here. It's a little bit difficult to play into that Owl drone. He does allow himself to get pinged out. This will give some of that mid space now over to Wolves. And they choose to canvas it with this deadlock util unless there's a push in their direction.
So we're going to bring 1 sonic sensor back, and the deadlock will thrive with the utility after you've taken the site, get the spike down. You really don't want to allow Wolves to set up for a post plant. It gets so frustrating to get back in.
That barrier mesh is so
break
powerful.
Break that barrier mesh, the delay that causes. You don't want to run into the sonic sensors in chaotic moments trying to get back in.
Back soon. There was a 0-point timing there from RRQ to B main. It sees nothing.
Here.
Of course, the spawning is going to have to be smoked off. Likely Jemkin is there, and he is split coming into sight. Monyet is fully committed right now on the stairs. Juicy wants to take the action to him.
Minus Fury time now. Sufat's going to let that one rip, but there's actually no one on the B side itself. All of RRQ are basically playing off of it in their entirety, and Crazy Guy got brought down.
Tough to res Monget, who teleported away to safety, is actually able to bring Crazy Guy back up. 12 seconds. Spike needs to be planted right now. Still isn't being tapped finally from Sufat. RRQ ready to go for this man advantage. Retake pop flash over the top. Jemkin has the Blade Storm out. Ready to get active, ready to create space.
Gonna go on with the Al drone as well. That sees nothing on Speedway. Jemkin needs to deal with these entrenched anchor players. But Juicy handles him. Monget's starting to make some progress here, but Xferro and Crazy Guy are dealt with on the B side. Now it's just a Speedway presence for RRQ. Monget and Cushy. First three, and they are cut down mercilessly. RRQ are the ones with a 67% attack side win rate on this map. They're the ones that flip the map, but Wolves are showing they can do it just as well.
YU coming up really juicy. That initial kill, this peak right there from Jemkin. He had the crosshair placed where it needed to be. The reaction from one of the best duelists we've had performing in this tournament so far in Juicy was way too sick. Cleans up a couple more after the fact. Wolves out of the timeout, get the round win. That is something we've seen many times when Coach Fade gets in the mix.
Good call from Monget there to make the TP out. Revealed inside that grav net. It would have been curtains for him quickly. Jemkin needs this. Good start for the team, and YU's head is gripped clean off.
Certainly has no lack of confidence, Jemkin, even after the disaster of last round on the retake. He will not slow down. He's not going to ease up. Wolves now on the pivot towards B main. Cushy has been playing very close on a lot of these rounds. He is jiggle peeking, does get the info. Drone, tag onto Sufat.
He'll walk it away. On the 1 minute mark of the round, Jemkin still sat here in Covey.
Sufat droning up mid, hoping that that will draw some attention, get some information if someone is pushed down. Not the case. Dimensional drift and another 4 versus 5. We've seen this story before. It didn't work out on the prior. Juicy committing to the side, tripwire. Dangerously close.
Oh, buddy, they know he's coming. Gravnet, yeah, sure, gets used over towards Boathouse, but RRQ can recover.
30 seconds
There's
left.
a TP forward. You saw that from Spring, right at the edge of the smoke. Watched by 2, but his wrap angle is not covered adequately by Cushy. Xferro has to deal with it himself. Here comes a second wave now of retakers. Still no plant.
Monget does have a paranoia to get back in. That's a significant piece of utility for RRQ. Both dark covers used. Jemkin wants to get in here. Exchanges, gets the rifle, throws the op to Monget.
Paranoia, Spring sees it coming and still can't stop Crazy Guy. Sufat, no, Crazy Guy is low, and it's on Monget. Oh, just swings the right, but Sufat unaware. Try to recon to light this one up. Sufat, the clutch that keeps the Wolves train running. What a Red Bull clutch. All comers from all angles, all too easy for Sufat.
He simply does it all for this team. We've seen him clutch. We've seen him top the boards in terms of kills in these games. He's IGLing. He's hyping them up. He's talking trash. He's questioning, what the hell are these guys doing? How are they letting me get away with that? RRQ forced onto an eco. Just a hero rifle for Jemkin.
And honestly, this scoreline is a disastrous tale for RRQ. On Ascent defense. Reminiscent of their same struggles against Gen G on this very map. Jemkin is cut down to 5 in the first encounter.
Cushy even down to 28 off the spam. I'm sure Jemkin would love to throw that rifle over to a healthier player on the squad. B-main control going to be acquired from Wolves on account of this drone. Now they want to push towards A as well. Monget has been a menace in this area of the map. He's gotten some crucial kills, but with just the classic, you can't expect him to do that.
This could be ugly. Our drone re-clear of B main. Seems to allow Jemkin to post up a bit further forward and ask for more. Sufat eventually pinged out there, so does not want to linger.
Seeing the Sova there, though, will certainly keep RRQ's attention towards B main, but now the Executor's coming through A. Barrier Mesh Recon going over the top. It's just a close-up. Crazy Guy dealt with by Juicy.
And he's in the side. Safe to say, Wolves have again achieved their objective. Very structured in the early to mid round. Clearing that util, working the map. See, Sufat never overextended on the B side, and now we can assist the late flank. And it's unlikely rather that he will be needed. Cushy was brought to 28 health by the spam at the start of the round, and he has seen no action since.
Wolves have been able to really frequently cycle back into these ultimates. Sufat, one away from the Hunters. Fury, Lysor on the verge of that annihilation as well when we get to the second last round of the half. Again, it is just, it's careful, it's patient from Wolves. They work the map, keep attention on B. Eventually when someone pushes out of main, Sufat is still covering that angle, finds a free isolated kill. The team are able to get into a very lightly held A site. This is excellent stuff from Wolves, and it is very reminiscent of their attack side against Billy with this comp. They found so much success there, and we started feeling a little bit worried on the side swap because they didn't actually really pop off on defense where you expect them to when they have Deadlock, Cypher, Yoru, and we're getting an off online. It's where this comp thrives.
One enemy remaining.
And as our RRQ team are struggling to deal with the pace of Wolves, Wolves are not splitting the map, they're not splitting these sites, they're actually just pushing straight through B main or A main, as was the case there. It's hard for them to get early action, the defenders, or catch any crosses.
We've seen Spring play this angle before.
That didn't work last time.
Jemkin Mon. Looks like they want to clear. One-way cage being popped. B main controlled by Wolves. There's the annihilation for Lysor.
Again, we know Wolves like to make use of all that round time, and Spring is rewarded for his patience. Monyet just trundles up to check that A main. He's not ready for the angle. We probably won't see it again, but this time it works.
He's taken timings in main before, and they worked out, but haphazard in that situation to just extend himself in there. Spring in a cheeky off angle. This site is absolutely free for the taking. Here come Wolves. Annihilation pop, just in case someone is there, they would at the very least be on the run. YU, can he be caught?
He is well tucked. Xfero's knocking. Oh, finesse! He had the knife in his hands! Oh, Jemkin at least
30 seconds
can get involved.
Spike
But RRQ are down to 3 now, need to work their way in from upper. It's a fragment and then it's a grab net. Cushy caught in place.
Do they dare go for this 3-4? Look at the state of their economy. Sufat still with the Hunter's Fury. He got that up from planting the spike. I'm really in a great position to use it, however. Spam on the Crazy Guy. Cushy weak as well.
He's in on this side. Lysor leads. Nice recon bolt there from Cushy. But they are going to walk away here. 3-gun savers. The risk is far too great this late in the half.
The time has completely dwindled. They're just simply relying on the final round of this half to get to only 4 on Ascent defense. They have ultimates to contend with here. Real danger of a one-sided blowout half for Wolves.
Is that my boy Lysor on his feet?
Oh, Lysor can't wait to just stand up and look at the other team.
Is that guy at the end of
No arm movement, just simply standing up.
It's like the guy at the end of the flight who knows he's not getting out of the plane for a while but wants to stand up in the aisle still. Like, oh, I got to stretch my legs, sorry. I hate that guy.
RRQ investing everything they can. They've got Guardian for Xferro. Wolves have done such a great job working the map, exploiting some over pushes from RRQ to get info. Jemkin wants to fight this in main. He has Monyet with him. Grab net comes down. Paranoia should get some big value.
Almost punished for that timing, but Jemkin was positioned forward in wide. And then he dives on the attackers. Sufat at least able to punish him for it, but I mean, 3 kills. It's more than enough for RRQ to relieve the pressure of this round 12 that could have set them to 3-9.
That time just giving Monyet a friend to help him in A main. A very simple trap setup, but incredibly effective as the Paranoia catches multiple players, isolates a second duel. When that re-swing comes in from Spring. Now there were a couple players that I would trust to maybe come up in a clutch here. It would definitely be Sufat and YU right now. It's not out of the question. It's going to be incredibly difficult.
Sufat's definitely lost the element of surprise here and been revealed by that neural theft. Known to RRQ as lingering near A main.
30 seconds left.
Instead, he'll try and find yet another opportunity. There's obviously neural theft here for YU. Should there be an appropriate corpse?
The recon goes into market, but won't really help. There's still a triple mid. Sparrow.
Spike down A.
He knew what was afoot. He knew what was coming.
And there's just no time left for Sufat. Pinged out as well. 12 seconds. This round is absolutely done. So RRQ, at the very least, managed to get themselves to 4 before we move on to the second half. But this was all about Wolves. Sufat with that phenomenal clutch. Juicy finding the moments as well. Everybody was really getting involved there. Excellent start for the team that always remained the underdog.
Farming aura, farming kills. Can they find themselves in a winning position on Ascent? It's a great start for Wolves. We'll be back with more from our first map of the series right after this. Coming back to you at halftime here on Ascent between RRQ and Wolves. And not exactly the start that RRQ were looking for, but against Gen G and Pacific, they only got 3 defense side rounds, still won the map, so fear not if you're an RRQ fan. Here's a Coinbase econ report. Looking across, it's pretty clear to see that Spring is an outlier with a great showing. Monyet also, just a very efficient. Remember, this econ rating is a measure of how much damage you're able to get per credit spent. RRQ on quite a few ecos. Monyet still able to find some success there, but not enough to give them more than 4 defense side rounds, Wyatt.
We'll see if Jemkin can pick things up in regard to the cash to damage ratio on this attack side. Was investing in the operator a lot. Occasional value, but not enough to completely justify the investment that they were making into it over and over for a period of time. Let's see if RRQ can start off hot on this attack side, get things rolling.
A 67% attack round win rate for RRQ in Pacific. They really flipped the map out there. It's bizarre to watch, but a ton of fun. But are they warmed up? Missing the group stage. They do look a little bit shaky. Their stars are not firing outside of a couple of isolated occasions in the first half.
Now you're getting the information on main. Hit about to come in from RRQ. There's the dash in from Jemkin. Wants to get to switch. Door going to be closed. YU wins the first engagement.
YU's been on a heater this game. There's no other way to put it. And he's going to continue, apparently. Crazy guy hit right between the eyes. Monyet is at least able to handle the Cypher. Cushy gives it a tap, but no stick. This is going to buy time for Lysor to group up here with Spring.
Lysor does have a grab net thrown out, but no connection. Monyet on such low HP. At some point, they're going to have to get this spike down. Wolves are just going to bide their time
no
until
hurry.
that moment actually comes in. No reason to rush.
Shock dart. Okay, Recon has just come back
30
up for Cushy.
seconds
That's
left.
probably the timing that they were waiting on. He's going to come up and attempt to plant. Lysor, Mon.
Last
Oh, he
player
gets off the
standing.
line. Oh, that hurts. Monyan had too much to look at and he'll be overwhelmed. Lysor. Lightning rod for criticism. Has his team behind him. Self-belief pumping. We got 3 players out of 6.
They're all on their feet.
We could have just gone
good.
standing desk and saved on budget, honestly.
YU wins a crucial first blood engagement against Jemkin.
Spike planted.
The rest of the team try to swing it together. Yeah, it does get down to this 2 versus 2 because somehow a very low HP Mon yet even things up with the trades, but it's just not enough. It left those last 2 players on such low health.
And it was the timing of Monyet just looking away off the direction of Speedway. Really just fate that dictated that, but man, that really hurts them there. And there's a sense of destiny about Wolves here to take a round like that. And they are going to continue this momentum they built in that first half. Defense side pistol 1. RRQ need to come up with something soon.
Can't imagine it's going to be on this round. It's just 5 classics. And again, I can't help but feel like we need to just harken back to yesterday with XLG making their debut in this same situation. Not playing hot when they're coming into the game. Juicy tapping everybody down.
Will it blend? RRQ edition. The answer is yes. Crazy Guy straight into Spring's line of sight. Or rather Cushy. Crazy Guy himself now will have to try and salvage here, and really, this is one of those situations with an astronomically low % chance of success. Cypher util up the wazoo here on this B site. Crazy Guy who had to spend a lot of time in Tier 2 to sort of prove himself, but crazily experienced player.
He's been competing in TAC FPS games for over 10 years at this point. I remember him debuting as a Phenom substitute AWPer at a DreamHack tournament way back in 2015. Has had a redemption arc as of the last couple years. Qualified with Bleed.
Against
Juicy
Jemkin.
on that team against Jemkin. This game is pretty story-rich. The histories between these players, and then had those struggles with Bleed in that debut season in Pacific. Had to go back to Challengers, work his way back into the VCT, joins up with RRQ, and that's when his team has gone on a run. Their best placement historically had been a 5th-6, and then they win. They come in first. They beat Gen G and PaperX to do so. It's been an insane run for them, but now it's just a matter of holding their nerve on the stage when the pressure is raising further, when the consequences are higher, and the teams are showing out. This Wolves squad have come in just bringing everything they've got. Their players individually have been white hot all tournament long.
RRQ need to find a way to generate some momentum of their own. It's his buy round that really has to be the start of all that. Is a pretty sizable bracket. Oh, juicy. The temptation, of course, I understand. A lot of guns trained on that corner direction.
It doesn't matter to play like that on a bonus round. If it connected onto Manya, that could have been a sick combo into multi-kill. They love this GravNet pop flash play. Going to keep RRQ on their toes at any given time. That trap could be sprung. They pivoted all the way over towards this A side. Dark cover going to obscure the view from Tree. Trips broken by Shock as well. Scaling now into the site for Wolves. They want to commit. They want to anchor.
Ah, why you lit up. That is perfect use of that recon util. Cushy going to capitalize on his own application of the recon in the middle of the smoke spring. Eventually will be pacified. Not before he takes his pound of flesh out of the game.
Sufal working his way through heaven, would love to accomplish getting
One
at
enemy
least
remaining.
a bit more damage, but it's
He'd
not
love
going
one
to
or two
happen.
more guns, Wyatt. But Lysor with the Ghost definitely put in the least advantageous position.
That being said, a kill would get him closer to that annihilation.
We only really saw, what, one of them from Lysor, and just missed clipping a player over towards tiles in that first half. Again, Lysor, a huge part of, the engine room in terms of stall utility. Of course, that GravNet play didn't quite go off the way they planned it. Lysor will bathe in the blast. And we'll get on with our lives. Round at number 16 coming at you. And RRQ, with their first buy, maintain 4 Vandals.
Someone is B.
Oh, okay, little turn.
He just turned quick enough, saved his team potential demise.
That kill there is big. I mean, Sufat obviously trying to intervene. Caught on that rotate attempt. How does Fury for Cushy here?
You have to keep your eyes on him in this round. Impressive to see him top fragging in this game as well. I mean, typically for this team, it is just Jemkin taking over at all times. The rest of the players sort of even statistical spread. There's some damage from Juicy Mon, yet brought very low. Lucky to be alive. Team almost lacking smokes. Shadows. That kill was collected.
Okay, well, classic Spring. Tries to jump out there, get a bit of a fight. Juicy trades. Lysor here with only a Guardian to work with and completely caught by that Hunter's Fury. Xvero just wants to bust the door down now, quickly. Assume control of his A side as already the rotates coming in. Now, Sealfat has the Odin.
I know exactly where you are.
Will be revealed here now by that Cypher ult.
Going to keep Wolves at bay right now. Perhaps he's just going to opt to save. Sufat would love to get a tag with this drone and someone to spam down with the Odin, but
got Jemkin.
Not going to happen. Recon, they're going to try to scale in. Time dwindling a bit.
They don't have the money for this. To risk these weapons here, they're going to go for it. Sealfat here is committed, clearly. In for a penny, in for a pound, he says. Got the player inside tree, it's Jemkin who's going to show some leg here and be a little quicker on the trigger finger to boot. RRQ are clambering desperately back into the map.
Couple good multiplayer faces at the end there, just to clean things up from main and back gen. Spring going for a questionably aggro play, swinging out there.
He presents himself, doesn't he?
The flash actually popped from Juicy, the timing just a little bit off. And then Juicy does find a moment to pop himself out of the smoke, but at that point, he's already down one. Things are getting traded out.
It is mistakes like that, that missed timing on the pop flash for Spring that are going to be punished by a team of RRQ's caliber.
100%. They are quality in terms of the fundamentals, trading things out effectively. Nothing crazy on that round, just a good A split. Wolves hoping to catch someone unaware in A main, but that won't be the case. And it seems like with Monyet being near enough to hear that pressure coming, RRQ will be happy to just get into this B site, which they're going to imagine will be lighter on players, and they are absolutely correct. Going to get things for free. Opportunity to build towards a couple ultimates here. Crucially, Crazy Guy going to have the null command into the next. That has always been one of the highest value ults that you can get on this Ascent map with the age-old comp.
And the pattern that RRQ have made use of to their great success over in Pacific is really simple. It's Jemkin gets first kills. In their final series against Gen G, he was 26 for 12. First kills, first deaths.
Insane.
We mentioned like he has 137 of those in Pacific, and the next closest player is 85. It is an absurd outlier stat that RRQ always get Jemkin in position to succeed in these early rounds. Now, this example, of course, is against basically a full save, so I wouldn't write home about it, but that has been kind of the core of their play.
I'm sorry, Sufat? Sufat check?
That's, that did not go as he had planned.
Okay, he'll be on the Guardian.
I get that he doesn't want to give it ult off, but maybe...
he was a little bit too far away to run into the spike explosion.
It's like the plot of I Am Legend. He's like the only guy left after the Fallout. That's not where you want to be.
All right, Wolves are going to pick up the Operator. It is crucial to the success of this double Sentinel comp. You want to be able to use that off with your Yoru and have it route the attacking team into the sites that are specifically littered with a ton of that Sentinel utility. It's crucial for this machine to be working. Pop flash coming through, Jemkin on the swing, but Juicy gets out of dodge, posts up on a safer angle.
Jemkin is insistent while he has that tailwind active about trying to take a fight. He has to tuck this corner.
Sufat tries to timing him walking back out. Here, just spamming with that Guardian. High bit of penetration. Pop flash from Juicy wants to get out. Recon as well to post up on the angle. I like this, but Jemkin might just timing him.
It's Jemkin's individual brilliance that's allowed him to succeed in these situations prior. Null command coming out. Crazy Guy instantly knocked. This time Spring on a much safer line. Deep on the A side flattens the KO. Somewhat of a sell of this fake, I guess, as RRQ now turn their eyes over towards the B side of the map. There's going to be a player to Jemkin's immediate right. Crossing here could be dangerous. Spring has dealt now with that KO properly. And in comes the Cocoon. Nice little catch off the Annihilation here. And Wolves aren't really in a great position to help Juicy out. No, Jemkin got caught. Kochi pushes in a Boathouse, though. Up on numbers are RRQ. But YU and Spring, high school classmates, now have to put it together. 5 years of play together. They themselves have said they are on the same wavelength. Need to bail Wolves out here.
They were just a little bit too far away in the rotate, but they catch the first on Xpharaoh. Monyet is so weak. Real opportunity to clutch things out.
Revealed there, pinged out by the neural theft. Big opening made here by YU. Cushy trying to keep Wolves at bay, but they are coming, and they've got a taste for blood. Cushy's third of the round. What a flick from YU. Nobody knows where Cushy was. It doesn't matter. 4K for the Sova, and RRQ again. Another giant step towards evening up this game. Then attack side prowess for RRQ on full display.
Cushy is just putting on a clinic on the Sova right now. So dangerous to get into the site. Lysor was inevitably going to find someone with that Annihilation, playing defensively all the way in the back. But that still wasn't enough. Wolves were just too far away. The rotates coming from A were not there in time to assist. Sure, Lysor gets the one, but he is completely overwhelmed by the numbers of RRQ, and Xpharaoh gets a great moment to push towards spawn, get in the dark cover, catch out one of those Wolves players who felt like, I need to get in here to help Lysor ASAP. I need to try to flood into assist, get a timing right now, swing towards stairs, get a fight, but it just doesn't come. And Coach Fade now getting into that second time out of the game.
Two things I'm looking for from the Wolves side of things is the early play from Spring. Much better in that last round. Took Crazy Guy down instantly, playing a much safer spot over on that A site. And can Wolves generate an early advantage off of this grab net flash combination? We've seen it once. It was against a, it was a bonus round for Wolves. They really need to throw what they can at Jemkin to stop him from getting rolling early. Those Jet first kills, no joke. We've talked about the stats already. It's a huge part of RRQ's run here. Jemkin has to be nullified entirely as a star player on this map.
It's going to be all sheriffs here for Wolves. The RRQ economy has been out of control. Push here towards main from Juicy. Xpharaoh with his eyes on this location. And we've just been seeing on these rounds, it is the story with RRQ. They're not reinventing the game. They are playing a style that we have seen, going for executes that we have seen a million times over with this composition, but they just do it so well.
They don't invent the wheel, Wyatt, they just grease it and turn it.
Working my way up top mid, double face into YU, who's able to stay alive for now.
Flash there just to keep him honest, to keep him further back from potential rotate. Crazy Guy was able to extract Sufat with consummate ease, but Juicy does disrupt things a little bit. That was the spike loose, but already recovered by Jemkin. That's why you look for a timing out of this spawn side. Jemkin went to hunt Juicy. And RRQ looking absolutely ruthless on this anti-eco round. Not giving a lot of opportunities here for Wolves to sort of double up, group up, Spring! Okay.
He heard the drop down. I'm surprised Xpharaoh just kept the util out. He made sound.
Something to work with. With that smoke thrown out, Wolves will be allowed access here to the site.
And that is a gun recovered for Spring. He picks up that Vandal. Lysor gets one as well. Real opportunity all of a sudden.
Jemkin hoping to take this first contact effectively at Speedway, and Spring, unarmed as he is, will be handled. Jemkin has 3 for the round, and Crazy Guy will end it. Now we've got ourselves a game, folks. 1 round stands between RRQ and Wolves' 10-round total.
on their debut, this RRQ squad. They have managed to hold their nerve, not succumb to the fact that they were down by such a significant margin that they lose the second half pistol. Being on the big stage hasn't gotten to them. They've completely rallied back into this game. They have so much economic pressure on Wolves. RRQ can just buy every single round with ease. Juicy's going to pick up that operator again. Wasn't able to find success with it on the prior round. This time towards Cat. Taking a bit towards Styles. Oh my god, Jemkin is in so fast right now. Controlling all the space, taking a lot of damage. And Sufat just catches him out. In the meantime, the spike is working its way up. Cat just hoping to get a fake into the site. Sonic Sensor destroyed by that shock dart. They're trying to scale in.
What a timing for Lysor!
Spike down.
Shuts RRQ down instantly. Monget can bail them out, but this has still now gotten very, very dangerous and very much out of hand. Crazy Guy's just walking away. Monget does not have that opportunity. He is in the side.
Planted.
Gets the plant down now and is hoping, praying the Crazy Guy can get there in time, but he's got a barrier in his way. He's got to break through this quickly.
He is able to do so. Has one flash to try to pop out of the smoke. Give some assistance to Monyet, who's stuck in hell.
Crazy Guy taking a little bit of damage here through this dark cover down to 5. It's getting dangerous, and there it is. YU knows exactly what the KO is. And here come Wolves back to winning ways, and doing so while maintaining some very expensive weaponry here. Odin, Operator, still in hand for this team.
RRQ love to sell a fake, but this time it's not bought. Sufat with that initial spam kill. Players over on A didn't really need to rotate off. There was still a lot of utility from that deadlock to keep the players that were pivoting through tree at bay. That allows for some Wolves rotates to get there, but Lysor coming up with a huge 2K. Doesn't look insane on the scoreboard right now, but I think his best play actually has come from deadlock on Ascent versus the Omen on some of the other maps. As fast from RRQ, they're getting right up into B main. They want to get into the site. A lot of tripwires to deal with. Jemkin over the top.
This time Sufat isn't here to spray anyone down to play off any of that Cypher util. It's YU in the site. Just can't complete any kills.
He thought he had it, already made the adjustment, but he just didn't connect that headshot. Maybe if Sufat can somehow pick up one kill here, a spam kill, he'd have the Hunter's Fury, but first is the one from Kush. He doesn't get the initial connection. There's the tag. Can he capitalize? No. Sufat just out of the way, narrowly. Do they try to go for this right now?
Might be a tough one. Monyet brought down. He was in B main. Spring is at least able to dig him out. So now there's not the risk of a backstab as Wolves try and hit the site.
They know they can just focus on the players here. Juicy wants to get down lane, peek from X-Sparrow. He's undoing, but the shot goes wide.
Now though, RRQ being forced to play onto the side, but Jemkin is waiting for them. Fangs bared, blades out, ready to throw down. Deals with Sufat as well. Headshot off the knives. And there's no more time for Wolves to get in here. Jemkin will pursue them. Blood in his eyes. Even so much that he take the clone down and perish to the blast. Back and forth now, RRQ keep it one round.
Late on this attack side, Jemkin slow to start, but finding his moments, finding serious impact on the game. That kill towards stairs with the Blade Storm was sick, onto Spring, and then with the cloud drops. Sufat not ready for the engagement, gets picked off. RRQ are so close to tying this game up, just one round away. Can Wolves close things out? Juicy still with this operator. He was able to get away with his life. He wants to post up in B main.
Hunter's Fury as well for Wolves. Oh, they catch Monyet, and that's the controller out of the game.
In the meantime, what happened with Juicy? He tried to go for a peek in B main, or was just holding the angle, but
just straight up died. Did he leg X-Sparrow?
Yeah, it looks like he, wall shot legged him something. Worked his way into the site.
This timing is
God,
quick.
There's no way.
Sufat, knife out.
The whip!
X-Sparrow now needs to get busy on the site, but he knew his time was short after missing that engagement. B site is clear, but now it's handed over to A.
They feel like they just have to get in. RQ, null command. Jemkin wants to make space. Crazy Guy out in the open.
Awkward timing. Jemkin got pinged just as he jumped into that cloud burst. Lysor did fall. Cushy trying to get the res. He's trying to tease it. Spring looking for a timing. Crazy Guy's back in the game. At least secures the trade. Cushy Now 1v2.
He does bait him out, gets the door down, wants to take the duel, but Sufat wins the engagement. Kushi does a great job of isolating the remaining Wolves players, making a believer out of me in the clutch potential, but he can't connect that last shot. What a prediction from Sufat. Does he run into, hits him on the teleport? That was madness in May. Absolute madness. RRQ going to pivot right into a timeout. Time to calm things down after a very, very chaotic round.
Neither team actually has a strong economy to play this round. Wolves are going to try and end the map with a couple of half armors maybe mixed in here. Still fine for them, of course, after winning the previous one. And Jemkin has been the kind of player that's actually shone in post-plant anchoring situations for RRQ this map. So getting ahead of that stall util, that fast play into B has been one of the most effective tools that RRQ have been able to leverage to get these round wins. But they're running into an annihilation. Dimensional drift for Juicy is definitely on the table. He's 2 orbs away from developing that.
We get back into this. You mentioned the economy, but Wolves at the moment having to invest so much. They win that prior round, so if RRQ take this, the final round of this regular time would be a bad buy for Wolves. This is so important right now for the Pacific #1 seed. It's not their map pick, but it's at the top of their pool. They're making a serious go at running this back. The comeback feels so real. They're on the precipice. It's going to be a lot of pressure towards a main 0 point, clearing things out.
Step 1 is play through the one-way. RRQ are happy to walk it, and there's no forward presence from Wolves to play off of it.
YU has moved his setup to this A side this time. Kill Trip Insight to play off. Cage to dance around when a hit comes in. Jemkin over the top gen.
She's going to clear hell now. Jemkin is on the side. YU gets lit. Oh, that's hurting for the defenders. Siufat though gets involved. He's on that upper side. Eventually traded out. RRQ player advantage.
Juicy flash through, but dark cover down. Do they dare find a timing to try to just pop flash out of this when the spike is going down? Now Juicy has began to rotate towards tree.
This spot for Xfero is so good. Juicy is not ready for it. And that shuts down any chance of a split flood for the defenders. Springbound Jemkin just picked him up out of nowhere, and Monyet spraying through the floorboards. Gets RRQ that round that could well be worth 2, that could send us into overtime.
Wolves perhaps feeling committed, or that they were just about to get flanked by Xfero, which pick up Juicy towards tree, so they do swing out. They lose all of the weaponry. There's been some serious issues on these A hits with Wolves being able to deal with the recon darts. Multiple rounds on these executes. It's been YU getting lit up, picked off by Jemkin, who can't help but increase his first kill stats at every turn. This buy for Wolves is horrific. RRQ, this is the perfect opportunity to rally this game all the way back. They've held their nerve. They can take this to OT.
And it starts with a 3-player push into mid. Wolves only have the token presence of the trapwire here. Jemkin is trying to figure out if he can get under it. I respect that. They had to clear it manually, and now this push through market is a belated approach for Xfero here, and B-Man and Juicy's definitely expecting him with the cyber cage up and on the side. Here come RRQ. Juicy's only got a short window. He's found 2 dimensional drifts. He's going to see it all and crucially get out alive. Siufat locks it down on the side, and RRQ collapsing in a screaming heap. Siufat tries to finish the job, but there's the annihilation. Straight into the spider's lair. RRQ wonder, and it's Wolves' map pick. Do they start with a win on your feet, hands together? Wolves are far from done.
That lead was just insurmountable. Wolves were so good on the attack side that they win the pistol in the second half as well. RRQ made a hell of a go at it, but they just could not come all the way back. Wolves looking so good again against all odds. How do they keep doing it? This team can't help but defy expectations.
Magic seeping up out of the cobblestones here at the Anacare Arena in Toronto. We're to step away, but next, the Intu and the analyst desk are going to break down our first map.
What are you guys doing? I don't know, man. I don't even know what are they doing. Let's go! Woo! Let's go!
Then face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Hey.
Let me show you how the Fox does.
Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
Spike defused.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Mirror, mirror, wipe my eyes so I see clearer. Over here, you tell your friends I think I need her. Dreaming about the girl you want, but I can't be her. Sabotage is on my mind.
Back here on the floor at Masters Toronto, we're at the Intercare Center. What a game so far, right, Toronto? As you can see, we have a sea of KJs behind me. By the way, KJ's my main, but we're gonna have to dance around nanoswarms and alarm bots and go through another game of rock, paper, scissors. But this time, it's against the very best, Silly rock, paper, scissors. How this is gonna work, we will play a rock, paper, scissors against me. If you lose, you take a step back, right? And if the last one standing gets to choose a prize with what we have in store, I don't know what it is. No, I'm just kidding, I know what it is. It's just a surprise. Are we ready to go? Do we know the rules for real of rock, paper, scissors? On shoot. All right, let's do this. I'm doing paper, okay? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot! JK. I threw a scissors. Who did I throw off? Who do we have left? Okay, we got a tie over here. Oh, already, dude. I got rid of 60% of the team. I'm a clutcher. Are we ready? I'm gonna do scissors. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay, rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay, actually, you beat me, I beat you, so that's already a winner right here. What's her name, by the way?
Jade.
Jade, congratulations. She is our winner here. Everybody give it up to Jade. You get to choose between signs of RRQ or also from Wolves. Which one would you like?
Wolves.
Let's go. So we're cheering for Wolves. Thank you so much, everybody. Continue and enjoy the game. See you for more of Silly.
So I won't say it. I would hate it. I would break it. I can't shake this. So I won't say it. Here I go.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? Here with Coach Fade. Brother, whew, what a game. What a game that was. Wolves looking good right now. Would it be safe to say that everything is going according to plan, even with what happened toward the tail end of that game?
There were definitely some hiccups throughout our defense. So I think it's like some jitters since we haven't played in a couple of days.
Yeah.
So I think we will be fine by map 2.
Yeah. What makes this team just what they are, so different, so talented? What do you think is the difference between what you guys provide and what your opponent provides?
I think we have really strong mental and trust between our members.
Yeah.
So I think that carries through a lot.
Okay. Well, we see it in the game, brother. Congratulations. We'll see you later. Back to you guys.
Wolves, they continue their win streak here at Masters Toronto. I am your host, so I'm back here with Kakuka and Mimi. You know, after that first half, you have to say it was probably in the favor of Wolves, but Kakuka, it was a little bit too close for comfort towards the end. But a win is still a win.
We know the Ascent is all about the attack side and what you can do with it. I think that on the side of Wolves, it had to do a lot with the deadlock. Not only because I'm a deadlock enjoyer, but I think that we could see in this matchup the impact that it was having. And also on the other side, we were seeing a Jenkin that it was a little bit jank out from the side of the defense on RRQ.
Out.
Yeah. Is that wrong in English?
No,
Tell me those
no,
things.
it's right.
Okay.
It's just...
Se la bella.
Okay. Se la
Yeah. Yeah.
No se la ha pelado, pero sí.
Anyway, Mimi, what did you think?
I mean, I was super impressed with Wolves' attack side. I think the way that they use their deadlock utility is super high value. They have a lot of set plays around the net. They're like juggling their utility to contain space on the attack, but defense was a little bit troubling there.
Yeah, let's talk about and look at some of the utility we saw from that double Senti comp in our HyperX reflex moment of the day. YU, part of that dynamic duo, bringing so much impact.
Yeah, and when we look at this play, this is a perfect example. We're speaking about a bonus that is going to mean also the chance for Wolves to snowball in this first half. YU gets this amazing 4K, but it wouldn't have been possible without that wall that we're seeing, without the grab net and the camera combo. Look at this beautiful combo, just to set up such an easy kill for them.
And remember, this is the new deadlock where that net is the refreshable piece of utility, so you can have that online multiple times throughout the round. Wolves is a really slow team. You saw it on this map, how much they are defaulting on the attack side before ever committing to a hit. So it means that they can afford to use that net early to take something like B main control and then reset, have it again for that execute. And I felt like they were getting a lot of value out of the refresh and the initial time they got to use that piece of utility.
They did, but on the defense, it was just something about RRQ, you know, Cushy as well.
Oh,
if
yeah,
you look at the scoreboard, how on earth did they manage to not actually make that comeback?
Yeah, it's so surprising to see Jenkin not putting out outrageous numbers. And if we take a look at the side of Wolves, everything's pretty evened out. I feel like everybody in this team has their moments of finding a lot of impact. Like Leicester was not having the best first half in the kill department.
Still stood up.
It doesn't matter because it pisses me off because it's like, yes, he might have not gotten the kill, but without everything else that he did in the round, you wouldn't have been able to even got onto side or get the spike down.
Very true. For Junkin, he's a guy who plays alone a lot. He doesn't have like constant double initiator support in the way some other duelists in this tournament do. Maybe like someone like Roger would be an example. He's oftentimes on this map like alone in mid, walking up in the mid round. And I think Wolves did a great job of avoiding him when he was on those walks and really focusing on just pounding the extremities and running over those side anchors, isolating them with the double Senti.
I've already spoken about this. Sufai BB, my favorite player in this tournament. If he's not your favorite player, you're wrong. What are you doing? Open your eyes, because Mimi, he just does things like this, and the vibes he brings afterwards as well is so infectious.
I loved his energy on the stage. I mean, half of Wolves was standing up after winning a lot of these rounds, but he has such an infectious presence there. Just looking at him, what are you doing? Yelling. He's definitely the person who's bringing the vibes.
Aura, Mimi. The word that you're looking for is aura. Every single time that he stands up, he always says the right thing, not only to his teammates, but also to the opposing team. I think that there was a moment also with we saw RRQ being a little bit more aggressive on the defense, trying to break the timings a little bit, something that you think you can take advantage of a team that is not as experienced. But they actually, Wolves learned onto those mistakes so quickly, and CFAT has to be one of the key parts for that.
We will be heading to RRQ's map pick next, so let's hear what Coach Ewok had to say ahead of map 2.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Here with Coach Ewok from RRQ as we get ready for this second map here. Now, the trend in playoffs has been that the 1 seeds have been struggling, and with this slow start, I'm sure this is not what you wanted as well. How do you guys look to avoid this as you get ready for map 2?
Well, there's been a lot of 1 seeds also in the league. They were all losing as well, and we were the only one that broke that curse, so we're looking to do that here as well.
Looking to break your curse. How do you guys do that, and what's the player that you're looking to really lean on in this situation to bring you guys to map 3?
I think we just overall, we started slow. Of course, we lost double pistol, we lost bonus, so we just need we're a little bit more warmed up now.
Yep.
We usually lose map 1,
okay.
So this is just part of the story for us.
All right, it's all part of the plan, he says. All right, brother. Well, thank you so much for your time. Back to you guys at the desk.
They're going to have to bring something here, especially with those pistols as well on Icebox, because if they don't, they're also going to be dropping down into the lowers like the other #1 seeds we've seen so far.
A lot of the time that we lost map 1, it was the warm-up, East kind of cope, but I almost believe it with RRQ. They really got into the game in that second half. Key players like Jemkin were coming online, and he's absolutely right that back in Pacific, they played a lot of long series, especially in that playoff run to qualify to Toronto.
Yeah, and one thing that I like about this Icebox is that they're going to be starting on the attack. We saw how well it was going on Ascent, and I want them to have the autonomy to choose the fate of the rounds.
But the question is, what comp are they going to be playing?
Yeah.
They were a Teo team when they showed this before. This is another map that has a lot of variety.
Can
in
make
what
the
you
same
can
argument
play.
for Wolves.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's true too. We haven't seen them here at this event on this map, so it's a lot of question marks all over.
I'm getting ahead of myself because we do have a second match coming up, but my goodness, nobody plays Sage here. I just want to see the Sage.
Oh
Why
my God.
does nobody like
If
Sage?
we get Icebox, you're going to be treated. I don't know if we will see it. I pray that we will in the second series, and we get some Sage, but maybe, Yinsu, maybe we'll see it now.
Yeah, why not? Why not? I mean, I don't think we will, but as we take a look at the live agent select here, we have instant lock-ins from both sides.
So RRQ play the old kind of comp there, but not that KO. It's the Omen look instead with the double controller. I really like this choice. I think Omen's biggest strength is being able to disrupt space in mid on the attacking side, throw down smokes, teleport top 2, and really make life difficult for Lysor as that Killjoy player.
What I like about it is actually the playing also as a second layer to that duelist. No matter if it is on the attack or on the defense, it gives you another layer of depth that I actually favor as well.
Watch on their A execs as well. If they're putting their smoke on pipes, that does a lot to pull a lot of attention, bait out utility. There's some great ideas with this Omen.
Let's find out. This one makes it to a map 3. Send it back to your casters, Uber and Wyatt.
Now, on many levels, agree with Mimi's sentiment about the whole storyline of RRQ losing the first map and all their series as being cope. And it is true. There was a lot of fracture in the pool, though, during the run through Pacific for RRQ, and they often had to run into that, or Genji's Haven, for example. This is a different one. They just picked their first map, or they had their best map picked against them, they lost it. Now it's on Icebox, where they need to recover. Some talk about the double controller style here for RRQ. They'd lack that second initiator with this setup. It will leave them a little flashlight, potentially, and also no access to the wingman.
Those extra smokes are great when you're playing for retakes or when your Viper wall is down, allowing you to still obscure some of those dangerous angles. Speaking of dangerous wolves. All the way pushing out of B.
All right, ends up being a 2-2. Lysor able to double down. Ah, yes. A good old classic clash of forces at the start of the pistol. Silfat is fortunately not able to draw a bead on Xfero. So RRQ, the party comes to them.
That is Monyet nullifying all of that aggression. The three-piece multi-kill. Starting off hot here. Had some good moments, some rough moments on map 1. Was certainly playing aggressive, though. You can't take that away from him.
I mean, talk about a redemption arc for Monyet. He was the scapegoat after that struggle for PRX in Madrid. He had to find his own way, forge his own path after his tenure with that team, and he's found himself right alone here on RRQ.
And it's really taken a long time for RRQ to find their own way, just slowly shifting pieces in their roster as 2024 went on, and then Crazy Guy really being the final piece of the puzzle for them that has taken them to this next level that they could never reach in the past. Jemkin going to get another first kill to open up this anti-eco. That is his specialty as the rest of the team slowly make their way back. Yellow and...
Wow, that might have been 2 taps, 2 headshots there, Wyatt.
Yeah, they were basically lined up. Okay,
Spike down B.
Trade that out, but that does just remove a ghost, so ultimately, doesn't matter.
Man, Wolves really want to fight these first couple rounds. Always sticking a player right up towards RRQ. Oh yeah, he's 5-1. Stunning stuff. Jemkin. That first kill he opens up, continues that trend.
Wait, that's pretty
That is
sick.
Absolutely raw.
Listen, Monyet is getting pretty close early to having a Viper's Pit for one of these post plants. He is feeling good. You cannot blame him. All right, RRQ, what do you have on this bonus that basically feels like a full buy They have 3 Vandals.
Revealing area.
Just your standard recon to get that close info towards the A orb side. Jemkin patiently waits out any potential aggression, and we'll see how far Juicy wants to take this.
They've done their homework. Jemkin, pen in hand, showing that it will be mightier than the Vandal in this case. Juicy stripped down to a bare 57 points of health. He's out of there.
On the retreat with YU. We'll pivot away from Wolves, and hearing that 2-man retreat, RRQ feel very content to just take the space for free lightning fast trade from Monyet.
The lack of omen here for the defenders means they can't just throw that one way up a green again and slow this down. They lack that level of stall utility that RRQ has access to. Oh, Xvera gets the drop.
Oh, ready for that. Push all the way through. We are going to get into a 3 versus 3 post plant. A lot of damage done to a couple of these RRQ players, however, and that's going to keep them at bay. They're going to want to rotate off. Oh, wow. Eyesore not able to get fully on that as the cloud goes up, so they can cross with some safety. The breaking of that turret is certainly going to give things away.
Monyet had a chance to get ahead of that timing, but could have been awkward. He would have been on his own.
It's a full commitment from Lysol, a very experienced player on this team. Time is dwindling so low. Pressure right now gets his.
Takes a shot down to start with, but at least is able to find a 1-for-1. Dizzy out on the side. It's Jemkin. Vulnerable down to 47. Sees the wingman coming. Gets to see his breakfast the second time. 3 for Spring in that round. Wolves finally able to slow the game down enough to be in position.
They get there just in time to be able to play off of Lysor's decision to anchor in this situation with that Dizzy coming up top. Monyet forced to break. Perfect swing out timing from Spring. We're right back to the hype from Supat. Right back to it.
For every reason, they're getting off to a decent start after dropping the pistol. Stopping that RRQ bonus is a big deal, and the fact that now we'll still have so many rifles to levy against RRQ's actual buy. But Monyet, with all of his early action, Wyatt has gotten that Viper's Pit online.
RRQ have taken some space towards this A side as they just have Monyet towards spawn, waiting out to see if there's any potential aggression, given Wolves showed a willingness to push hard through B main on that first pistol. Juicy tried it again. Drone's going to clear out these close angles near 410, allow Jemkin to slowly work into position. They want to wait this Viper's wall.
No anchor. No one in the site here for the defenders. They're hoping to make use of that Gecko util, the Owl drone to get them here. And that Snakebite has effectively stopped the plant for the time being.
They are taking the time. Wolves going to try to flood when this recon. Dizzy comes through as well. Why you on the duel? Jemkin, first blood.
And that position, Jemkin knows he gets a straight up 1v1 if it's only an individual player and Boiler, but Spring picks him off eventually. Viper's Pit in the post plant. No Gecko to clear this either.
Cover going out.
No lockdown to force the attackers out of it. And that's all because Monyet got started so early.
No real utility at all for Wolves. It's going to come down to finding a timing in this pit, trying to root Monyet out.
Juicy assumes a position and Heaven Cyber doesn't quite have the chance for making the shot. Crazy guy makes it count. Monyet inside the pit there with the shorty. And that's just a situation where Wolves don't really have anything to play into that pit. It's too early for the ultimates that could actually give them an edge there.
I think they missed the timing window that they needed to take, which was flooding back in when there was some initial stall. They stopped the spike being put down. There were 3 players in that dark cover Heaven. But YU takes that first duel. It was a little disjointed from everyone else. I would have liked to have seen them have gotten very proactive before the spike went down, before Monyet could have even gotten that pit off. Lacking that Gecko with the wingman is really tough in that situation, trying to get back in. It's resulted with Wolves being put to a very early eco here. Juicy again, just loving to push up B main, and that has kept Monyet in the spawn. Has to be patient, wait out any further push.
You can always play off that turret contact should there be a push elsewhere from Wolves, if it's up mid, for example. Slow around for RRQ. The regimentation of this team starting to shine through. There's no information really for Wolves about these movements of the map now. This, in theory, would draw someone like Juicy out. That's a toggle of their Viper wall. Juicy's starting to wonder what the purpose is. He knows. He knows RRQ are not going B. He knows it's a fake. Just push up pretty close with his pistol. Won't go well.
Went off that RRQ. No to accelerate. This is going to be a free plant. Cushy has the spike. Going to get the Hunter's Fury to have that for the next buy round. Things are looking good for RRQ. Would be shocked if they lose too many guns in this situation at all either.
I mean, the level of meticulous that RRQ have taken into this basically full anti-eco round is pretty astounding. They know how important it is to start to build that economic base, so they respect Wolves even on a round where they have basically nothing.
Not that I don't think RRQ would be playing particularly patient and going for some late round pivots anyhow, but it definitely does feel like that pistol round 4-man push from Wolves early on instilled the fear of God in them, and now they are waiting out the potential for a play like that again. And even what was it, round 2 or 3, Juicy just kind of ran it down B main.
Okay, crazy guy. I know we saw that.
Remaining.
YU Sheriff will detain, and then he will perish to the blast. So Wolves really only popped up for air once so far, that first buy round. Outside of that, silenced somewhat, but it will be an op now in the hands of Juicy. Big investment made. Lockdown at the ready for the defenders, and now it's time to put their heads together. Think of how they're supposed to craft a winning recipe in this round.
One enemy remaining.
Cushy will definitely be saving that Hunter's Fury though if the lockdown is used. Just the natural, easy 1-for-1 ult counter could come up. Wolves have also saved up enough cash where they can get an op into the hands of Juicy, go for some of those standard control plays where you have your Jet just watching over B main. The rest of the team can stack up towards A. Standard ways to control the map.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how that previous round went. RRQ very carefully went A, hoped for a push-up, had a player sat in spawn watching the B flank. It never came, but eventually they did test Juicy, who was in like a 1 versus 4 with nothing but a classic. Now that kind of round looks vastly different, of course, as they can post him up on yellow or on Gen over on the A side. That's less common now because it's so easily denied by an owl drone to push that Jet off the line. And now, far more options at the disposal of Wolves on this defense side.
I really do want to give Fade a lot of credit.
Absolutely.
The timeouts that he's been taking throughout this tournament. It's easy to point at the players who are going insane individually when Spring has come up with so many crucial duel wins. He's putting up sick numbers, Juicy doing the same. But we've seen countless times out of these timeouts that Wolves directly are able to win the subsequent round. Fade has done so much for this team. Let's see if it'll be the case here. Juicy is opting to actually push down mid with this op. Early drone being used by RRQ to take space.
But he smoked the defender side spawn, so this definitely keeps Wolves looking in that direction, and it is going to open a window for RRQ to probe the map elsewhere.
Trying to make them think that they're going for the iconic Jing play, but it's not going to happen. And even further is Jemkin trying to sell his presence on A. There are rotates being drawn over there, and now that's why you just be caught in the open. It's not even a trade. You can't find one.
Okay, that off for Juicy. Had to find some value this round, and so it does. There will still be a plant, though, as Monyet just disrespects the poison orb. Doesn't quite mind if he decays down. He gets his job done.
Maybe Jemkin hoping to find a timing where he can get top 2, pick up that angle. Now just going to rotate back to B main, meet up with the rest of the pack. Juicy pressuring back yellow. Here comes that Hunter's Fury. Has to take out the lockdown.
He knows where Xperu has to stand in theory in the back corner, but Xperu is able to win it out.
Standing.
Unclear how he manages to pull that off. But either way, it's back-breaking for Wolves to suffer that double there. Lockdown committed by Lysor, no result for the defenders. RRQ looking dominant.
The most unique, cool thing about this RRQ team is how much they love to run fakes. And choosing to go for that pretty mental fake right out of the timeout just to throw a wrench in the works of the plans laid by Wolves. Bringing the op into that round completely disrupts their defensive setup. It's just so bizarre to have a fake Omen TP into a smoke in spawn, the Jemkin selling an A hit so they can get to B with only one defender there. It is a crazy round. It's just so cool to use that out of a timeout just as a massive disruption to whatever the intentions for Wolves were going to be.
And it's kind of conditioning as well. Because what happens next time Crazy Guy does that? Does he stick it? If he gets another ultimate on this half, I'd be very curious to see how he makes use of it. Mosh pit going to be drawn out of the defenders here on the B side. That's to stall RRQ, but they are in absolutely no hurry.
Here. It is just this patented patience. Will Wolves walk into their waiting arms? A couple of players getting back yellow with these sheriffs in hand. Jumpkin is prepped and ready.
Going for it. Tailwind forward, wants to take the fight. Easily handles YU. Goes a little bit low.
Here.
This is more than enough for RRQ so far. Once again, respecting these anti-eco situations they're forced to play into. Having to shove Juicy off the line. The Blade Storm is yet awkwardly applied. Juicy can't get value when Jemkin knows he's going to be coming from the left anyway. What's happening here, Lysol?
30 seconds left.
Effortless play from RRQ. Jemkin just continuing to absolutely dominate in the first kill department. Sure, just an anti-eco, but
planted.
he has been so consistent with that throughout this attack half so far. That is what he is known for.
Honestly, RRQ also more than happy to spend ultimates in these anti-eco scenarios. They don't care. They respect Wolves' capacity on rounds like this just as much as any other, apparently. Flawless round for RRQ. The stacks are piling up.
Probably shouldn't have been, but the economic damage would not have mattered in the slightest anyhow, so we'll give that one a pass.
Stunning stuff,
yeah. Recon as well is just perfect for catching out the players who were having to path out of the way because of Jemkin dashing in there. No opportunity to turn and break the recon. All too easy. Wolves, again, they want to invest into this operator. Big cash being spent. Juicy not able to find impact in the game yet. Not able to make his mark. Maybe it is now that Viper Wall temporarily will cover up the sight line. He wants to stay top yellow. He has a teammate to help.
Oh, there was an opportunity there. He lingered. That dark cover operating as like the cascade would in these harbor comps, denying Juicy the ability to peek over the Viper Wall.
This time it is very straightforward from RRQ. Working to B main, get the lockdown off, get the free sight, Viper Wall up. Easy plant, play for the post plant, but a couple significant initiator ultimates that Wolves will have to make a real go at this retake.
The plan for YU. Okay, Juicy's able to pick Monyet off. Xfero's tucked here. Juicy suspects it, but he's been showing barrel this entire time. Some span through the walls. In fact, gives himself away, but Xfero wants a bit more of it towards the snowman direction. This time, though, Wolves finding some success in his post plant. Ping on Crazy Guy now, and he's going to have to face the music. Eventually, Wolves going to come to collect. In order that defuse gets started, YU pushes on up. Good composure there for Wolves. They had to deal with the lockdown on that round. And they can recover the operator for use later.
RRQ just really wanted to fight forward, entrench themselves in the site. But the problem with doing that on Icebox is you just become susceptible to so many positions. I mean, look at Lexer seeing two players just walking up through orange there, and then when you're Xfero, you're awkwardly forced to take a duel with someone that could be in-spawned, and there's a guy in Snowman. It's really overwhelming. I think they wanted to try and play forward and more aggressively against the fact that there could have been those ults coming through rather than just being forced all the way back and allowing Wolves to take the space. But difficult to play either situation regardless. That being said, it's resulted in Wolves not having to use a single ult yet.
No one for Wolves is in this kitchen or slope area. Now move up there from Spring. You kind of see there's something funky happening in mid.
Spring is mild. Oh, that God! Lethal shot onto Moon. Yeah, that was
with a Phantom.
So fast, just as he rounded that corner.
It was really just playing back into the map.
This is looking quite disastrous for RRQ. They're trying to now just slowly creep into this A site. Spring is hungry for more, but shot down by Jemkin. Opportunity to get in, but going to be difficult to plant, perhaps. These mollies going to keep them at bay. Wolves are not fully buying it. They haven't rotated too quickly over. So it's not like they can flood in or really pressure off of this plant. So RRQ have a fair shot here. Again, I keep repeating myself, but it's these ultimates from Wolves. This Thrash should be able to clear out anyone close, but my eyes are on xFaral. He wants to be the X Factor. He's working his way up mid on this flank.
Chillfat's watching for it though. I don't think xFaral has the timing he was hoping for. There's a Thrash. Then there's a player on 410. They drop down. Jemkin in the sight though. He's fighting for his life. White or his headshot and Kushi on the move up, catches out YU. Now we're down to 2 players for Wolves and they've got to make something happen. Hunter's Fury collects nothing. Tucked is Kushi. Juicy from above descends on him. Shorty claims him. And now Jemkin doesn't have the line. He doesn't have a shot on the spike. Gets rid of Juicy, but Superfat is on there. And is able to just win it out. Time is on their side. 0.09 seconds. And Wolves get a crucial 3rd round.
0.09 is absolutely crazy. Coach Payne needed to...
Just a wry smile.
Just like a slight smile, take a sip. That looked doomed for Jemkin, given he was so far away. Oh my God. That's keeping Wolves in the half, but it's just not getting any easier. RRQ are so economically ahead. It's buy after buy after buy. Spring on this round is going to opt to just use that pit immediately, control towards this A side. Standard 1 thrown down. The hope for RRQ, if they want to get through it, is going to be using Kushi's drone. It's not going to be expended. And then you have Juicy controlling B main with the op. This is a good setup for Wolves right now. I like what they're doing in this early round.
The defense side, KJ turret location is really interesting. Watching out towards top mid, but Lysor is exploring that himself.
I mean, mid is really the only
good option
map where Wolves have a bit of anxiety, and that's why they have rotated, a couple players. You do have Superfat. Oh my God, dangerous. Swings into Jemkin. Never want to do that.
He has to take that risk because there's no turret to take contact of Tube, so you can't swing off that.
Right here. He does actually send out the drone to re-clear Tube. Doesn't spot anyone. Doesn't see anyone going under Tube. Juicy will now have an opportunity to open this round up. Drone is not going to spot him.
This is dangerous. Very dangerous for Juicy. He is in the lion's den. And he's just able to get out somehow. Low is YU. Modnet runs into him. Here's a burst of pace from RRQ, and Juicy at 8 health still is able to lock it down. It's Jemkin taken out of the game. Juicy knows he's going to get pushed around a corner, and Kushi does finally fell him. RRQ have found the opening they need, and Modnet has a timing from upper. It's on Lightsaw. Passively watching mid for much of the round. He's got a sixth sense about that mid push, but the timing doesn't favor him. He still wins it out. 16 points of health. And Lightsaw is in a 1 versus 1 against Kushi.
That is a brutal whiff. Does Kushi just want to swing out? Does he want to take a timing right now?
Lightsaw sees him coming. And unfortunately, he's not fast enough to stop him. 7 rounds here for RRQ. That one, though, very hard fought.
Got more dangerous than it should have ever been. Shots from Juicy were phenomenal. And how the hell did he get out when he was getting sprayed on that first escape attempt? That was a reality. Nice. So crazy. Wolves put back onto the eco. They've been losing so many players, even in the rounds that they've been winning. They just can't buy.
It's shaping up to be a heck of a half from RRQ. Shaky map 1, but your Pacific #1 seed now brimming with confidence on Icebox.
Hey, with that being said, it's not like we haven't seen a team get off to a big lead on Icebox attack, the side swap, and the team that gets onto attack go just as crazy. You can just run over these sites.
Spike planted.
Straightforward early plant. Kushi not bothered by the snake bites. Juicy has to get off that line basically instantly. Away with Sheriff shot, and Jemkin says, right, well, it's time for me to go to work. I have the sickle. You are the crops that I'm about to reap. Naturally on for the ace as Wolves do not want to feed another Blade Storm over to Jemkin. So they wait. Jemkin starts to close in, then they know. Juicy says, no ace for you, I'm running at your teammate. Flawless though for RRQ against this anti-eco. Once again, respecting it and playing with a good burst of pace.
Taking a little note out of their Pacific Brethren's playbook with Karen and Texture. Just gonna steal that ace away during Jemkin's debut. Hate to see that. Another first kill though. Just to add up to what is already a remarkable tally Leicester won't be too upset about dying there, though. That's going to get him the lockdown for this final round. Wolves' final opportunity to get back on the board. Juicy, another operator investment.
Has enough to get full armor as well, so why not?
RRQ taking a lot of early space on A on account of that Jerome being used, hoping that the shock darts will clear out some of the mollies that have really been keeping RRQ at bay while executing. And those shock darts do just that.
There's enough time for Xpero to plant here and walk away with that lockdown intact. That's going to be destroyed. Monyet pushes up, gets rid of it. Viper's Pit now going to be thrown out. This is going to deny Boiler away for the defenders for the time being.
Second lockdown as well is going to waste so much time for Wolves. You can see the benefit of having the Omen there. The fact that you can cover up that choke on screens. Monyet could run forward, deal with that. But now I'm looking at the double flank from Wolves. Aware. What is this teleport from Crazy Guy, man?
The deck stacked against Wolves here, but they're able to find a way in. YU's found his second. Cushy can't quite hold the line. It's going to be Spring who finds the trade. Now on the side of the Blaze Storm, it's Juicy. He's looking for more, and I can't believe it. Deck might have been stacked against them, but Wolves draw a Joker. And that's all they need. 4 rounds on this defense side. Not too shabby as RRQ has such an early lead.
They go for some mental plays in that post plant, which were dealt with handily by Wolves. Getting 4 on the board, hey, that's enough to win on the side swap for Icebox attack. Get that pistol, get rolling from there. They can make a serious go at it.
RRQ showing a little bit of their prowess though, going ahead 8-4 rounds in this first half of Icebox. Stick around. Much more to come for this map, and hopefully series.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in. Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
Get blinded by your headlights. Tunnel vision, losing feeling here in paradise. I don't know if I can take it, can we slow it down? And telling me to stay low-key and we'll be sweet. Got me feeling like I'm sitting in your backseat. I don't know, but I'm fine being here for now. I know we'll be fine if you stay here in my mind. Yeah. Talk me out of this crisis. Talk me out of this crisis. I'm down in your sights again. Don't know if I want this to end. Talk me out of this crisis. Talk me out of this crisis. I found myself in.
15 kills, 8 deaths. 4 of those first kills for Jemkin. He has answered the call as the star player for RRQ. And he's been leading his team from the front on this Icebox map. It's a great start for RRQ. Of course, they really get the opening to the half that they were looking for. Converting that pistol before the bonus goes against them. Let's talk Coinbase Econ report now. Post Jemkin has an astounding 91.5. He is absolutely converting those credits into damage round after round.
Xpero as well, looking good, just hasn't had too many deaths. Monyet having a great half on the Viper. He was finding the really high impact kills. Obviously some struggles over on the side of Wolves. Juicy investing in that operator a lot, and in contrast to Ascent, where Sufao was fragging hard, clutching, yet to make his name here on Icebox, but perhaps if Wolves can rally back on attack, that's where he's going to do it. We've seen this map be so attacker-sided favored at times. Wolves are hoping that's going to be the case for them right now, that they can continue the dream run that they're on. The biggest underdog we've had in this tournament were written off before it even began. And against all odds have made it to the playoffs and are looking like the best team China sent. Not a single soul expected.
And unlike China's #1 seed, it does feel like RRQ is acclimated much more quickly to these conditions
Yes,
than that Sheila Gaming roster.
Certainly. I was so concerned about that when we were getting into that second half of Ascent, when they lost that pistol round in the second half. It felt like we were going to get a repeat of yesterday, that maybe the nerves were there, they weren't ready for the stage, off to a slow start.
All right, a brief monitor issue has now been rectified. We are moments away from jumping into the pistol in the second half. RRQ lead Wolves 8 rounds to 4. Let's get it started.
RRQ pushing down just a bit to collect that orb on the A side. It's a patient Wolves working forward off this wall. Drone to clear out everything close. Have to be concerned that Jemkin could be tucked somewhere. Spotted out on pipes. Wolves, they want to accelerate, but there are 3 players from RRQ, and they're looking intentional with anchoring. They want to fight.
Dizzy got cleared. Here's Juicy though from Dice. Good little headshot to get him opened up. The Crazy Guy found 2. It doesn't matter. Wolves have the numbers to overwhelm RRQ with some great openers. Should be in a position now to stick the landing. It's on Monyet.
Just look at the death markers there. Everyone from RRQ wanted to flood in, but Wolves winning out the duels.
They're never got a chance to really flood adequately off that rafter position. The pace from Wolves had them really still on the starter's mark when they had to fight.
The second that they got that info with the drone on 2 players, one bottom 410 and then Jemkin was pipes. I'm feeling like, hey, in this moment, positions are going to be scrambled. They're going to be trying to rotate around, get backside. We're going to get in there, just push right together. Everybody swing right together. Win out the duels. Lysor ready to just stand.
This is unbelievably boostio coded. I'm actually here for every second of it.
Little movement, but a lot of standing. I like it. All right, Wolves intending on just going towards A again early. Cushy is happy to keep getting this orb for free.
Lysor takes a Guardian this time around. And you're right, Sufat was definitely a standout player for Wolves on that Ascent game. Somewhat quieter on Wolves' defense side, but got involved in the action in that pistol. Juicy really led the charge. He's got a Vandal. And up they come, inching over towards pipes. Cushy shows a bit of leg, takes damage for it. They've got to know that Jemkin is here. They're checking for it, and the J's gone.
I mean, they are basically running the exact same setup as the pistol round there, except it was a little more active from Cushy, hoping to bait for Jemkin to get a kill at some point, but it's not going to kill. Wolves going to slow down the pace. They have not been a team to rush things on these attack rounds.
Much more structured than we expected them to be coming in this tournament, especially in that online. Sparrow's got snuck around on a timing. He's had to reveal himself there to take Lysor out of the game. Sufat is low. Handles the Killjoy.
Oh, and Juicy. Nice final shot. Was worried about Sufat for a second there. Could have gotten picked off. Perhaps even that gun recovered. A little bit of damage done, but ultimately not too significant. Wolves going to be able to bring in the important rifles here.
They're just checking for that spot.
Yeah, why not? I mean, they have to, obviously. They caught Jemkin there before, just...
There's a dark cover that's, getting there, but it's a little bit too early for that to bloom properly. So it's a 2-round game. Wolves with that pistol. Now the bonus, though. Some investment being made. It's an outlaw and a bit of an odd round for it, Wyatt.
I want to see how RRQ are going to opt to play with this Jemkin Cushy duo on A this time. It begins, as it has in the prior two, free orb being acquired for the Sova. Wolves would love for Juicy to find an opening pick. Just play slow around him.
It's got to be a headshot, though.
Why you spotted out. A little bit of damage.
He got softened up from that first engagement, so Juicy does get the one shot on him.
Up here, what's the move? Spring, Lysor, working mid. They activate that alarm bot, and then they just peel back. A minute on the clock. Wolves posted up outside of A, waiting for that dark cover to drop. Crazy Guy is going to be playing with a lot of one-ways, giving his team something to work off of.
He's pushing under some pressure now. Just flattened by Dizzy. Couldn't see a damn thing. Juicy's actually opted to take up the Guardian here. They'll be on this A side. Look how meticulous they are. Also, the push-up too might be illuminating for Lysor.
Again, 30 seconds left.
Just this team taking their time. RRQ want to get in there, letting the wingman get the spike down. Lysor just chilling on the flank. Doesn't even need to be for free.
The turret's not there to see him out. There was no way Crazy Guy was going to be ready for that walk up mid. Is that do we count that as an A split? Maybe not. Maybe not.
Doesn't count. Doesn't count. But I do like the round from Wolves.
What a bonus!
I mean, it starts off with this Outlaw. You called it. Jumpkin just takes a little bit of damage from YU, so he's one-shottable. After that, you have Spring and Lysor in mid. They trip that Killjoy utility, break it. Lysor bides his time. Spring goes back to the pack. Hit in with a 4-man swing into that A side. Lysor comes late. Nice little round that Wolves have played to convert this bonus. On the cusp of tying the game up. RRQ and Jemkin pushing a bit deeper than on those prior rounds up in Nest.
The plot armor on Wolves is pretty absurd. That play off the bonus working so beautifully. Coffers overflowing. Patient here. This approach is Aldrone likely to reveal, yeah, some positioning. Kuchi's down. Jemkin wants to stick around. It ends up being to his detriment also. Feel back.
No more.
Comfortably converts, and now RRQ, yeah, really don't have much to work with. They are run ragged on this A side. It's just Crazy Guy. Best he can hope for here is some kind of odd timing. Juicy is not going to give him an inch, baby.
This one is as good as done. Get another plant for that wingman. While you're getting very close to the Thrash, obviously it's just easy to cycle that ultimate for the Gecko over and over. That's one of the major benefits of running the agent, that we don't see a whole lot of Gecko being played like we used to last year.
Toxin screen down.
Still effective enough on Icebox, one of the better initiators you can play for this map. Monyet recovers that rifle, just going to save. RRQ having trouble so far with this slow style that Wolves love to play. It's even funny to hear them talking about wanting to increase the pace in some of these games in their press conferences. When it comes to the attack sides, they are often as patient as it gets.
And there you have it. Toronto, we have an even game. How are you feeling? That's what I like to hear. Wolves so unsteady, clawing these rounds back. Build up the pistol win. Now potentially threatening to drive this game away from RRQ. This would be a timely moment to call that timeout, get Coach Ewok in the ears of the Pacific #1 seed.
Wolves are just trying to do what RRQ couldn't on that first map. Second half comeback, but actually close things out. The difference may just come from the fact that RRQ at least lost the pistol, and so it's made things a little bit easier for Wolves to just get this to 8-8. Their economy is absolutely out of control.
And unfortunately for RRQ, Jemkin has not been able to score a kill on this half yet.
Now, he's been trying to play aggro, but there hasn't really been utility behind him. It's just trying to tuck in corners, take a duel, dash away. There was that pretty unlucky round where he ran into the Outlaw after taking damage from YU, but then also just playing the tuck angle on pipes a couple times. Maybe at some point they can try to sync something up for him. But that being said, with his comp, they don't really have the flashes to play around either. You don't have that Dizzy to swing off of. You don't have a KO where you can throw a deep pop flash. Those are just not available to him. And they also don't have the economy to get an AWP in his hands, which is pretty unfortunate. I feel like at some point they're going to need to lean into that. It can't be now, however.
Something brewing though, over on the B side of the map. This is going to be checked for, and very quickly Dizzy is pacified. Wolves realize just how far up RRQ have pushed. But for how long can they afford to maintain that advanced footing on the defense side? Because now Wolves will go elsewhere. They will sniff out
Placing swarm grenade.
a route to the plant.
Lysor had thrown a deep alarm bot into B main, but it does get broken, as does this turret. So
means Cushy now can no longer get that free information in mid.
Yeah, they want to be able to at least feign that they can pressure towards mid. Jemkin
Spike
doing what he's been doing on these prior rounds.
Finally on the board in the second half. And as per usual, a first kill. He was 4-0 in the first half of Icebox.
That was a rapid trade, though, as this drone gets a lot of info deep in the A site. Intentions, of course, to just draw the attention of RRQ onto A, while the rest of the team just slowly, silently contact remain. One-way Cloud going to drop.
They're almost guaranteed a plant here.
Yeah, now that the
30
wall
seconds left.
goes up, Crazy Guy has no opportunity to try to take an engagement from Snowman, but does eventually have to drop. 20 seconds now. Wants to swing out, but RRQ, they're just so spread across the map that it doesn't give anyone an opportunity to get too active. They have to go for a full retake. Cushy has the Hunter Sphere. That's the best tool that they've got available right now.
Going to help them clear yellow, potentially. They're already pinging over in that direction. Juicy in on the side. That's troublesome for Monette. There it is. Okay, so Spring is picked up, and that also turns off the Viper Wall for later. Juicy now knows he's going to get multi-swung on this corner. It's getting a little bit close. Oh, no! It's a disaster for RRQ. And Cushy now just steps up to the side and knows he's virtually cooked here. Gets it to half. Has to fight for his life. One more tap and he'll have it. Sufat doesn't give him the full kit and caboodle, though. He won't give him an inch. Ice cold is Sufat. And he knows he has just delivered a back-breaking round win for Wolves.
He absolutely worked him. Just swinging out with the gun barrel is devious. Fair play to Cushy. He made a serious go at it. Wolves played that well, dividing themselves. Juicy running away, being the first to rush him. That is so sick.
Wolves are in the lead. What a massive round. RRQ, that was a buy and investment from them. Even the Hunter's Fury committed to the round. And now, Wolves with Viper's Pit and Thrash and Bladestorm, and a lead heading into round 18.
Jemkin has picked up that hero Vandal. Intentions of fighting all of RRQ here. They swing out together, but the weapons are good enough to shut down by Wolves.
Decent enough, I suppose, for a buy of this nature. Monette giving him hell. Attack Sparrow with only a Sheriff. And blinking, you'll miss it. Wolves charging to the lead. It's 10-8.
RRQ just lacking the utility required for some of these aggro plays. It's just coming down to having to straight up fight together, and they're at such a disadvantage there with just the one rifle. Player with a Sheriff, it's just not enough. Into this next round, I wanted to see this up at some point. Finally, the economy has gotten to a place where RRQ can actually purchase it, give it to Jemkin. This is going to have to be the crux of their success. To win a couple rounds in a row, get back in this half that has fallen completely out of their grasp. Try to win their map pick to take us to Lotus.
Wolves really trying to check every single corner here. They're definitely conditioned to Jemkin playing up close in Nest, and a player playing low from pipes.
That is going to force him down to the low ground.
This is it.
They just, again, want to slow things down, take this space towards A, then work into the exec. Drone does spot out Sufat. Good info to see the Sova there, and that's actually going to call a rotate from B. Look at Monette, he's trying to get to A right now. The execute's coming through, Dizzy over the top.
Jemkin is forced back, finally off that line, has to drop low. Thrash could be a big problem for the Jet too.
I say execute's coming through. Wolves, they're content to just keep playing it slow. Wait for this Thrash. Here we go. Now it's on.
YU sees the Omen TP away, spots two players in. Rafter knows that's probably enough to be going on with. It's Juicy into Nest. Crazy Guy doesn't have a chance to get eyes on him now. Juicy appears out of nowhere in the low ground. And Jemkin was forced off the side with his op. Desperately trying to get this weapon in his hands. And he's put it to use against Spring, but he remains on the outside looking in. And now Juicy is not done! Cutting a bloody swap through all of RRQ, such that Monette at 5 health. He's got no business even trying to win the round for his team. RRQ are going to drop a third consecutive round.
Too scared to even attempt to go save that op with the low HP. Playing it safe, getting out with the rifle only. Jemkin gets one, but it's too little too late when he does.
At this rate, Wolves are going to buy almost for the rest of the game.
No, the bank is absolutely outrageous for them. Spring going to have a Viper's Pit into this next round. You have Lysol 1 away from getting the lockdown. Juicy at some point pretty low on the scoreboard for Wolves, and now the most kills in the server at 19. He has been outrageous, and his story is just incredible. I mean, ascending years ago with Crazy Guy on his team, but being unable to play due to not being eligible with his age, forced to wait until this year, can't get a team to join in Pacific, has to join Wolves, the team that had zero expectations, were written off by the community coming into this, and just can't stop winning. The confidence is flowing. Like Sufa said, he has no fear of being eliminated. They've defied their own expectations already, and they just want to see how far they can take it. It's unbelievable that they've gotten to this point.
And Wolves, they want to keep that underdog moniker for as long as humanly possible. But after a game like this, I don't know how easy that's going to be for them to maintain. They are toppling some incredible teams, but I've got to say RRQ would be by far the biggest, most high-profile notch in their belt ever. And they pick Ascent against them. The audacity to choose RRQ's best map to start the series, and they take them to task. They're doing the same now on Icebox. Jemkin might not get it all back in his hands. He's saving this round for perhaps exactly that reason.
RQ are just thrust into another tragic by Monyet with a hero rifle that he saved from that last round. Perhaps here, if they can get a cheeky kill, there will be an opportunity to commit the ultimates that they have. Cushy is getting close to that Hunter's Fury as well, just one orb away now. Jemkin is pushed up. He wants to take another first engagement, but it looks like he's just going to be flashed off this line by YU, and you're going to have Juicy swing out of this dark cover. Here it comes, forced to retreat.
Cloudburst gets him out, but Jemkin wants to linger. Knows that if a player pushed up and a weapon upgrade was offered to him, he'd gladly make use of it.
These lurks from Wolves have been getting so much impact as well. Spring has just picked his moments, really bided his time until the exact timing to spring the trap. Dizzy over time, it catches Cushy at 410, dangerous, but the dark cover will keep him protected, allow him to retreat.
Yeah, and Juicy doesn't really want to test it. Despite RRQ being on a weaker buy, Spring also could try and... Bro, what? The mosh pit for Crazy Guy! That is a devastating loss. Koshi now is going to start hunting for something. The clock is starting to bleed. Wolves are really slowing the pace down.
It feels desperate. They're letting RRQ scramble, fear the oncoming hit, get into bad position. Sufa ready to swing. The lockdown is coming through. What a kill from Cushy.
Credit out. It's going to be a lockdown for the attack side as well. Both are going to be active. Wingman's going to go and try and get a plant down, and Spring tries to get involved from mid. Juicy is there!
One enemy remaining.
And it's on Monyet. Again, he's forced out of it. This time, though, he has got no choice. He's going to deliver some pure magic for RRQ.
That was absolute chaos with the double lockdown. The Wingman getting broken. Monyet pressing forward. Duel against Lightstor. Dangerous to even offer him that opportunity.
Now they know. They know exactly where Monyet is. Over to the sky, there's an attack, but Juicy delivers yet again!
He has been lethal on this attack side, or running over RRQ.
Wolves with multiple opportunities now to close out the match. And Juicy's at 22 and 14. Lights out of the last few rounds. Viper's Pit for a Wolves post-plant. It's time for RRQ to pull out all the stops.
For all the hype that Jemkin has gotten coming into this tournament, Juicy is showing us who the real hot prospect coming out of Pacific is. He has been unreal. Crazy Guy forced back by the Dizzy, and it's Juicy over top again.
And it's on Jemkin. The first kill architect for RRQ, the star player, already silenced. Nothing's going right for this #1 squad from APAC.
And it seems like we're just going to go back to this same recipe for success from Wolves. They're slowing it down outside of A. Patience. Allow RRQ to make a mistake and then swing over the top. There's the Dizzy. Juicy get the bait temporarily.
Good patience. pinged out by the recon bot and doesn't want to try and push the issue, but Kushi's already out of the picture. Sufat is chilling on the nano swarm, wants to get that space. Why are you coming forward and now it's getting a little bit sloppy? Monyet and Xfero, last two standing.
One enemy remaining.
And it's all on Xfero to keep RRQ in the upper bracket. They don't know he's here. Sufat down on the timing. This will have Lysor's head on a swivel though. Turret to play with. All of his util at his disposal. Can Xfero solve the puzzle? Around the corner, Lysor and Juicy doubled up. Juicy in a position to trade should Lysor get information on Xfero's spot. He's on the move! And RRQ trying to run with the Wolves. Left in their dust. Your main characters of Masters Toronto are still on the hunt.
The dream run continues for the team that no one thought would even make it out of the Swiss stage, now into the upper semi-finals. The third seed from China looking like the best team in the region, and it's undisputed. What Juicy just did to his ex-teammate and Crazy Guy, shutting down Jemkin, the most hyped duelist coming out of Pacific, was sick. That attack side run he was on, so many multi-kills, just shooting up to the top of the scoreboard, finishing with 23 for 14, 8 first bloods. Are you joking? He is him. He's so different.
And it just seems like there's some magic about this Wolves roster. Almost like it's meant to be. Who will stand in their way? For now, we're going to go to the Golden Boy down on the stage for a Verizon post-match interview with the man, Lysor.
All right, guys, give it up one more time for the Wolves! Unbelievable stuff. Lysor, Poppy, come over here, buddy. Hold on. Let me get you. You guys go ahead, meet the adoring audience. Holy moly. Once again, what a way to close that one out. Lysor, you talked about not having confidence coming in to this game, to this event, but you just ended that match with 4 kills, and it looked beautiful. How do you feel right now, buddy?
因为其实你之前也有提到过，在来到这回多伦多大师赛的时候，可能确实有的时候没有那么自信。但是刚才在这场比赛里，也是以一个你的4杀结束了战局。那现在感觉如何呢？现在觉得自信吗？
我现在感觉非常开心。然后刚来到这个舞台的时候，怎么说呢？心里头确实怎么说，感觉不够自信。后面我的教练告诉我相信自己，然后我兄弟们也告诉我，他们也听我，我真的很开心。 我现在感觉很自信，我很相信团队，我也相信自己，我觉得我们会继续赢下去。
I think I'm really happy right now.
Yeah.
I remember when I first stand on this stage, I was not confident at all. But my coach told me that you are good enough. You need to trust yourself. And also my teammates always encourage me, and we trust each other. We encourage each other.
Yeah.
And right now, I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty confident. And I'm pretty sure we are going to go forward in this tournament.
Well, I think with that result there, he should be feeling confident. Ain't that right, Toronto? Unbelievable. Now, we have to mention, oh yeah, there you go, well done. Now, we have to mention, RRQ chose you guys. So how, I guess, did you feel when you saw RRQ make that selection? Was the team like confident that this would be a victory for the Wolves?
因为其实在这场比赛里是 RRQ 先选择了你们嘛，所以也想知道在 RRQ 选择了你们之后，你们大概是什么样的感受？然后同时你们会觉得能赢下他们吗？
他们选我们以后，我就感觉我们能赢吧。我很自信，我也很相信我的团队，我觉得我们能力可以赢下去。
To be honest, after they chose us, I think I'm really confident that we could beat them.
Yeah.
As I said before, we trust each other, and I really trust my teammates. I think we could beat RQ in this matchup.
Hey, and you most definitely did. But the last thing I want to ask, we keep seeing you stand up after every round, every moment. How do we get you to do something else? How do we get you to like talk trash or maybe just throw some shade at the other team?
因为其实我们可以看到，在比赛里，你一直不断的在站起来，几乎每一回合你都会站起来嘛。也想知道，除去站起来以外，可能你有的时候会不会做一些其他的东西，比如说说一些垃圾话，或者说做一些什么样的手势呢？
可以带一些手势，我觉得是怎么带，我是看感觉。如果我感觉来了，我带手势；然后我感觉来了，我就站起来，因为感觉很开心嘛。
I think I could do something else maybe in the upcoming matches, and it's all depend on my feelings. Sometimes I feel like I want to stand up, and sometimes I feel like I want to do some gesture to our opponents. It depends on the feelings.
Oh, well, I look forward to seeing what you come up with, buddy. Guys, give it up one more time for Lysor and the Wolves! Send it back over to the desk.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance to get.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm up the shit with my brother. I'm up the shit with my. I'm up the shit with my brothers. Keep lethal weapons and Glover. Push make a young nigga thugger. You know best friend is a cover. Girl on me bouncing like flubber. Boy young with money like Stunner. 300 a pint pour all summer. Shoot on sight if you fuck with my come up. Your boy got a license to start this. Shoot on sight isn't right, but we gunning. Sippin' Sprite pour all night at the function. Yeah, we bump 21, ain't no jumping. Through the X and the X did the dumb shit. Said I rock one-on-one how I've done shit. In your eyes, see you jump if I smoke this. Bump an X when I flex for the youngin'.
Your boy got a license to start this. Shoot on sight isn't right, but we gunning. Sippin' Sprite pour all night at the flight at the funk. Pull up to the club. Pop that.
I can't do this right now.
Boy got a license to start this. Shoot on sight isn't right, but we gunning. See the spike all night at the fight at the funk.
I came to rock.
None of the #1 seeds have managed to pick up a single map win so far at playoffs, and it's time to see if EMEA's only hope, Fnatic, can break that curse against Gen G. I am your host, Youngsun, and I'm back here with Mimi and Kakuka. It feels weird to say that sentence out loud, but this is probably the most difficult matchup a #1 seed has had to face so far this tournament.
If you were to tell me this is seed 1 versus seed 1, after they've won and finding out that each other in the upper bracket, I would 100% believe you, because the form that we've seen from Gen G is not of a second seed, is not anything but first seed.
Yeah, and you almost got to feel for Fnatic, because this is now the second time that, you know, everyone gets to pick their matchup. They're going to be so happy. And Fnatic is forced to pick Gen G. They have no choice for another tournament, Yinsu.
They need to send Ben next time, because Kojo failed, Milan failed. I think Ben with the Irish luck could maybe help them. But you've heard it from Munchkin as well in that daily teaser. It's because everyone else is too scared to pick them. They're cowards.
That was absolutely cold from him. But you have to agree, most of the teams would looking at Gen G and their run that they had through the Swiss stage, and you would think, I do not want to go up against them, especially since they have warmed up and we haven't. And this picture sums it up. Koju, back in time, what was it, in Shanghai?
It was, yeah, it was.
And then Milan the other day just, you know, left with that.
Just the 1,000-yard stare holding on to the Gen G logo there. Yeah, it is a very tough matchup to draw. Gen G only lost 20 rounds across their Swiss stage run. In my opinion, they look like the strongest team coming out of Switch. They had to switch into some new compositions, but they just went right into double smokes, a lot of solo Sova, and I feel like Texture, as a player, he's so good in that kind of meta. When he's been at his best, he doesn't need a ton of initiator utility. He's so self-sufficient. One Sova dart and that can just win it.
For most people that don't remember this, Breeze, Fnatic had the chance. They were ahead. They could have won that 2-1. Kakuka, they ended up bombing out of the tournament, and you remember how much that got to Boaster. He cried at the press conference, and he even said that this is one of the lowest points of his entire career.
It's getting so close, especially once you've had a good year and then you're put at stake. Everybody's thinking if you are still the team that you once were in 2023, and if you can keep that up. But today, they have a chance to change history, to redeem themselves and do it against the same team.
And I think these teams respectively represent for Fnatic the best squad of 2023 if you look across the whole year. And it's like the same here for Gen G last year with the performance they had in 2024. But the history, that relationship between these guys is very much there, Yinsu.
For the people that don't know this is one of the probably biggest curses in VALORANT. The X team are expected to win this event, and Kakuka, it has worked.
It so many times.
It's worked for 2 out of the 4 tournaments that he's done this in.
I'd say that for every tournament you have to, you know, trust your gut. Why wouldn't you do it? Just play your luck.
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to work this time. I don't think even the power of the tweet is going to give Fnatic a win.
Gonna need a little bit more than a curse to beat Gen G in their current form.
Listen, if Achilles has missed a prediction, anything can happen today.
He actually did earlier. But let's talk about this Fnatic, because after kickoff, I don't think many people expected them to be back on the global stage with Kayak and Crashies. Crashies is back.
This is such an honestly like redemption year for Fnatic, right? After having a really tough 2024, losing out on Durka, not having Leo on the roster coming into this year. But despite all that, they have found fantastic players in Kayak and Crashies to fill that void, and they're back on top in EMEA. They're defining a lot of the meta ideas. This is the Fnatic that we were missing in 2024.
I love the balance that we're seeing. 3 made changes, at least in my head, from the Fnatic that we knew at the beginning of the year, and this one. Of course, El Mapari not being the head coach, now Milan and Scott in head coach and assistant coaches, respectively, in those positions. 1, Crashies having that resurgence, I think finding himself again, how he wants to play, how he can help this team, and the way that they have led Kayak to be the great duelist that he is today. He was amazing last year in Apex, but filling in the shoes of Durka is not something that anyone could do.
Yeah, a quick turnaround from like playing Ascension to now coming here and being on a top level with Fnatic. But there were questions how well Crashies would fit in, playing playing not with the Optic core for the first time, but by all accounts, he has been so good on this roster.
Yeah, and even at that arrival little slow motion walk, I've been to many, many events where Crashies has been there. I have never seen him slow motion walk that towards the camera with a smile. That is the only time I think on a global stage
That's
we've
what we
ever
do to
seen
people.
him.
We're like Canada. We
Yeah.
make people smile and nicer.
I don't think it's that. I think it's Boaster. Do you know what? I think it is. I'm going to give the people what they want. The Boaster Crashies bromance, the way every single time the camera goes to them, you can expect the silliness out of Boaster. But Kakuka, did you expect the whimsicalness coming out of Crashies of all people?
I think that since it was consistent from the beginning, I think that the fact that he was not having a good kickoff and whatnot did not affect the trust that Boaster had in him. It takes you from, I was there with you when things were not good, so now that things are good, I am so happy I'm still sharing it with you.
And you see both these guys are such accomplished players, but the character of Crashies is so different. Optic were always the bad guys, even before that when they were Envy, even past that when they were NRG. And now he's here with Fnatic and he's smiling, he's laughing, he's having a good time, and fans are loving him for it. And he's doing that while also playing pretty much as good as he was playing back on that championship winning roster.
Well, he himself said when he won EMEA, which by the way, he's never won a domestic trophy before until he came to EMEA, which is the weirdest thing to say. But Mimi, he said it himself, I actually think this is my prime. And now, you've also been there with the Optic, Envy, maybe even T1 Crashies back in the day. Would you agree that he's coming into this tournament at his prime?
If we're talking stage 1 form, I honestly believe it, right? Like, I'm still yet to see if he's going to surpass that form, because I think it has to come to performing at a global level, getting deep into playoffs like he did back on Optic. But the signs are there. His util's been great. He's clutching again. He's fragging again. He's smiling in the server. It's everything you want from Crashies.
And Kakuka, you get to do the easy job of selling to a global audience who Kayak is.
Okay, so if you do not know this player, last year he led his team to win Ascension and got to Apex, that 12th slot in EMEA. He got the offer from Fnatic, and again, filling up the shoes of Dirk, one of the, if not the most popular duelist in our region and in the world, definitely a top 3. From the beginning, he has been performing, being flexible in various and different heroes and fitting into the style of Fnatic. Now, hear me out. It was not easy, it was not always easy, but time and time again, they found solutions to every single issue. And he's very good on a stage. I think that having all this crowd here supporting him is going to do wonders for him.
He went plus 40 in kills during the EMEA Grand Finals. He was like the best statistical player of EMEA playoffs as well. But he is a really young guy. This is his first global tournament that he's going to be attending, and he obviously had an outrageous showing back in EMEA. So I think a lot of the questions for this tournament about whether Fnatic can win another trophy come down to if Kayak can show us that form he did back in EMEA. But with teammates like that, I think they can bring it out of him.
Yeah, and I remember back on Ascension, of course, at that grand final, he was so nervous. He choked, he underperformed. He had all these kind of rumors and labels of him being an onliner, but he's proved himself, proved everybody wrong already, like you spoke about. But the question is, though, Kakuka, is he going to be able to do that to Genji?
And especially the head-to-head that we were speaking of with Texture at the beginning of the day, when we think about the MVP raise, that bracelet that we're going to give at the end of the tournament, Texture has to be a name up there. But having some rookies, some new faces, players like Kaya coming into the match and into the tournament as the first seed, can they make the same impression that some other teams have been doing? Because Genji had an absolute wonder of a time during the Swiss stage. They had the most impressive performance I kind of expected, but especially when I think about Texture, and that head-to-head is going to be very interesting to watch.
Yeah, he was just so good throughout the Swiss stage. It was honestly just such a clean run for them.
Yeah.
Genji is one of those teams where you watch them and you feel like they can almost just like slow the rounds down super well. You never see them getting flustered. It's very rare for players to actually go and overheat. They're just on point with all of the basics, and then you add in some of the best individual aimers in Valorant to that mix and a great meta read, and you get a team who looks primed to go deep.
Yeah, and Mimi, so far the teams that have gone up against Genji have somehow forgotten that Texture can op.
Yeah.
They just ignore that for some reason.
I love him opping on Neon. He's one of like the only players that consistently does that past like Kiwi back when he was on.
Oh, wow.
It's a rare one.
I did not expect that
reference was
one.
for you,
Hey,
man.
oh, thank you very much, Remy.
But yeah, Texture was just a beast with the op. His rifling looked good. And honestly, I just love his reactions. Every time his ace gets stolen, he's popping off. He's making a show on that stage.
Look at this number. Texture got a kill in 76% of the rounds that he played with the operator. For you to give you some more of the numbers, he played operator out of the 72 rounds that he needed to qualify to this on 25. That is a 35 almost % of the rounds being played with the operator. So first thing for Fnatic, they know that that is going to be a winning condition for the side of Gen.G. How are you going to deal with that? But on the other side, if things are very evened out and the economy is not good for it, he might not have the weapon to use.
Yeah, it's been a few days since we've seen Gen.G on this stage, so let's hear from one of their players. Here is Foxy9 with Golden Boy.
Everyone, GB here alongside Foxy9 from Gen.G and of course the incomparable Jen Lee as we talk about this upcoming matchup here. And well, Foxy9, you've been in this situation before, but with a different team. What's the difference between your experience with DRX versus your experience now with Gen.G?
이제 작년에는 제가 팀한테 맞춰준다는 마인드로 플레이했더라면 지금은 이제 자유롭게 내가 누구인지 보여주는 것 같습니다. 하고 싶은 거 하는 것 같습니다.
I would say a huge thing would be a change of mindset. Last year with DRX, I was more of doing something that would help my team, something that, you know, would really help the team in a whole situation, right? But this coming in this year, I'm just here to prove myself, trying to shine, and I have more freedom to do whatever I want to do. So I think it was that mindset change.
Yeah, well, I think the results certainly speak for itself, Foxy9. Congratulations. Look forward to seeing you on the stage. Back to you guys at the desk.
It's so nice to hear that from Foxy9 because Mimi, he's been through it.
Yeah, I mean, his entire time with DRX, he was in this position of like getting benched, getting put back on the main roster, underperforming at global events. It seems like Foxy9 is the player from Pacific that we've always been waiting to see fulfill his potential, and he never really has. But at this event, he's really let go of some of those mental blocks, it seems. He's playing so well individually, he's having fun on the stage. It seems like Pacific Foxy is finally at a global.
Most important thing, Mimi, do not forget the deadlock. Seeing any player playing the deadlock the way that Foxy9 was doing it is very weird because you see yes, they put the utility down, they have so many things to do during the round, and Foxy9 still managed to find the kills, to find the impact in every single one of the senses in the round. So really looking forward to see what Gen.G is going to do in the playoffs now.
Yeah, and it's been such a long time since we've been able to call players like Foxy9 one of the best in the world, somebody that looked like they could lift a trophy. So it's going to be interesting to see how some of the players on the side of Fnatic, particularly Kayak, who's never played against any of these players before, handle that.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of pressure on Kayak, especially coming into this match. Gen.G is such a good opponent.
You gotta love Texture.
But I think Fnatic are gonna have that chip on their shoulder. They lost this last time. They want the revenge.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that because if you want to talk about rematches, it doesn't get more exciting than this one. We finally get to see what Fnatic can bring against probably the best team right now in this tournament. So let's send this down to the stage and bring out the teams.
Gen.G.
It's EMEA's only hope versus the team that none of the first seeds wanted to pick. This is a true heavyweight head-to-head.
And with so many teams from Pacific fighting for that trophy, Gen.G are looking for their second one. Now that they've made it out of the groups, they go up against the very best of EMEA.
Well, the only team of EMEA.
Yeah. Everyone else had a pretty disappointing showing from EMEA here. Omen map select is up, and I think Genji had kind of a tough question. Do you want to play on Split or do you want to play on Icebox?
Literally.
Both those maps are incredible for Fnatic, and they chose to leave the Split in, banning away Icebox.
Yeah, if you are not a Fnatic fan and you're not aware of this is something that we see in EMEA constantly. Banning Pearl, picking the Split. This tell is something that Genji is also going to have. If they decide not to go for the Icebox, they know that the Split is almost going to be a guarantee.
I also love the sides as well. If you guys didn't see that, Genji picked Haven and Fnatic chose to start on defense. And Fnatic picked Split, and Genji chose to start on attack. There's so many layers of mind games going in already, but you gotta feel, you know, a bit of copium for EMEA, because Fnatic getting Split and Haven as maps 1 and 2, you can't be sad about that.
I don't think it's Kopsu. I think those are just two of their best maps in this pool, and if Genji is going to beat them, doing it on those maps would be a real testament to how good this team is.
Yeah, if we think about the way that Fnatic have been interpreting this meta, yes, they've played some Tejo, but not a lot of it. It's not going to be as taxing as for most of the teams that we had in the tournament that were swapped into a complete Tejo meta. But if you think about Fnatic and the Haven, you think about that Yoru, that Yet, that double duelist, that has been a characteristic of them, and Genji has a read on that.
Yeah, both these first two maps, they're playing comps where Fnatic never had the Teo in the mix, but in my opinion, out of the Swiss stage, Genji was probably the best team at adapting away from the Teo. They played double smokes, they had Texture playing super well on the duelist, even with less initiator support. It was no problem for Genji.
And I want to quickly mention Alpha here, because this is the first time we're going to see him play on stage, no longer as a teenager. He's had his 20th birthday last week, and he's going to be able to play duelist for the first two maps if they don't change anything in terms of their comms. And again, if you're not familiar with them, Kukuka, it is not weird to see them not change their comms at all.
Absolutely. We're speaking about a team that likes to play it safe, and also because they've ridden the meta in so many maps. They find the key to what makes a composition very, very strong in any of the maps that we have in the game, and they stick to that. They make it work time and time again. And if it doesn't, they find a very, very quick fix. Now, on the side of Genji, do not forget, we're speaking about Fnatic and the Haven and whatnot. Genji obliterated MIBR on this map. It wasn't even funny, Mimi.
Yeah, 13-1. MIBR got smoked. And a lot of that came down to Texture on the Neon. The thing I'm watching out for, on defense especially, is how he plays with the off. He's a player who loves taking any space you give him, walking down C, walking down A, getting forward lines posted with that operator, but because he's Neon, he's still gonna have super fast rotates, can switch a rifle with a teammate, and use that stun and that slide to be effective in the retake as well.
And I just wonder how they can deal with the Viper Omen. Fnatic, this is the combo Viper Omen. You don't see that in EMEA, so they wouldn't have had a lot of practice on it, and they're not gonna change anything.
Oh, pretends to be shocked, meme.
Yeah, no surprises.
What are we gonna say? No surprises. No, absolutely. But we need to look at Alpha here as well. He is a great Sentinel, but even a better duelist. It's just in himself. It's just in his genes. He cannot help but being a difference maker in this map, Mimi.
I want to see Fnatic playing forward on their sites, not playing into retake quite as often, fighting up. But that's exactly what Double Duelist is great at. The pitfall of playing against Viper is falling back into these post plants, trying to flood through that orb. It's a recipe for disaster. But when you have Kayak and Alpha as the point men to fight into your opponent's space, I think that's a really good matchup for Fnatic.
Yeah, and I'm very excited to get into this game, and I bet you our casters will be very excited as well. One of them, you know him, he's been almost flawless in his predictions. We've definitely heard about it quite a few times. And the other guy who's standing next to him in just a moment is probably going to be sick of hearing how flawless his predictions has been. Of course, I'm talking about Achilles and Paperton.
He has been sick of it. He's very glad to see me finally falter in the Preds. But here we go. We have a Grand Finals caliber matchup here in theory between Genji and Fnatic. As we get ready to go into this one, they've only faced that one time prior back at Masters Shanghai where Genji was able to get the better of them.
Exactly. It's crazy how similar the storyline is between these two teams. Both teams have won a Masters. Both teams are coming in with 3 players of the core of those Masters still on the rosters, but they're swapping in a couple new players and looking to get another Masters trophy.
The barrier's dropping. Toronto, are you ready to kick off this series?
Just a slow creep up B here for Gen G. Not really trying to make much noise. Alfier in the back.
Shock dart forward, try to clear any util. Dart over the top, not gonna get a spot there on the ISO as the plant gets ready to come through. Reveal goes down, trying to track across there with the Sheriff. It's gonna be Alfier who ends up taking an immense amount of damage. Crashes, however, on the peak. In towards the A link. Finds Foxy 9, both are dragging. Finding.
Down
his current will fall. Ash able to get one. A little bit whiffy though on the follow-up. As Alfier cleans up the kill. Spike in hand, Texture sliding back. Needs to be able to try to escape here. There's the peak. Shield, however, gets the 2 taps. And leaves Kayak now all alone to try to clutch this out.
That early maneuver by Texture to slip the net in towards A link. Crucial here for Gen G. Some patience being shown by Munchkin, the IGL as well.
Staying tucked here inside of window. Kayak with no util to speak of, and Munchkin will just find the timing on the swing. Gen G striking first. They find the opening pistol on their map pick of Haven.
The Texture not letting go of what he was doing during the Swiss group stage. He was absolutely fearsome. And a 3K to start the pistol. He drops down from heaven and then just waits it out. Outguesses Fnatic there. And this is a comp that Gen G is experienced against. They played T1 in kickoff. They beat them on this map 13-5. So they understand this double duelist, this Yoru ISO comp, and how it wants to function.
And the desk was talking about it, how this is something that Fnatic's not going to be the most familiar with.
Correct.
We'll see if that does continue. It's a bit of damage out onto Crashies to start. Kayak taking some forward space in mid. We'll just end up gate crashing away as Crashies has to further evacuate this space at A long. Munchkin is just fearlessly storming forward.
Alfier with a Sheriff, though. Gonna come over, try to help out his Sova.
Does he sense that he's already this far forward into the site, missing each other now? Spotting it, Alfier does manage to find the headshot. Decent read, though, from Foxy 9. Catches the tucked-in Sova.
I'm out of here.
Cleans up the kill to bring it into a 4v4. Nano into the corner. Alfier needing the backpedal. Will be able to avoid that paranoia. It's even more damage through the smoke, and eventually Texture is able to find him. Flushing him into the open. Still the Sheriff in hand here for Foxy 9. Can afford to lose another player, can Gen G. We'll see what the game plan is going to be for Fnatic as they slowly creep forward. The 80th in. Oh my god, the second shot is absolutely disgusting. Karen will find the 2 as Gen G get the anti-eco.
Yep, and this is kind of a lot of what Gen G wants to do on the map. Let Munchkin roam around a bit, try to find that open space, try to find the weaknesses in the opponent's defense and make calls off the back of that. So even though he loses the fight, he knows there's only the ISO still on A. Calls the reinforcements over after Foxy gets the kill on the Crashies. And now we go into the rifle round here for Fnatic. The bonus for Gen G, pretty fearsome. In fact, an outlaw for Munchkin. A couple players going to be one shot to that. Guardians, always scary in the hands of Gen G players. Just kind of typical Sova stuff here on long A, just checking.
Clear the recon. Spot out there from Crashies, this time able to slide away without suffering any damage. That's Kayak, tucked in Cubby, staring down towards Sewer. Looks like the TP is smoke start coming through. One cycled out onto Heaven.
That's a quick clear of the drone there, and that's going to keep Gen G from wanting to scale into the site, at least initially. Take a little bit of time here to wait for Foxy. Kind of figure out what's going on over in Garage. Might be able to relay some information that things are relatively quiet. I've got a tripwire in front of me. That's going to be the plan here. Just wait a little bit, and then they can clear that trip and spring their trap.
All quiet on the seaside front, and Gen G, they do like the pump fakes of Fnatic. Not really sending any rotations quite just yet, so everyone going to get in position here at Garage as well as Long. Clear the trip, get ready to go. Smoke's now coming through. Tells Fnatic everything they need to know. Bit of a gap here on that smoke, and Texture will get caught off guard by it as Chronicle will find the opening kill here in the anti-bonus. Turret set up, and Texture being on the floor, always going to be positive here on the opposite side of the lobby.
Coming back.
Still got some firepower. A little bit of time, but Fnatic going to be coming from a lot of different angles.
Camera's still situated. Go for the toggle, try to get a dart out, does so. Still not being cleared, but does actually get the spot on the Foxy9, so they know that he's going to be playing forward in towards the smoke. Not looking to spam around quite just yet. Foxy able to drag across one, cannot find the other. Ash, Karan now. The 2v3 quickly be felled. And that's going to be 3 players surviving as Fnatic deny the bonus conversion.
Boaster just sending a little love over to the other side of the stage, but this is really good stuff from Fnatic. Good patience, good retake, not really giving much up. I mean, I think here for Gen G, I don't suspect that smoke was intended to leave that extra little gap. A little bit of a mistake from Karan, but all's well that ends well. Fnatic, just a nice flood there.
I can't fist bump you.
You know, it's going to be pretty typical. Let the ISO go first, pops the double tap,
I can't
throw some
high five.
flashes,
I can go like this.
use the Sova util, and then just flood on in there.
Explanation of not being able to fist bump. Seems like high fives though, still on the cards. As Alarm Bot going to be situated here in window. Gen G wanting to keep tabs on these forward pushes from Kayak.
I think they're aware. They're trying to spam it down.
Bosa finding Munchkin. Just pushes forward and Seward does catch the enemy IGL. Critical target to be found. Viper out of play pretty much makes that A side unassailable because they don't have the wall to try to scale off of. Slow creep up with Texture around the corner. Gun Barrel might have been spotted, but out of here. Able to find Karan. So counter swing is there. Texture trades it back, but still going to be a player disadvantage here for Gen G as they get ready to have the spike planted. There's Fury going to be online. Question is, can Ash get to a disconnected position to try to actually utilize this? You already have Foxy9 watching long. Seems like Ash is going to have to stay put.
No smokes either.
Slow creep in, Texture. Swing around the back, able to find one. Recon at the ready, and it's going to be the triple approach here from Garage. Being able to note 2. Couple shots in. Get the spot out here in the Chronicle, but not too much damage taken. Regen armor refills. Paranoia going to be dodged. Ash pushed out. Fights for one. Swing. Texture cannot stabilize it. Boaster gets the better of it now. It's down to Foxy9. Tap on the defuse. Some spray to come through. And Chronicle to defend. Fnatic.
My ultimate is ready.
They tied things up 2-2 very quickly.
Yeah, a little bit of shakiness here from Gen G in some of their individual plays. Munchkin losing against Boaster. That's going to be an actually really crucial battle across this map. Is keeping track of Munchkin's position. It's a setup from Crashies with the recon dart. Very nicely done. And winning against Texture. No easy feat, as we have seen throughout this tournament. And that's huge for Fnatic.
Let's go, boys.
Boaster's really starting to pick it up in the fragging department. That was a great round for him. Just some big individual plays. And now Alfier has the ISO ult. And that is very scary. He is, of course, one of the best riflers out there. Texture making a little bit of noise.
Has the Phantom to try to lead the charge. Alfier at the ready here. And that undercut chips it through. Will get zoned back, so can't try to play off of it with any spam. Gen G quickly evacuate the area, slide back through window. But now you've got Kayak slid forward here. Ult going to be coming through. Kidnaps one away. In the meantime, this Yoru is striking. Kayak going to be good for 2. Munchkin's going to be taken down inside of the ultimate. Crashies on the peak from Sewer. Cleans up the other. Now it all just comes down to counter position noted. Fights back for 1. Worry about the flank coming down through A long. Has it from the shadows, but 1v3. Do you try to commit for that?
It'd be a big gamble. Sights are open on the other side of the map, but Chronicle's waiting.
Just holding the line. Karan drifting ever closer to it. Gun Barrel going to be spotted. And Chronicle's lurk pays dividends. That's going to be Fnatic now taking the lead 3-2. I think we're starting to see why they elected to go to that defending side first.
Yeah, this is a phenomenal setup here in terms of using the ISO utility. First, you use the vulnerable to back them off of B, and then you use the ult to help keep Kayak's position hidden. That is a really smart setup from Fnatic, and Gen G completely bamboozled
That's
by
what
it.
I like to see on the stage, baby. Nice, boy.
Absolutely.
Good,
Well,
clean
we've seen
fight.
how
Kayak.
important.
That's what I like to see on the stage, baby.
Get to hear it twice. How important these emotional leaders can be and have been for the teams thus far here at the tournament. He's going to be left wide open though. His fast line going to be set, but Fnatic quick to try to rotate over and get into position.
Camera's still there. Hasn't been identified. for Gen G.
Wire there on the floor, does get cleared, and Kayak, again, coming away with the goods, but Munchkin's gonna be dead. Crashy sends out the Hunter's Fury, he's looking for the double pump, and he will have it. Foxy9 taken down as well. As Texture falls, Caron spraying and praying, trying to get the enemy Yoros full flashed out. The wide swing is not gonna bear fruit this time. 4 rounds in a row, Fnatic starting to run away with this defending half.
Yeah, the util combinations are really, really strong for Fnatic right now. The Hunter's Fury there, brilliant. Right as the plant is being attempted, yeah, I mean, you could see in some of the hesitation from Gen G, they knew something was coming their way, and they couldn't dodge it all the same. Another big win out on the flanks against Munchkin. He is generally very, very difficult to deal with. He's very tricky, very wily in his movement, and his aim is incredible, but so far, Fnatic has done a great job handling him.
Kayak, what is the second shot? Instantaneous with the readjustment, and that leaves Texture Caron dead on the floor. And any hope of pulling off a thrifty here has very quickly been shut down.
I mean, we've seen it in EMEA, how electric Kayak is. That right there, just a microcosm of what he's capable of. Just phenomenal.
Munchkin's been given some space to try to push up, but again, with a Stinger at range, Crashy's on the jump peak. Able to find value here. Highly unlikely.
That's going to be really tough. Even thinking a 3v5. Much hope here for Gen G.
Spotted there. Munchkin does manage to push forward, finding one. Snakebite not getting the connection here, and Crashy's does. And shot flies through. Despite really realistically unable to be planted here for the moment. Ash able to find a little bit more impact. Alvear with the shield will go ahead and lead the charge. Continuing to shove them back. 5-2 now. It's Gen G. We're gonna have to be contemplating a potential timeout.
Yeah, I really think you ought to take one, at least just to give the players a little bit of a breather here. Kind of cool Fnatic's Jets. And the way they're stringing this util together on these retakes is so, so good. So many times we're seeing Gen G players have to shoot the clone because there's a flood of players coming through an angle, and they're trying to lock it down with just one. There's going to be a lot of ults here. Still the dimensional drift for Kayak, but on Gen G's side, 3 really important ones. You never know when Caron's out might come into play. Texture sitting on his overdrive for quite a while.
Quick TP, and okay, Munchkin getting the read on this push out. Able to find Kayak. Lobs in the poison orb as Shock Dart try to clear out some of this util. Still a trip set up, and here in the front, but help is going to be pre-fired. Foxy9 just come away with that elimination. Jump up over the top of your plat, both through the upper, just trying to get something going. Dexter does manage to deny him. Smoke dissipating at Garage. And it's just a firing squad waiting on the opposite side. A flawless round as Munchkin steps up to the plate, gets himself a 3K. It's Gen G break the win streak, close the gap. Now just 2 rounds.
Yeah, a much needed round here for Munchkin and Gen G. Able to just outguess his opponents. Just kind of understanding their tendencies where they've got a big lead, so they might try to get aggressive on the flanks. And he's just gonna hold the angle. Quick spam early. Boaster with the operator, couldn't find any value from the back of plat. That's a huge pickup for Gen G. Didn't have to expend many ults, just Caron's was used there.
Quick feet, quick trigger. Gotta
Maybe
go.
didn't even need to be used, but now you've got a neural theft for Chronicle. Kayak still with the dimensional drift.
Relay to try to persuade. Double stack setup. Looks like he's spotted a boat. Slides in. The stun is there. Texture has hold of the Crashy. Over in main. Gonna be caught with util in hand as Texture scoops up his 3K. The Crashies, the damage dealt there on the intercept is absolutely monstrous.
Kayak so fast here on this rotation. Is Gen G gonna be ready for it?
In all likelihood, no, but Texture is staring over towards the angle. Eyes on it from the hell position. As now they have it confirmed. Swing out, Ash finds a headshot. Dimensional drift has come through, but Kayak is now left to his own devices. Cuts back just around the box. Trying to set up here on the pop flash.
Decoy.
Sends the fake, finds the first. Isolated now. Fastlane going to be set, trying to fish him out. Tiny bits of damage dealt, 8 bullets remaining in the bag. Gets the spot out. Texture just trying to play with time. Eats a ton of damage. And he will sprint away down into the cubby. Needing to have the defuse, but Texture will be there. And Mr. 4K shows up in round number 9. As Gen G nearly have the rug swept from beneath them, but they're able to find their footing.
What a bonkers round. It looked like this had Gen G written all over it, and then Crashies catches 3 players right on the timing there. They're looking to clear util. And then Texture had enough, and he played that brilliantly at the end, using that neon movement to buy the extra time he needed to make sure that that defuse had to be stuck. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I want to see out of these two teams.
Kayak's done it again!
Down mid.
Cutting through.
You can't flush him out of this spot. He's just too clean at it.
Gonna have to throw some util his way.
Toxins going up.
Can't just outduel him there. Oh my.
What's that mid to box aim labs session that he's got set up? Unbelievable. Just like that, might have taken away any momentum. The Gen G were starting to build up.
Blinding.
Roaster sends the paranoia. Quick tuck in. Crashes to reposition. Continue going for the peaks, and that smoke, he's able to still get a glimpse of them both. Foxy able to still go ahead and further confirm the presence of that Omen up over top of the box.
No aggressive maneuvers from the rest of Fnatic. Both Alpha and Kayak still sitting. The press forward by Gen G.
Trying to get the pre-fire there is Munchkin, but Crashes goes unpunished. Foxy not gonna push, however, is able to find one, but Chronicle quickly
30
does
seconds
shut
left.
it down. You've got the 4 players from Fnatic, so basically here on site and standing tall. Karan forced to run away, and with just 20 seconds remaining, not much of a go to be made here. We'll just stay tucked and try to see if he can pick off anybody, keep his life intact, but otherwise Fnatic maintaining the lead, getting themselves to 6 here on this defending side. Back on the hunt, couple seconds still to spare. As the clone goes through, Karan well aware of this position, but is very quickly going to get overwhelmed. Fights back for one. So there's the swing, gets the other, but Crashies eventually will be able to collect.
That's huge. A little bit of economic damage done there by Fnatic. Could come to haunt Gen G. Still a lot of money sitting behind Texture.
My eyes.
Disgusting.
Absolutely ridiculous, Kayak. If you're gonna challenge that angle, you're gonna have to come up with some other answers for it for Gen G, because he just is too darn good, and timeout actually gonna be popped by Gen G to talk about what's going on. I mean, a lot of it's just, I think, a little bit of overconfidence from Gen G, trying to take some of these early fights that they were winning handily throughout the Swiss stage. You know, they were so dominant in so many different aspects of the game that now you need to kind of tighten up the screws a little bit. Let's get back to some basics. Let's start making sure that we're using some util, being a little bit cleaner with our spotting before we go for these maneuvers, because challenging some of these Fnatic players has often resulted in losses for Gen G.
I mean, to put the run through Swiss into perspective a bit, they've already lost a 1/5 of the rounds that they've lost across the 2 series to get into the playoffs.
Yeah.
Only dropping 20 round losses in those sets versus MIBR, versus Paper Rex. They were looking red hot. Fnatic, though, cooled them off a bit so far. So timeout call has to be used, because Gen G know how important getting the remainder of these rounds on the attacking half is going to be, and they know that they are facing into 4 ultimates in the hands of Fnatic.
Absolutely. You want to talk about how to maneuver yourselves around that Hunter's Fury, around the ISO ult in particular. You know, have plans. You know, you'd love to get Texture into that ISO ult. That's obviously kind of one of your main goals. Alpha playing so far forward there. They're going to challenge this angle again.
Here comes Kayak. There to try to back him up, and they're just lining up. Picking targets, finding value. Karan does manage to trade one, so the ISO ult not going to be a concern here in the round, but can save that for the final to half.
I'm out of here.
This fast lane sent, Texture at the ready. Slides forward, catches a spot on it. Chronicle, and eats a ton of damage. Dink right through the corner as they try to flush him out of this position. Chronicle not quite going to be able to fight back for any more than that.
Can't even get the plant down, though. So much util being thrown their way. And there's a wide wrap from Crashies.
Seems like they want to try to fight their way out of this position, but now Gunbarrel has been spotted, and Foxy Knife tripping right into the crosshair.
Spike down.
This Kayak just tears them limb from limb, round after round. Karan now with everything to do to try to make this timeout find some value, but Crashy's on this reposition. Seems like it is loosely read, but no. Peeks into the link, meets his demise. Fnatic guarantee a lead at the half as they hit 7.
Last round in the half.
And even more devastating here for Gen G. Their economy was shattered. They are only going to be able to buy a couple rifles coming into this. Do not have a ton of cash in the bank there. And Fnatic has done a phenomenal job here to start, and they're coming in with all ultimates to bear. Everything you could ever want here for Fnatic. And Gen G is a real uphill battle coming into this round. They have a couple of their own, but they got to get there. They got to get to the plants. They can't keep challenging this mid position.
Deck is certainly stacked against him, and already Foxy9 eating damage on entry. Kayak once again feeling good about this position, and he is finding value once more. Ash clipped to the side of the head, 7 health here on the Sova. Poster gonna go for a quick peek. Checks in over towards Sewer. He's managed to catch a glimpse. Time a bit of a fake entry, fast lane, drone over the top. Here, able to tuck back, clear of the tripwire. But no closer to getting off plant here are Gen G.
Oh boy.
Alpha Kayak now stacked up into the garage. The swing about to come through. Gunbarrel's going to be spotted into the dimensional grip. Goes Kayak, he's able to escape. Houdini himself does end up costing Alfia's life as the Hunter's Fury's now coming through, just trying to guide them here towards success. Tucks in the cubby over at Long. Karen going to be taken down as Crashies is able to find that kill. Kayak looks to try to get the jump here on the Munchkin. Will be able to do so. The headshot, instantaneous. Chronicle here at backside. They have no idea.
Spike down, C.
It's Foxy9, the lockdown committed. The gate crash at the ready. A fake into the smoke. It reads it well that it's not for real. And now it's going to be pinged down and taken down. 8-4, Fnatic. Looking like the savior of the first seeds thus far here on Haven.
It's a masterclass in mechanics and a masterclass in util usage.
Gen G's map pick. Gonna need to do some heavy lifting as they swap over to the defending side, but for now, Fnatic look electric. We'll see you guys on the other side of halftime.
Face your death, cause you play the roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
At the half, Fnatic looking fantastic on Gen G's map pick of Haven, clearly doing their homework. More importantly, looking to avoid the fate that has been suffered by every other first seed team.
No, this was just a tremendous half. As we take a look at the Coinbase Econ report, you can see there Kayak was absolutely farming, Crashies as well at 90. This is phenomenal stuff. The individual skill displayed there, in particular with their rifling, those Vandals were screaming. And Gen G just had no response, it felt like. I mean, a couple rounds there, yeah, Texture gets his, but outside of that, this was a dominant half from Fnatic. And if they could take this pistol here, looks like they may be able to sweep Gen G's map pick away from them.
They're gonna feel very good going into split because it's a map that we have not seen that much from Gen G. Let's see what happens, though, as we get ready to dive back into the action. Kayak and Crashies very much leading the charge. 16 and 15 with just 7 deaths on each.
It's a huge push out for Gen G. 4 players strong. They are just going to slow walk it down.
Boaster alone watching on this side. Does get the headshot on the Munchkin, but it's going to be Munchkin getting the kill. Survives with 22, as that's going to lead everybody else pretty much sprinting forward into this A site. Alarm in the Nano. To be baited out. Fnatic seemingly reading the setup here from Foxy9. So now we'll go ahead and cut sound. Given the tendencies of Gen G, Fnatic can pretty easily rely on the assumption that they've gotten the rotate out.
Yeah, no. This is very good stuff from Fnatic. This is how they like to play a lot of their rounds, not just pistols, but in general. They're looking to bait some utility out of you. They're looking to get a little bit more info, and they got that. They got that KJ util out of the way. They're going to try to make their way B.
Wall isn't raised. Swing peek coming through. Ash able to find one instantly as Kayak can take it down, and Texture finds Alphier. Paranoia, since Crashy's reeling back. Wrapping around in towards Garage. Slow walk up from Chronicle. Just trying to see that they haven't skipped any beats here. Crashy's going to be caught, however, as there's the spot out to the final player with the spike now on the floor. Chronicle certainly has his work cut out for him as all of Gen G get clustered together. A couple taps in, the wide swing out, Chronicle. Good for one. Can't find the rest. Gen G will take another pistol win.
It's crazy to think how important that pistol round win is for Gen G after winning their first, but this one, a nice call by Munchkin. This is just really good understanding of their opponent's tendencies. And you'll see this all the time in EMEA with Fnatic, where it's push and pull. It's find a little bit of util advantage one side of the map, go back to the other side, see what's going on there. Gen G's Munchkin reading that a lot of the way. They even get the first kill on the Boaster there, sending that 4-player push out.
Speaking of Boaster, might be looking to get a little bit cheeky here. As Shock Dart does find an immense amount of value. 3 players going to be tagged up. A little bit answered back onto Ash, who's going to pivot around. Quick check towards Sewers, but has some reinforcements coming through.
Deploying drone.
Since the drone has to go for the quick cancel. Munchkin able to find 2 as the bite connects, and Crashies does end up falling. And once again, it's going to be Chronicle. And this time, unable to find the kill on the Texture. It'll be a flawless as Gen G. Once again, we're able to find the anti-eco, but this is where the wheels came off in the first half.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it looks very good for Gen G in terms of some crisp shooting, some good decision-making, in terms of Ash not overcommitting here, and then using his util nicely. Munchkin, very on point as always with the Viper. Texture, good for the last 2 with the Guardian. So, okay. Not the end of the world at all for Fnatic, but it's the start Gen G needed for this half. Now we go into their bonus. Couple Bulldogs, couple Guardians, and a Stinger for Munchkin. And they're just going to play it a little bit slow off the rip. Are Fnatic, but Karan so far forward.
Karan is upping the pace. Boaster, if he just comes backpedaling out of this smoke, almost certainly is going to be dead to right. Karan, though, wants to swing and get a little bit more information. Still, he's going to be rewarded with the kill. On attempt at the ADS, Boaster does manage to come out on top. Not eliminated, but that's one of the dual-pronged tips of the spear. It does get taken down, but Texture similarly going to fall. Timing does come across. Munchkin able to go ahead, collect that elimination. Scoops up the weapon. We backpedal through the wall to safety here on the B site. Keeps it down to a 3v3.
Great read by Munchkin, understanding that more often than not, Chronicle's going to be on his own, and on a bonus, it's well worth the risk to go for that gun. Very nice play. Helps even up the weaponry advantage. Foxy9 potentially going to be tasked doing a lot here, but a little bit of a misguess by Fnatic on where the KJ util would be. And that's bought them a little bit of extra time and even got the drone committed by
Doesn't
Fnatic.
Catch Foxy on this angle. Alphier then gets caught off guard.
30 seconds left.
There's going to be more pressure coming out of the garage. Munchkin swooping in from behind. Paranoia going to be avoided with the dart. He's able to find that ping, but it doesn't matter. It seems as Munchkin in the perfect place at the perfect time, and Gen G this time get the bonus conversion.
The game sense on Munchkin is incredible. He had a little bit to say there to Fnatic at the end of it, but Karan, at least good for the one and done. But that play right there by Munchkin changes this round. And he's able to find that flank angle as well. Foxy9 Just great positioning there. Getting his kill, using his turret to back off into safety to make sure he doesn't give himself up for free, to set up his IGL to swoop in from behind. And now it is going to be Fnatic's turn to take a timeout, talk about how exactly they want to approach this attacker side from now on, because it looks like Gen G's got a phenomenal read.
Coming alive, and I mean, we knew coming into this that this was going to end up being a battle of the brains between Munchkin and Boaster, trying to get the read, trying to get the download on each other's tendencies.
Absolutely.
Seems like so far, reads favoring the defending IGLs.
Yeah, I thought maybe Fnatic would have some good util combos like we saw on that defender side, that you could kind of go in lockstep with the ISO and the Yoru to really break open some sites, get some picks. So far, Gen G's had all the answers. They've been matching Fnatic's movements really nicely. Having kind of that extra player in the right place at the right time. That kill in a Chronicle, for example, so far has been very impactful. It's going to be a Guardian for Ashe. Everybody else has rifles. Some stingers.
Yeah, some reconsiderations here from Fnatic.
Okay, they're investing a bit into this round.
A bit more oomph behind it.
Standing ahead.
Boaster again with this early TP into a smoke, looking to see if anybody's going to try to take advantage of that long A angle twice, but deep recon dart doesn't catch anybody from Fnatic, but let's see if they want to try to take a little bit of space off the back of that. There's going to be a smoke put down by Karan, pinged out by Fnatic, a little bit wary. Maybe somebody's trying to, tuck behind these smokes. That's something Munchkin would 100% do, especially with his toxic screen available as a potential escape tool. So got to be very diligent, like what I'm seeing from Boaster and Fnatic. Really good awareness of some of Gen G's tendencies.
I have the spike.
Less than a minute remaining. A couple players about to cut their way out through window here. There's a Kayak eating the dart. Gate crash now going to be sent forward as Alfier sent on solo exploration up towards this B site. Wall going to be raised once again, but Texture clearly anticipating this pressure. Backs off, has Munchkin on the flank there at the A connector, but see the ping coming down. Fnatic are reading this well.
30 seconds left.
Up to be cycled. Bam, opened up to try to find anything, but nothing widely found. Texture has to back away. To think that maybe it's going to be a reposition, but Munchkin does still manage to find Boaster. Outdoing him here, and now that pivot is going to be coming through. Just 13 seconds remaining here on the clock. Foxy9 still going to be situated on the side. Texture here inside of the window, and Foxy9 looks to try to cut them down to size. Finds another to swing out. Chronicle able to find it, but the round is already over. The time is gone. And Munchkin will grind them into a fine pulp as Gen G continue now tying things at 8-8.
Yeah, I mean, you could see the layers in this round for Gen G. Getting a good read here that this was going to be B. Texture playing this really nicely, being very cautious, giving anything up for free. Using that smoke from Karan to set up the spam angle for him and Munchkin, and then the quick pivot over through Garage when time is so limited. They know that even if they get identified by the Sova util or the Cypher util, they can just keep challenging them, just keep delaying them, and that's all that matters. Now Texture has the op. Desk was highlighting it, how important that has been, and how impactful Texture has individually been with this weapon.
Chickle peeking out from Kayak, not going to be spotting anything. Texture, though, in deep, and there's going to be multiple players on the opposite side of this one. Still just a beat in. Oh. Kayak has the shot. What an opener. Puts Neon down on the floor. Gen G now
ahead.
Gonna be scrambling a bit. Recon around the back does get multi-person ping out. Drone chasing forward, getting the spot there onto Ashe. Forces him to reposition back. To undercut Paranoia, both going to be sent. Ashe waiting to try to regain his util, turns from the flash. Some shots coming through, the wall going to be raised. And Boaster out from Sewer, able to find that kill. Now the neural depth is going to be lobbed in as well. The reveal is there, Munchkin. Nothing more to be done but die. Gets taken down. It's on Foxy9 and Karan to try to see if they can turn the tides of this somehow in a 2v5. But Fnatic are absolutely entrenched. It seems like there is no displacing and no chance, no willingness to try to go for this. Fnatic in flawless fashion, barring a hunt and a kill, look to go ahead and regain the lead by 1.
Yeah, and Fnatic finding success off the back of another just unbelievable opener from Kayak. He is so sharp. Unbelievable find for this Fnatic team. And they just had a good read on where Texture might be. And they just caught him off guard. And that's not easy to do. Very, very nicely handled by Fnatic. And I mean, it just feels like in this matchup that first kill is so important because the fundamentals on both of these teams are so good that they're not going to make any more mistakes after that. You can see there with Fnatic, it was the util to follow up there. Once they got revealed by the recon drone, it's a drone of their, or the recon dart, a drone of their own. And it is going to be, I think, a reinvestment into the operator here.
Yeah, enough cash to be able to afford it, so Texture just managed to get another. Go for a retake. The overdrive is still going to be there. Gen.G a bit ahead when it comes down to this ult cycle, given that they have 2 at the ready. Still a ways to go for some of the more critical ones here for Fnatic.
I'm going to put him at C this time.
Revealing area.
It's going to be Chronicles territory. Seems like they miss each other a bit, and the cam just ends up having to be cleared.
See if Karan's got the read on Boaster's positioning in these smokes. He's been doing this almost every round.
Turns from the flash, and this time they're not quite prepared for it. Boaster does manage to get a bit of damage in. Trying to flush him out. Karan needing to fight his way out. The bad situation is unable to do so as the pit is going to be invested from Munchkin, blocking off this long position. Double tap shield expiring. Alpha trying to chase forward, trying to find that. As Chronicle needs the entry into Garage, but Foxy9's got the close angle held. That gives the player advantage here to the side of Gen.G.
This is such a tough choice for Fnatic. No idea where the operator is.
Ash holding close. Check over the top of Boaster. Being spotted, spammed down through the box.
Revealing area.
Recon through the opposite side of the wall. No, doesn't go deep enough to actually get the pings here. It's their own recon ping. Next on the Ash in the wall. Helps keep him protected, and Munchkin's got the crossfire. Just peeking out of the pit. 9-9. We remain tied up here between these two teams.
You can see that Fnatic had an idea that maybe somebody was pushed up at long A again. Kayak just not quite ready for it. Boaster able to finish the job, but Chronicle gets caught trying to lurk again. Gen.G so unbelievably patient sometimes. Foxy9, one of those guys you think about, you know, aggressive play, good mechanics, but with his new role on Gen.G, he has really shown tremendous ability to just wait things out and make the right plays at the right time on the other sides of the map. That was one of those moments for sure. A little bit of a different look here for Fnatic, trying to contest some of this long A space, so a deeper smoke to give themselves a little bit of map control on that part. And they are just really curious if and when Gen.G is going to start to get aggressive. Drone to set up Texture.
This is the flick. Falls down to 10. He's able to slide out to safety. Smooth criminal there from him, but makes it that much riskier for him to try to get back onto a line. Munchkin at the same time swinging around here at the B side. Smoke going to be cycled over from Karan. Spam through the door, gets the nano out. Alarm bot still set up. Spot on the 1, and Alpha's going to be taken down. Over at C long, Karan clearly catching a glimpse, is able to spam him out in the end.
You know there's 2 on C. You've seen Foxy and Karan. This is what you're going to try to challenge.
30 seconds
Waiting
left.
for the moment. There's a great crash forward onto the side. Karan going to be blinded out. Foxy, however, top of Lumber, finding one. Spotting at the gun barrels, but cannot find the kills. Karan gets flushed out, but Munchkin again arriving, looking to be the hero! And it's going to be another multi-kill round from the captain of Gen.G as they take the lead 10-9.
The Munchkin, just complete confidence to swing into the site here.
He's top fragging the lobby.
Yeah, no. He's just reading these situations so well. Knows he's got to bail out Foxy. Oh, the transfer on that second one onto Boaster. A little bit of patience there to readjust on the Chronicle. And that is huge for Gen.G. You're going to keep the operator. You're going to have a couple ults, but more importantly, it's going to be an eco for Fnatic.
Eco attempt to try to come through. That ult cycle about to hit critical mass, though, for Fnatic. With that next buy round on the horizon. Should be very well poised to try to still hang in here. You're going to have that kill contract, the dimensional drift, at the ready.
Turret's in a bit of a different spot there for Foxy. thought about trying to play aggressive off of it, but Owl Drone back him off a bit. And they're just trying to confuse him a bit.
Oh. No, a little pre-fire does get some damage through. Kill still a ways away.
Fnatic
throwing some smokes at the ready. I mean, you have this full cluster up from Fnatic. It's just a matter of when do they pull the trigger on the attack.
Yeah, just trying to test the patience of Gen G here a bit.
Fight to the one side. Try to slow the approach. Undercut gets used. Munchkin watching. Charon clearly wary about this position. He's across. Gets the readjust to find the headshot on the kayak. Looking to try to push their way forward here on the side. Munchkin once again is looking to cut them down. Gets himself another 3K. And Gen G managed to shrug off the attempts of the Thrifty. Now one away from map point.
Man, Munchkin, he is on a mission here on this second half. Just unbelievable what he's accomplishing on this Viper. And his timings with his smokes are so good. The snake bites to just get that little bit of extra delay when he understands that Fnatic has to make a move. And that allows some extra players to shift into positions to make sure that the garage window angle is covered. You saw Charon deal with Kayak up there. Then him and Boxy9 again on that C site. It's a lot of him, let's be honest. It's a lot of Munchkin who's doing it.
Oh, absolutely. And not only does he have 21 kills, he also does have 10 assists. To play off of this Viper util very nicely.
Nice little double-double for Munchkin.
Texture probably wondering when he gets the opportunity to try to get back into this one. They've been avoiding him successfully, so kills haven't been found.
And I'm sure that's part of the game plan for Fnatic, right? Sure. Like, don't go at his operator. He wins a very, very high percentage of rounds when he has it. So let's try something a little different, and Munchkin's just having none of it. And going back to the last time these two teams faced at Shanghai, it was actually Munchkin who had the best KD ratio against Fnatic. So he really understands how to play against Boaster in this team.
Well, 4 ultimates still at the disposal here for Fnatic as we go into another buy round for them. Still, though, not the most comfortable of positions. As you can see, plenty of half armors needing to be purchased. What's the game plan look like here off the back of this is, uh-oh. We've been so good about this, guys. For myself and Paper Thin, who normally are a little bit cursed. But should be a quick fix so we can get ready to get back. This gives us some time to interact with you guys, though, here in Toronto. You having fun so far?
Hell yeah. Let's go.
I'm a little curious if I can get some votes by cheer. How many are going for Fnatic in this series? Woo. All right. And how many are going for Gen G?
Oh, pretty close.
You know?
Pretty close.
We're a little bit older. Our ears are waning, but I'm pretty sure that I heard the rounds going a little bit more for Gen G there.
I'll trust you. My ears are going bad. So.
Yeah, we'll get you to Costco, get you one of those hearing aids.
Yeah, please, yeah. This is really going to be an important round coming out of this tech pause, by the way. I mean, just to get you guys mentally prepared, there's a ton of ults for Fnatic. Like you mentioned, ults coming into cycle. They have everything but the neural theft. So it has to come through here. I mean, because right now, you can't afford to give up any more rounds over to Gen G. Fnatic's economy as well, going to be struggling a bit if they don't win this round. So
correct.
Yeah, you're kind of, as Boaster would say, squeaky bum time for Fnatic.
And even if they can get it, it needs to be pretty clean and not an overcommitment on these ultimates, needing to space those out. Try to get the maximum amount of value and spread them across the remaining rounds on this map. So do have some very critical ones to come through.
No doubt.
Kayak just trying to remain relaxed, poised, settled as we get ready to go back into the game here. Keep the nerves calm, stay focused.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's any team that can do it. It's Fnatic for sure. They are very battle-tested, very seasoned across the board.
All right, well, it seems like we might need a little bit more time. We, of course, got to hear from Munchkin, though, on Gen G's road to playoffs in this Omen player moment. Check it out.
사실 모든 페이퍼엑스를 상대본 팀 IGL들은 알겠지만 정말 일단 상대를 하게 되면 너무 스트레스 받거든요. 사실 페이퍼엑스라는 팀이 분석을 해서 되는 팀은 아니라서 순간순간 판단을 되게 중요시하게 여기는 팀이거든요. 일단 너무 공격적이기도 하고 그 생각하지도 못한 플레이들이 너무 많이 나오기 때문에 저희 팀원들 같은 경우는 이제 카론이랑 텍스처가 워낙 상대를 많이 해봐가지고 제가 그 친구들을 컨트롤 해주지 않아도 좀 잘 상대를 해줘서 네, 팀원들이 있기 때문에 저는 그래도 괜찮은 편이 아닌가 싶습니다. 솔직히 1세트 때는 제가 좀 많이 절어가지고 경기력이 많이 따라잡혔다고 생각했지만 두 번째부터는 괜찮게 된 것 같아요.
Puts down the jet, is able to find Jing. Spike still not planted. 15 seconds remaining as Munchkin looking to get an ace for himself.
10 seconds left.
Texture not in position to try to deny it.
Toxin screen down.
Plant in behind the box here from Devi. Has to stick it, has to commit to it, and Munchkin!
일단 폭시나인 같은 경우는 초반에 저희 팀의 융화되기가 되게 힘들었는데 재성이가 저희가 이야기도 많이 하고 이제 확실히 게임도 많이 진행되다 보니까 좀 적응을 되는 게 느껴져가지고 재성이는 계속해서 성장하고 있다고 느꼈고 지금도 너무 잘해주고 있어서 좋은데 사실 현철이 애쉬 같은 경우는 퍼시픽에서 하면서 좀 많이 힘들긴 했어요. 지금 국제전 와서 느끼고 있는 거는 정말 이제 좀 어떻게 하면 팀이랑 같이 융화되는지 그리고 내 모습을 어떻게 보여줘야 되는지 현철이가 잘 느끼고 있는 것 같아가지고 너무 잘하고 있는 것 같아요.
And Munchkin talking about it right there, his own performance, feeling like he had a bit of a soft start. And I think the same could be said for how things began here on this Haven, but it has been incredible to see him roar back and really streak his way to the top of the scoreboard in the latter half of this map.
Yeah, I mean, 7 out of the 8 rounds on this half have gone Gen G's way, and Munchkin's the biggest piece of that puzzle in just about every possible way you could conceive. You know, it's the IGLing, it's the shooting, it's the util. He is the complete package for sure for Gen G. And talking about getting these new players integrated this year for Gen G and how they had some struggles early. I mean, they did have to bench Foxy9 for just a short period of time. He comes back in. Since then, Foxy9, one of the best players we had in Pacific in Stage 1. And of course, the known quantities across the board, and Ash looking fearsome during that Swiss stage. He was absolutely disgusting. So a lot here to prove for Gen G. And then they want to keep just, trying to get their way to another trophy, of course, but still trying to get our little tech issue solved here. So thanks for bearing with us.
I mean, look, this is what happens. We're kind of towards the halfway point. We're about to have a swap on some of the casters. Pansy's on the way. She's on her way to Toronto, and then suddenly tech pauses just kind of start, popping up.
Makes you a little suspicious, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. It's not a coincidence at this point, but I mean, for you guys, you excited to see Pansy and Hypoc here in Toronto? That should be sick. Back on the international stage again.
Hell yeah.
How about Brennan Sideshow? Mr. Butterball himself.
Oh God.
If you know, I'm sorry that you know.
I wish I had never seen that. I wish I could bleach my eyeballs, but I can't.
Well, it's one of those things, but looks like we still need a little bit of time, so thank you guys for bearing with us. Be patient. We will be back, and we will get into the rest of this map, so do not go anywhere.
Fully committed. Should I
Alrighty, we are back, still triaging the issues that we do have. So just a quick little update. We need a little bit more time before we're ready to go. But let's go ahead and zoom in on everybody's new favorite duo. Upon their arrival in Toronto, we had Fnatic's Moser and Crashies. We're given a traditional Canadian welcome, which is, of course, a geography quiz with Van Silly. So let's go ahead and check this out.
Welcome to an iteration of Silly Goose or Serious Moose. I'm joined here with Crashies and also Boaster of Team Fnatic. I'm just laughing because these guys are already silly gooses before we even started this segment. But to TLDR, I have a list of 9 Canadian cities, and it's a true or false. So if you think it's a false city, that it doesn't exist, you pull up the Silly Goose. And if you think it's a real city, you pull up the Serious Moose.
All right.
Good?
Yeah. Aye, Captain.
All right, Captain, let's start with the first one. Happy Valley Goose Bay.
Oh, it's one of these games. No, but it's probably serious. It's probably serious. He's gonna start the game off with something that sounds goosey, but I'm gonna go Serious Moose.
Serious Moose. I trust my brother.
That is the answer. Correct.
See, I know.
He's in your head. He's in your head.
Okay. Second one then. It's Guelph.
That could be real too.
It's very similar to Banff, wherever Banff was.
What is it again?
What is Banff? Guelph.
Guelph.
Yeah.
I can't remember what Banff was actually.
It's the national park or something?
National park.
It's in central Canada, but that's, who cares? I'm talking about Guelph here.
Okay.
Guelph.
You choose this one. I chose the last one.
No, we have to do it together.
1, 2, 3.
Oh no.
Who's right now? No, it's Serious Moose. Guelph is actually in Ontario. It's not too far away from here.
Okay.
Yeah,
You're 2 out of 2. We'll go with his score.
Do you know what they do there?
No.
They do a different variation of golf. We call it Guelph.
Really?
No.
Nah,
So we'll go.
This guy, comedian.
He's got jokes.
He's got a comedian.
Yeah, that's me. Bedlington.
Bedlington. I'm putting you to Bedlington.
That's what it is. What is it?
Bedlington.
Bedlington.
Serious Goose.
Sounds real too.
Serious Moose or Silly Goose? Sorry.
Nah, I'm going this one. The odds are saying it's Silly Goose.
It is a Silly Goose.
Yes.
So it doesn't
Nice.
exist.
3 for 3.
Yeah, Bedlington. It just doesn't sound like what someone would like. They get to the city and they're like, I'm gonna name this Bedlington. Nah, they'll be like, let's name it. What was the first one again?
Happy Valley Goose Bay.
Yeah, we're like, this is Happy Valley Goose Bay.
Funny thing though, in Ontario, there's actually a lot of little boroughs and cities that finishes with a ton.
Yeah, I thought that too.
That's what I thought.
How about
Alexander
this one, though?
Hamilton.
Yeah, Hamilton.
There you
What
go.
about Timbitson?
What is it?
Timbitson.
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 I see it.
You see it?
Timbitson.
Let me say it in like a French accent. Timbitson.
Ça s'appelle Timbitson.
Timbitson.
Oh.
You want some French? I got you.
I don't know. It's probably real.
What do you have to do with that voice?
Because
That's
that's
true.
like when I talk
That's
to
his
French
French.
people,
That's his
they do
French.
that.
I just spoke French to you. I didn't do that accent.
That's true as well. I'm gonna go Serious Moose.
I'm going Silly Goose.
It's actually Silly Goose.
I knew it.
But
We're even.
Crashies, you tweeted out on your Instagram stories about Timbits and Tim Hortons. Have you tried that
Oh,
yet?
I have not tried Tim Hortons.
Oh, you only took a picture?
I only took a picture of it. But that's why I thought it was real. Maybe it had something to do with it.
That's where we're first originated,
Yeah.
right?
I've heard that name before.
Have you heard about Uranium City?
Uranium City.
Yeah.
Okay, how many reels?
One short day in Uranium City.
That's the song?
Is that a kid show?
No, it's Emerald City from Wicked. But I just,
How many series? There's been what?
There's been
3 and
3
2.
serious
Did you
and
guys
2
keep
Silly Goose.
Trying to game this true or false
We are.
kind
There's
of
9.
thing,
Uranium City. Welcome to Uranium City. Uranium City.
We'll do the same thing.
I'm
And then-
going Serious Goose.
Serious Goose?
No.
Or Serious Moose?
Serious
All right,
Moose.
I mean, you
Throw it
gotta pull
up.
up the sign. Yeah, throw it up. It is true.
Yes.
Nice.
And if I'm not mistaken, since 2021 now, there's probably only like 51 people living there. It used to be like a mining city, so it was like super popular, but now a lot less.
Makes sense.
Next one is Perry Sound.
Let me see.
Perry
Let me see what it looks
Perry
like.
Sound.
Nah. If it was Perri,
Yeah,
I'd
I
agree.
Silly Goose.
Silly Goose.
It's actually Serious Moose.
Ah,
Yeah.
we've been.
We've been bamboozled.
If I remember
Harry.
correctly as well for that one, it's like the biggest natural docking area for like people to come through and like dock their ships and stuff,
Oh,
right?
okay.
So, and it's also like a biggest city for like karate stuff. So because you parry, and there's like, that's fake though. Well,
Guys just throwing curveballs, and we just watched Blue Jays.
He makes me believe him.
we'll do the last one. Chilliwack.
Let me see
Chilliwack.
it. Let me see what that looked like. Chilliwack. That's probably real as well, bro.
Nice.
Only wait, 2 L's. Chilliwack.
2 L's and an I now instead of
It's not a
Parry.
food city.
Parry was with a Y, and now this one's with an I. Chili Whack.
What was the last one?
Just
Parry
Chilliwack.
Goose or
And it was
something.
real?
Parryville.
Perry Sound. Perry Sound. It was serious.
Perry
the last
Sound.
one, yeah. We'll do the same thing.
Chilliwack.
Count of 3. 1,
I'm going silly.
3, throw him up. It's actually Serious Moose.
Yeah, of course.
It's in the West Coast. It's known for like going outdoorsy, beaches, kind of stuff, cottage life.
But not known for chili.
Not known for
that
chili.
chili be whack.
Canada's known for being chilly in the wintertime, though. But that was all the time we have, guys. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Hopefully, you're going to be able to make Masters Toronto your city for Fnatic.
Ooh,
Damn right.
I like that.
I'm happy our main game isn't this one.
Good to see that those guys are having a good time, and that's just Van Silly. He's not putting up a front. He's not putting it up for the cameras. That's just who he is. Dad jokes abound, and I feel horrendous being around both you and he at this event.
It is pretty brutal, and now GB's here too.
Yeah, it's just grinding my
It's a
gears
triple threat.
steadily across the last few days. As you can guys see, we are still parsing through the issues. Van's talking about it there, seeing if Fnatic can make Toronto their city at the end of this event, if they are going to be able to go ahead and pick up that trophy. They're a couple rounds separated here from Gen G, but for now, let's pass it back over to the analyst desk and get their thoughts on the action so far.
Thank you very much, Achilles and Paperthin. I've got Mimi and Kakuka with me once again. Gen G are currently in the lead, and Mimi, 5 of those rounds came from pistols and bonus.
Yeah, honestly, Gen G had a pretty rough first half, but they've had great ideas on how to win both of these pistol rounds. I want to start by looking back at the first one here, because I think they have a lot of really interesting ideas with this Neon, and Texture as a player is so good at taking those opportunistic timings of fighting deeper than a lot of other people did, and that's kind of what won them the first pistol, that second round, and having that, plus the pistol and the bonus in the second half, is what kept them in the game to get this comeback going there.
Yeah, absolutely, because that first half we saw Fnatic that was having a lot of ideas. We saw Kaya with a lot of aggression. I love to see that we're getting that from him, but as we're seeing right here, Mimi, I know that you wanted to talk about this pistol.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, right? Because they go into what looks like just a B hit, and then they're fighting through their own wall. Texture packs all the way up into heaven, kills the A anchor, and then is running deep into CT spawn. Fnatic thinks it's an A hit, but he's there to backstab and get 2. It was such a nice round, but Gen G up after this second half comeback.
Yeah, a brilliant chance for Gen G to close everything out as well. I believe the audio issue has been resolved, so it's time to get back into this game. Over to you, Seth and Clint.
Alrighty, that is right. We're told that everything is good to go. Toronto, can I get a hell yeah as we get back into the action? 11-9 the score as we get ready to see if Gen G get themselves up to map point. 4 ultimates to utilize here for Fnatic as they go into this bye.
Such an important round. The economy as well on a precipice for Fnatic. They've got to get this one to go. Alpha, all the odds.
Spots it out, still considering pushing forward, but is alone on that side of the map. In the meantime, Kayaks heads up with the Dimensional Drift, getting the spot here onto Ash. He's gonna have to go for the exit. Front side of the box, does manage to get out to safety. This Hunter's Fury gonna be set up here from the side of Crashing. Kayak able to strike for 1, strike for 2. Foxy 9, Ash both gonna be taken down. Some damage across as Texture gets himself situated here in heaven. Trying to see what he gets spot out as the cam gets cleared. But for now, 5v3. Texture getting tagged here by the drone. Have to back away. Munchkin ends up getting dropped, and it's just Texture and Charon. Try to see if they can somehow turn this on its head.
Look at Chronicle's angle, right below Texture.
Ready,
beautiful,
and waiting. Charon now, no other choice. Try to back away. I mean, some damage dealt here would make it costly, as the economy from Fnatic hasn't been the strongest. We're talking about how important this round is. Ults committed, not too many. They still have 2 to go. They're able to go ahead and stabilize the economy in economically flawless fashion. What I mean to say is there we go. 1 round now separating the 2 teams.
Yeah, that's huge. The fact that you're able to keep that ISO ult for this follow-up round is going to be really impactful. I'm even seeing Gen G consider not going with the opposite, what Texture wants to stick with, but just a great dimensional drift. Ash on an island could never really stabilize the aim. So a little bit cold coming out of that tech timeout.
That's going to be a good round to witness as a Fnatic fan. Texture being on an aggro line, full flash connecting, damage as well, going to be dealt. Just managed to escape with his life. Thinks going for an overdrive in the latter parts of this round a bit more risky.
Yeah, you can see they're punishing his tendency to try to hold long A there. Some good util combos. So again, Fnatic finding some new answers for how to deal with this operator. Ash only going to see one player there. The Omen, though, leads you to believe that still could be A. Texture's trying to push forward.
Good amount of information that he's going to be gaining, though.
Does have the...
All quiet on this side of the map. Tripwire set up there at window. See what he can get done just dancing around it for now. Gate crash going to be destroyed.
Right, Genji's got the read.
Hold him at bay, Chronicle. About to peek into this, and Texture finds the shot.
It's you.
The back line now going to be opened up. Kayak going to be spotted. Some counter spray coming through. He falls low. Out the air in the meantime. Kill contract. He's the grab the count. He's able to win the fight. Munchkin. Foxy9. Both going to be taken down. Ash now striking from the cubby. Overdrive pop. The pass lane about to fall. Dancing around him. Boaster finds the shots. And Ash has everything to do. Boaster has the ult. TPs across the map. Doesn't go for the cancel. Doesn't try to play any mind games. Spike gets planted. He's just gonna blind fish for this one. He's hoping to try to find a tag. The Boaster eludes capture. The drop down, the noise made. Boaster tucked into the corner. He has a recon online. Does he think about it? No, but it doesn't matter. Ash, a monstrous 4K, will get Genji up to map point here on Haven.
That has to be infuriating for Boaster. I think he read that scenario very well, but Ash just read it better.
Pulling off the Red Bull clutch yet again. Saw it from him in Swiss. It seems like he's still not skipping a beat.
Oh my goodness. What a round there. Fnatic, I thought, might be able to take this, but that early kill by Texture keeps one extra player from the back lines of Fnatic being able to push forward onto A. And Ash is able to hold tight. A lot of damage had already been done to Kayak and Boaster as well. Boaster had a TP out of there. Just waving to him.
Wave to him. Operator still going to be in play. Turn on the flash, the peek, attempt the flick. Texture does not get taken down, but Ash does, but not before finding Kayak. So in the end, a 1-for-1 with Texture down to 14 health. Overall, Fnatic do come out on top of that, given that they still do have Alpier to try to give them a bit of entry power.
Yeah, they've still got some great ideas on how to layer that util. Texture down in sewer.
Getting out wider and wider on this angle. There's the peek, and there's the shot. Shield not at the ready. Likely not going to be anticipating the Texture. Would be so bold to try to go for that pick. Chronicle does manage to find him as the neural theft gets the ping reveal. Telling a story here of this deep flank around the back. As we go into a 3v3, Fnatic looking for 2 rounds consecutive to keep themselves afloat here in the map.
Not a ton of util to work with here. Just a couple smokes from Karan. Nano for Foxy9.
Munchkin finds one. It would give them a pit online as well. TP across the way from Karan. Boaster.
Cover going out.
Up in heaven. The other two playing back at the A connector. The paranoia at the ready time, starting to tick. Knows that they have them cleared off of this spike here for the moment. Looking for the hold, the dart going through. Karan gonna be taken down, and there you go. Just a firing squad as Crashies collects the final 2. This map not over yet. It's Fnatic 1 away from taking us to overtime.
Man, they just do such a good job understanding that situation. That neural theft, so valuable from Chronicle. Oh, what a shot on the Texture through the box, too. Using that drone. A little bit of extra info. And then they're able to set themselves up on the defender side of the map to defend that post plant. And there's just nothing Genji can do. Trying to get a little tricky with some quick rotations around into the attacker side, but...
Look at this, though. Big crunch attempt playing Boaster. He gets left out to dry. Paranoia now allows for Texture to slowly drift back away. They get in, they get a kill, they get out.
And now Genji wants to get proactive for that A main control. And they're very successful.
Damage on the Kayak as well, as Munchkin is trying to try to just tear them apart. Nano, however, does end up getting cleared. Snake bite, a little further delay. Trying to flush out that alarm bot. Does get found.
Chronicle. Just trying to clear any other util that might be there. Foxy9 still tucked into that corner. Drone doesn't see texture.
Just jiggling on the angle. This Kayak sends out a couple warning shots. Crashy's ready to go here for the lineup. Chronicle slowly backpedaling in mid.
Still enough time for another rotation, so Gen G has to keep their feet planted.
Flashes over the top. Texture on the reposition.
30 seconds left.
Shex sees that it's a fake. Finds a headshot there on the Kayak. Pushes out. Shield going to be reset though for Alpha. Skarn holds here on the wide angle. Spots it. Breaks it. Kills them off.
Spike down A.
As it's just Crashies and Chronicle now with not much time to work with. 12 seconds remaining here on the clock.
10 seconds left.
Knows where one's at. Should have heard Chronicle arriving here on the side. They need to push forward. They just cannot make it happen. 13-11. Gen G draw first blood. They take the win on their map pick of Haven.
A defensive masterclass from both teams here on Haven, but Gen G's just a little bit stronger. What a great start to this match.
Great start. A little bit slow in the middle. But now things are wrapping up. We've got plenty more action coming up. His split is on the horizon. Don't go anywhere.
What are we singing today, boys?
I believe. I know who wants me. I know I want ya.
Nah, I know I want ya. No, you go like this. Dun, 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 dun.
1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Dun, 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 dun. I know you want me. Hold on. When am I winding up the stupefies? Yeah, now I'll whip him up now. Stupefy! Texture. Wait, they're not even there.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey.
Let me show you how the box does. Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
Spike defused.
All right, thank you so much, guys. Coach Solo, thank you so much for your time here as well. Wow, what a game that was. Absolutely just from start to finish, absolutely amazing. Really, I want to focus here on, you guys came into this one, we were seeing some weaknesses early on, but there seemed to have been a pivotal timeout, and that seemed to have put Gen.G on that forward momentum. What did you say to the team during that timeout?
감독님 오늘 경기 좀 둘러보면은 아슬아슬했던 부분이 있었는데 타임아웃 이후에 점점 경기력이 정돈되면서 훨씬 더 흐름을 잘 타는 모습이었거든요. 타임아웃 때 좀 어떤 부분을 얘기하셨을까요?
상대가 어떻게 하는지 대충 많이 보였고 그 부분에 있어서 얘기를 좀 많이 했고 그리고 저희가 좀 집중하지 못한 선수들이 보여서 그 부분도 얘기를 해서 좀 잘 돼서 첫 세트를 따냈다고 생각합니다.
Well, we actually had a pretty good read on them, so we talked about their tendencies and what they're going to do next. And also, I could see that some players, their concentration level wasn't that nice. So it was just more around getting the players to focus entirely on the game.
All right, well, Coach Solo, thank you so much for your time, brother. Looking forward to the rest of the series. Back to you.
Gen.G are proving why nobody wanted to pick them coming out of Swiss. They continue their win streak. I am back here with Mimi and Kakuga. It was a close one, but towards the end, you know, Gen.G just had all of the advantages.
I think that Coach Solo is very right in saying that they had a right read on them. We saw Fnatic being very slow, but they found a perfect combination of how to use the Viper, how to work around the tempos that the Viper gives you, and also balancing it out with the Neon, when to put the aggression, when to go for those duels, and especially in that defense. I mean, Gen.G just gave a masterclass.
Yeah, the Viper on that defensive side made Fnatic slow their pace way down. And I think Gen.G did a really good job of getting ahead on reading their defensive rotations, having some really nice flood retakes, especially with that Neon on the mix to just run away with the defense.
And it's time for our Verizon high-speed moment with a very weird round, Mimi.
It was very high speed, though. I mean, this one was crazy. Texture just runs into short, gets these two entries, and it looks like it's Gen.G's round, and Crashies finds this incredible timing to bounce back and find his impact on the round. Fortunately for Fnatic, it was Gen.G to take this one through. And this just goes to show that Gen.G, they're a team that plays a lot of control comps, a lot of double smokes, and slow it down a lot. This Neon just does so much to inject that pace and let them completely change the tempo back.
It's so chaotic, right? Like, you're in the middle of that round and you do not know if you're Crashies, you do not know if you're winning, if you're losing, if Texture's in your back, if he has already planted the spike and killed the rest of your team. You cannot know, but what we can't know is that Gen.G has proven, one, that they have done their homework, that they're definitely warmed up after that wonderful Swiss stage, and that they're here to play. Now, coming on to Split, I only can get excited for what they will play.
Yeah, both sides had such nice defense, Haas,
Yes.
right? It was so beautiful to watch, no matter what you wanted to, no matter which team you were supporting. And for Kayak, it was his debut on the stage. We had questions about him, but Mimi, I didn't even feel like an ounce of nerves coming out of him.
And no, he picked up right where he left off in EMEA. I can only think of one, maybe two rounds where I felt like he was making maybe a nervous mistake. For the most part, he was super well put together, especially at those mid-push rounds where they had him walking down. He was so effective there, and his mechanics just look sublime.
Yeah, definitely. They understood the winning condition for the defense. Kayak having those pushes on mid, as you're saying, getting at least two in most of them, moving around the map, feeling a lot of freedom with that Euro. Even in those tense moments, we could feel that he was in his element. Again, it's all about Munchkin, who had a brilliant performance on the defense. In 4 rounds, he was good for 3. It was just a shooting range for him.
And for Crashies, he also had a really great map for Fnatic. The last time he played in front of a NA crowd was the Billy incident at Champions back on NRG. And now he's back here. He's playing super well as an individual on a new team. So you love to see that for Crashies.
Can't believe it wasn't me that mentioned that. But let's hear what Coach Milan, also welcome him to the global stage, had to say ahead of Map 2.
Hey everyone, GB here with Coach Milan. You guys just came off of a rough loss there, but it did feel like it could have gone either way, right? Well, firstly, how's the team feeling as they get ready for this second map? But also, how are you feeling?
Team's feeling fine. It's obviously not the greatest, way to start your international run, but I think we're fine overall. I think we lost both pistols, a bonus round as well, so 11-13 on their map is not bad. So I think during the break we focused on picking guys up, giving them some stuff for the next map, and I feel confident going into that one.
What does Fnatic need to do in map 2 to get you guys to that third one?
Nothing special. Nothing special. Nothing special.
All right, I like to hear it. Hey, the fundamentals, that's all that matters, baby. Hey, best of luck in your matchup. We'll, of course, catch you guys a little bit later. Back to you.
I hope it's something special, because if they lose this map, it means that not a single Seed 1 team would have gotten even a map win so far at playoffs.
Yeah, not a very good couple of days to begin the playoffs for the first seeds. But I think that what he means by nothing special is that we have seen this deadlock coming from him. Okay, we have Gen.G is still sticking to that deadlock, as you're saying. I'm a sucker for it. I'm really looking forward to what Fox is going to do. Question is, Ash,
they're locking the
it
Teo.
is the first Tejo that we have seen since the nerfs, Mimi.
So reminder on what's up with those nerfs. The drone is still pretty much the same, but the biggest nerf is going to be not having refresh on your missiles and being able to run them as 2 individual missiles. So you still can do some set plays, but you can't, for example, use missiles at the beginning of the round and then again in the post plan.
Yeah, and how poetic. We're going to see our first Tejo. It's going to be given us by Gen.G, and it will be during Achilleos and Paperthin's final cast here at Masters Toronto. I know they're going to have fun with this one. I know you guys are going to have fun with this one, and I cannot wait to toss this over to them and get us back into game.
Sure. Yeah, let's have fun with it. Had fun with the first map. Tech pauses side. How about you guys here, the audience? You have fun? Very good. Well, something I think that literally nobody expected. Tejo will be played by Gen.G on Split.
This is a bit of a head scratcher in a way. I mean, you weren't expecting the Tejo to come through in this tournament, but on this map I can still see it working. I can still see the value. The ult still pretty good. So there's opportunities here for Gen.G, but it clearly isn't the same agent that it used to be. And I'm wondering how you're going to set texture up for a lot of these hits on this attacker side.
Let's see if there's going to be a method to the madness here. It's going to be a quick hit into this B site. Texture finding first blood. Chronicle flushed over to the side. Paranoia went flying, and Texture is there to collect. Spike now going to be planted. Poison orb situated onto the rafters, I do believe. Yep, Texture playing here at the drop. Fnatic getting the fan out and reposition.
You have so much util from the deadlock. You know exactly where Fnatic's going to be coming from.
Gonna have to be that slow creep through the alley for Kayakis. Couple spot checks, Texture able to avoid the damage. Sees the entry power of Althea, who lands right on top of Ash, just meant to find that kill. Team, however, getting cleaned up in the meantime as it's just Kayak. Getting the reload, needing to hit some nasty shots. The wide swing from Karan will put him down. Gen.G 3 for 3 on pistols so far.
I think Gen.G's perfect in pistols throughout this event. Almost.
They are.
They are. I'm just making
they're
sure.
11-0 on pistols.
That is unreal. Absolutely unreal. And it's just one Paranoia. And, you know, a lot of people, you think about deadlock on that defender side, you know, with how impressive the wall can be and the sonic sensors. But you have so much value on the attacker side, especially in the post plant. And this is just Gen.G able to really just gum up the works, because you know when the barrier mesh is going to get cleared, you can turn your attention that way. And that is just brilliant stuff from Gen.G. And Alpha with the Sheriff.
In the mid. He's getting a tiny tap there on a Munchkin. It's all just to try to keep this position protected. Eventually does get red though. Munchkin able to come away with the kill. Paint Shell gonna send Beeson flying, but he's able to avoid it. Just gets in, gets out. There's the A site now wide open for the taking. Gen.G will have the plan.
Yeah, that's theft by Munchkin. It's a pretty good setup. It's just read well. And now you can use all that util from the deadlock to make sure they're not in screens. Alpha is going to catch Munchkin though. Trying to re-clear the space in sewers.
A little bit of an audio bait. Faking back. Texture watching here. Ash holding on a little bit of a deeper position. Is able to find both Alpha and Kayak. This poster will fall.
Yeah, now it looks like Crashy's just going to try to go and die to the spike here. Gen.G fanning out a bit. Going to see if they could catch him, but seems like he's already slipped the net well enough. And this is a fantastic anti-eco for Gen.G. Keeping 4 guns over. I mean, again, Munchkin there, finding that early pick. The quick pivot over to A. You only lose the Ghost throughout the entirety of the round. So this could be a pretty fearsome bonus that they're going to bring to bear. Fnatic gonna once again be starting on the back foot, trying to claw their way back to the map, but we saw it on Haven. Defender side, they were absolutely ferocious. Good stuff there from Ash. Texture just continuously watching that ramp, putting the Guardian to good use. And the full buy up there, a couple half armors for Fnatic, but a little bit of a smorgasbord here for Gen G, able to scoop a few rifles into it.
Snuff them out.
Good amount of firepower here. Risky business for Fnatic if they're not able to deny away a bonus conversion. Kayak not going to be caught by the net. Staying tough here on the close angle. Texture finding one. Both are going to be taken down. TP's going to be coming through, but that gate crash out is now Kayak. Teleports across towards that A side of the map. So be wide open.
That's so nice by Karan. Completely nullifies Kayak's position. Now you got to clear out this barrier mesh to get onto site.
You're going to know exactly how many people are trying to play from this angle. Sees hitting the catch. Crashies will be able to find the shot to cross onto Ash. Gets himself the headshot there. Brings it back into a 4v4. He crashed forward. Back of pillar, the drop coming through. Foxy9 cannot stabilize fast enough, nor can Texture. Karan going to be full flash here at backside. Swings in, is able to find one. As Chronic can take it down. Gets himself a second. Looks for a little bit more. Gets him lined up. And puts it down into the 1v1. Crashies trying to follow the trail.
Okay.
And he is able to find the kill in the end. Bonus conversion going to be denied, but Fnatic lose 4 players in the effort.
Oh my. I mean, Gen G, so fearsome in these post plants. Alpha with a great drop down. A great understanding of Gen G's positioning already off that pistol that somebody's gonna be tucked underneath the rope. Clear that out really nicely. Ash was trying to hide down there with the Tejo. That was dealt with. But that's huge. It's a very important round. That's got Alpha fired up. They're going to need a little bit extra energy, and you can see how, kind of
nice round, boys. Nice.
Yeah.
The duality of emotions there for the Fnatic coaching staff. Happy to get the round, but not the way it went down.
Yeah, rougher position that they would like to be in, but still the round win all the same. Out here, now one away from having a showstopper online. It's Gen G just trying to absolutely storm their way forward here into this site. She's taken low. Backs away, Decay, a lion's share of that. Barrier mesh to just get cleared out.
Got one flash left, the Prowler, and then Alpha's blast packs and a paint shell to try to make this flood retake happen.
Find it the ready here for Chronicle. Almost gets caught on timing. He's able to go ahead and avoid capture. As Alfier wrapping around over towards Alpha, but Ash punches him out. Texture finds Chronicle in the blink of an eye. Gen G strike. Counteracting the flood retake. Securing themselves a 3-1 lead.
I mean, it's just so quick. Gen G so happy to take the open space and just get these plants down and get into these post plants. And Ash doing a great job there. Right on site, right on time, right on the money. You do have a showstopper here for Alpha. He's going to be the only one with a weapon with a Guardian. Big question, do you invest it? Ash got his ult off of that 3K.
Any kind of opening pick would make it a bit easier to pull the trigger on that showstopper.
God, that deep start. That has to have
down.
Alarm bells ringing.
But here's the high-low. Forsaken learned his lesson, looking into something similar to this. We'll see if Fnatic ends up falling for a similar trap.
Toxin screen down.
I mean, you can see that, Gen G knows that they've been taking some open map space. And that Fnatic, part of the game plan going forward might be to try to get a little bit more aggressive.
Always being made here on the jiggle.
Which can, I think, undetected there.
Undetected, unless you do get Kayak, who slowly creeps in towards the rafters. Pings are coming down, though. Munchkin seemingly well aware of the potential positions here of the opposition.
He's got a read on the defaults.
Salvo's going to be sent. Now no, Crashies going to be situated here on the side as the Haunt gets out. Kayak going to be caught off guard. Munchkin now striking. Trap, working a treat. Swing out the Crashies. Finds himself a second spike going to be dropped. Tries to go for the weapon. The Texture
30 seconds
already wrapped around here onto the site. To find that elimination. Spots out the head of Alfier, who comes away with the kill. Nade's going to be sent. Reminder, that showstopper still here in the back pocket. But no blast packs to try to escort him forward to get on top of these players. Smoke cycle.
player.
Jumps out of Munchkin! Absolutely deletes them all! Not skipping a beat! A 4K from the IGL. This Gen G move up 4-1.
That's a heartbreaker against the showstopper. Munchkin, what is that? Just disgusting. He is absolutely fired up today. Looked like Fnatic might have a way back into that round. Crashies with a brilliant play around the smokes. A good timing to get into elbow, to get away from some of that early pressure that Gen G was trying to create and completely catch them off guard.
Still going to be no timeout seen here for Fnatic. Likely to be called after this round if they're not able to find value on the rifle purchase, but Salvo is going to be sent. Damage taken, Boaster's down to 6. Still manages to fight back as Foxy9 is going to be eliminated there. Let's get the trade. As the Armageddon crashes across, catching on to no one. Player advantages here. Spike now being planted in the pit to go ahead and make this even more unassailable for Fnatic. Reroutes them towards heaven. Kauron is going to be lying in wait.
Still have the drone even here for Ash. Maybe get a good reveal.
It's a save.
It's a save. It makes sense.
Gen G just forcing their hand. There's nothing more to be done. 5-1. The two dead players. Economy in the dumps. It's going to be a rough one for Fnatic. Struggling thus far here on this defending side.
Just a beautiful execute from Gen G. Finding some good value out of those salvos, keeping Boaster pinned in the back sight. And then just letting Texture do his thing. Just rush forward. Catches the player up on rafters. And then Boaster dealt with, and that's round over. You know, you use the Taeho ult in there, sure, just to be careful, just to be really diligent. Got a couple ults, though, for Fnatic coming into this next round. They have enough for a scrappy buy. They have a Guardian and a Judge, along with the 3 rifles, but with that Cosmic Divide, along with the Nightfall from Crashies, could have some opportunities for some decent retake potential. Maybe find a nice early kill with that Judge. And Boaster's going to be the one wielding it. Right tucked into the cubby, inside of A main. Just a fast push up a mid, though. A little bit of damage done to Texture.
Find it there on the free fire. Relay bolt connecting. Blind is out. And Alvier just doesn't even know where he is. Swing out. Crashy's now going to be spotted. Texture trying to go for a little bit of a wider swing, but Crashy's able to hold his own. Brings up the kill. The Hawk click. No, it's the double reveal into the seas, and Crashy's plays off it beautifully.
Round B.
Just keeping himself alive. As he tries to hold down the sight.
Wow.
And he's doing it damn near single-handedly. The silent drop. The angle, watch, Kayak and Crashies go crazy to get Fnatic their second round win.
That is crazy good stuff from Crashies. He was popping off on Haven. He is continuing on Split. Texture there was vulnerable, went for the swing anyway, paid the price, and that just got Crashies accelerated. Great use of his own util as well to stall the Gen G players behind the pillar and knock them down. A massively impactful round, a much needed one for Fnatic. Still have that Cosmic Divide and a Judge for Boaster on the Astra. Let's see what Gen G wants to do. The initial push from Gen G looks so good, but the response just better from Crashies. Oh, Chronicle's
Counter spam with the Chronicle, and he just ends up falling right into it. Eventually cleared. Foxy forced out of garage. That side of the map clearly Crashy's domain. As Munchkin tucked into the corner. Texture here to try to reinforce. Can he get a punish is the question. Kayak able to slowly drift back, and well, it's a Judge at range, so not going to mean too much, and the gate crash will get Kayak out to safety back over here on the site.
Tough decision for Gen G now. You know that Judge is there. You know the Aura's not going to be too far behind. You know the other players from Fnatic are going to be leaning in this direction. Do you try to go for ropes, or do you try to make the A-site hit?
They're still assessing, still trying to make up their minds. Paranoia, stun, over towards elbow. Boaster able to avoid it, spamming, and still somehow comes out on top. Texture just cannot get the spray to connect. Does eventually fall. Looking for the grab, and he doesn't make it! into the ultimate fast enough. Snatches him up, and Foxy on the repeat finds Alfier. It seems like now it's his turn to pull off the heroics for Gen G.
What was that?
Crashy's at 10-3-0. Got himself a 4K in the previous round. Just needs 3 this time. Pulls back, avoids the grav net. Reposition from Karan. The Haunt gets a reveal onto 1. It seems like ultimately the call has been sounded for him to go on the retreat as Karan goes on the hunt and is rewarded with his prey. 6-2. Gen G not giving Fnatic any back-to-back rounds.
Please show me this Annihilation again. This may be one of the best Annihilations I have ever seen in VCT. Just a spam down here early. Foxy 9, brilliant stuff. Oh, the second one, that second kill really nice though as well, but I don't know what was going on with Texture against Poster's judge, but Foxy 9.
Someone will find it there.
The hero there for Gen G.
That's going to be the timeout call now sent here from Fnatic.
Well, this is tough. I mean, a lot of the kind of small change-ups Fnatic have been making have kind of worked at times, and they haven't at others. I mean, Gen G's just so good in these executes. They're so clean, and if they get to the post plant, just forget about it.
And they keep finding Chronicle pretty much at the start of these rounds. They have denied any and all value from Fnatic's, the biggest trophy winner that they have on this roster. Currently finds himself 0-6-2 as the defending Viper.
Hard to believe. I mean, I think as Fnatic, I wouldn't be surprised to see them be a little bit more aggressive at the mains, like we saw in B main there with Crashies previously, to try to deny some of this early map pressure, to deny Gen G information. But these early picks, you're right, are probably the biggest part of the puzzle. You can't afford to be losing that Viper. So much important stall that can be employed from that agent. I mean, yes, it is a double duelist comp here on Split. So Fnatic, yes, the last time we saw them against Heretics on Split, it was attacker side where they did the majority of their damage. But you can't let this get out of control.
Texture is full sending it up the rope is TP. Karan finds himself right on top of Boaster, right above Kayak. But no clue what was happening. Gets a spot out there onto 1, tries to play this as patiently as possible.
What a read.
It may be a virtue, but it's not always the right decision.
Dude, that's the second
check
time.
from Ash is just too monstrous. Karan, a bit of damage going to be taken that does flush him out into the open, and Chronicle gets himself on the board at long last. Kill found, a 3v3. Altless are both of the teams. Munchkin out from A main, gets a spot, but it's quickly traded back.
Where are you?
Chronicle trying to find his footing. He gets himself a third. Ash cleans it up, and Chronicle comes alive. The timeout call leads to the round win. Not the cleanest one, not necessarily the one that Fnatic were looking for, but the one that they needed. They get themselves a third.
What a back and forth. That's got a smile out from Chronicle. Just a really, really nice moment from him. Alpha with that out duel. That flush out there with the paint shells. Give them another kill, really nicely done. Great utilization of Crashy's utility. He has been phenomenal. So many different aspects of the game. On to Fade now. Really, really good stuff. Gen G, I mean, good awareness, a little bit of trickery at the beginning of the round with Karan. Looked like maybe they were just going to cruise to their 7th. Crashy's had other plans.
Might just be the floodgates open with those kills. Pit does come online. Immediately gets invested here in mid. Gen G not playing the Raze means that they don't have as many tools to try to flush the Viper out. Crashy though. Ooh, elbow going to be spotted, but Foxy 9 sends out a little shot, so he's able to back away.
Yeah, Gen G now kind of left in a dilemma. Oh, a little bit of spam there with the stinger from Boaster, but you're not exactly sure, what's going on either side of the map. You're trying to work it out, you're trying to math it out. Now you know that the Fade and the Raze are over here onto B.
It's a combo out. Sees nade sent. Kayak playing on top of the box here at ramp.
I mean, that might give you the confidence to double back in this direction. You can maybe create a little bit of noise. Chronicle shifts positions, but Gen.G not revealing anything with their sound. I love the way Hash is just so aware of any trickery, any cheeky plays from Fnatic. He's been really
30
good.
seconds left.
Salvo's at the ready. Texture going to try to open things up here. And Ash, you're talking about it, the awareness. Just follows in off the back of the Neon. Finds the headshot. Sposter now playing forward here within the smoke. Able to dodge out the paranoia at the time. Started his window, but he cannot find the elimination.
10 seconds left.
Foxy gets the kill. It's Chronicle. Heroics might be leaned on once again. Peak about to come through, and Charon, he wins that fight. Alfier able to trade one back, but into a 2v4 with your economy in a rough position. How much more is there to be done?
God, you're so close to your ultimates too, but it's just so difficult. This double stack around the corner.
Seems like just a play to try to go for the exits here. They have both angles covered. And have to go ahead and lock one. As Alfier want to see what he can make happen. It's a spot out onto Ash. Foxy 9 tagged up a bit, swings out, wins the fight. Just slide into the corner here. At the ramp to keep himself protected. Gen.G securing themselves a lead here at the half as they hit 7. They're looking for 9.
Goodness. Just unbelievable awareness from Ash. And Karan this time gets up on the Raptors. Good for another before he gets traded out, but that's basically round over. That's frustrating. You know, Alpha felt like he could have done some more damage. You get that first kill and you can really start to accelerate maybe, but round's already well out of hand. We'll have his showstopper though. It's going to be one away from a Nightfall for Crashies, but the economy in the dumps for Fnatic. A weird assortment of weapons, a lot of shotguns.
For a catch here again, Munchkin playing back, anticipating this pressure coming his way outside of A main. I'll try to jack Chronicle, playing off the back of the vulnerability, does manage to cut Texture in half with that Judge. Poster similarly playing forward. As the Bucky. Gen.G, seeming like they're just gonna go ahead, back away. Not necessarily happy with the 1-for-1, but willing to part ways and explore opposite sides of the map.
It's all just hidden positions.
Oh, shield peeked up from Crashies. Rally off the short, gonna prove to be a little bit more difficult as that showstopper does not get sent. Karn just sprays him down. Poster now. Pushing forward, finds Karan. Somehow makes that Bucky connect to great effect. Weapons collected, Phantom Vandal in hand. Munchkin.
30 seconds
We're
left.
gonna have full awareness.
Spike planted.
Plant here playing alongside Foxy 9. One of his newer trainees on the team. Finally given a real opportunity.
Careful here.
Supposed to trying to assess. They're running out of time. Noise made. Stun found. No, boy.
Can you see the player screens?
No. A little too far away to tell what exactly is going on. But I think we're going to have a pause after this to fully assess what exactly has gone on.
I think Gen.G won.
What I can tell you, assuming that we're still being heard out to the stream and here in the house, is it looks like Gen.G are able to come away with that round win. Well, this is a first.
I think we, yeah, got hit with a paranoia here.
Yeah, I don't know. We're also just not going out to the house anymore. So, sound's being made, but I don't know what's happening.
I'm not sure either. Just, I can hear sound again. That players are relaxing.
Yeah.
Tech pause.
We're at the point where we just don't know. We're going to keep yapping just in case this.
Yeah, I have no idea, but
realistically, we don't know. Yeah, I'm going to try to check in online, see maybe if there's some information there. as it seems like everything else is functioning. I think it's just our in-house view.
Well, yeah, I mean,
that isn't.
We lost everything.
That isn't working. So, okay. So, waiting to get everything rebooted and good to go. Seems like game. Okay, being told stream is still live.
Yay.
We had a power issue here in-house, so we're waiting to go ahead and get that cleaned up. So hopefully you guys can hear us, as it might take a quick sec to try to get this one squared away.
Yeah, it might take a little bit. Just sometimes things happen, and pretty sure. Yeah, we have a pause in the game, folks, just so you know.
Yep.
We haven't continued on. You're not missing anything.
Oh, so they can see it, and I think that they still have shots of the players and everything like that on screen. So it's pretty much that the stream is fine, but for us here, it's not.
It's not.
Which
Okay.
obviously is a bit of an issue.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we'll take some time to try to fix this one. So we're going to go to a break, being told about 10 minutes, and hopefully when we come back, we should have everything up and running. So appreciate you guys bearing with us.
I'm up the shit with my brothers. Keep lethal weapons and Glover. First make a young nigga thugger. You know best friend is a cover. Girl on me bouncing like flubber. Boy young with money like Stunner. 300 a pint pour all summer. Shoot on sight if you fuck with my come up. Your boy got a license to stunt this. Shoot on sight isn't right, but we gunning. Sipping Sprite pour all night at the function. Yeah, we bump 21, ain't no jumping. Feed the X and the X did the dumb shit. Said I rock one-on-one, how I've done shit. In your eyes, see you jump if I smoke this. Bump an X when I flex for the youngin'.
Your boy got a license to stunt this. Shoot on sight isn't right, but we gunning. Sipping Sprite pour all night at the flight at the funk, 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 funk. Pull up to the club. Pop that.
I can't do this right now.
License to start this. Shoot on sight isn't right, but we gunning. We swipe all night at the funk, 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 too nice is a setup. Drift out, head to toe, peep to get up. Said the young'll be stunting in any sweater. You think you could do it better, but really could never measure. Got a Glock engraved with your name on it. It's some special designs, this is a game for me. Tiptoed on the beat in Balenciagas. Dipped out of your crib in my Gucci floppers. Your boy got a license to start this. Shoot on sight isn't right, but we gunning. Super spike all night at the flight at the funk, 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 funk. Pull up to the club. Pop that.
I can't do this right now.
I'm a dog, I'm a boring clown. I'm really just another empty sound. I'm a ditch, I'm a dog, I'm a boring clown. I'm really just another empty sound.
Challenger. I'm a god, I'm a dog, I'm the head and the light. I'm the fear in your eyes when you beg and you rise. I'm alone, I have gone, I'm a ghost in the street. I'm a car, I'm a czar, I'm some tricky scene. I'm a goon, I'm a prude, I'ma hurt you a little. I'm a mess with a curse, you won't get any better.
Treat me like
like an empty head, you can end up dead. Made a little bit of bread from the things I said. Take a walk around my head, you get filled with dread. Take the track, watch the treads downhill like sleds. Sit and swipe all day till I get depressed. Slip and slide, smooth brain, not a dimple left. Think it's real without any cred. I'll believe anything if it's in a thread. Put an ad in the frame, I'll cop another chain. Memory like goldfish, flush me down the drain. Going down like the rain on my window pane. Might do anything if it's for a little fame. Seen so many play the game, but they went insane. Game over, dude, win or lose, who's to blame? Walking through the shooting range, don't know who's to aim. Empty head, getting bled, and you won't complain.
Hello everyone and welcome to Compliments from the Wheel. I'm joined by Texture and Karan, and here we are today to create an authentic, wholesome atmosphere here in the venue by having them spin the wheel and say something nice about the player that the wheel lands on. So are you guys ready? 오늘 뭘 할 거냐면 알아들으신 거예요? 착한 거 말해주시면 돼요. 칭찬. Okay, be nice. Right. Shall we? Texture.
없어 못 지키네.
Okay. 못옜.
못옜은 이제 착하고 밥을 잘 먹습니다. 일단 밥을 굉장히 잘 먹어요. 맨날 뭐 사달라 그러고 내가 무슨 지갑인 줄 알아.
Okay.
근데 하여튼 아주 착하고 밥을 잘 먹는 친구입니다.
Okay, Monyet, he's a sweet boy and he can eat a lot, has a great appetite, and he always forces Texture to buy him food, but still nice, sweet boy, and he can eat a lot. Okay, thank you for the compliment. Karan?
Yeah.
Bolster.
I like him.
보스터 일단 되게 뭐라 하지 이거를
유쾌하고
그러고 이제 모두와 이제 잘 지내려고 하고 일단 K-팝 좋아하고
아이돌
춤을 또 이제 잘 추기 때문에 이게 확실히 스타성이 좀 있지 않나
아무래도
그렇게 생각합니다.
Well, Booster's really funny and he gets along with pretty much everyone here in the venue and in the Valorant community. He also loves K-pop and the K-pop idols, and he's a great dancer. So yeah, great boy. Thank you guys so much for joining me, and
Thank you.
good luck.
Thank you.
Welcome to an iteration of Silly Goose or Serious Moose. I'm joined here with Crashies and also Boaster of Team Fnatic. I'm just laughing because these guys are already silly gooses before we even started this segment. But to TLDR, I have a list of 9 Canadian cities, and it's a true or false. So if you think it's a false city, that it doesn't exist, you pull up the Silly Goose. And if you think it's a real city, you pull up the Serious Moose.
All right.
Good?
Yeah. Aye, aye, Captain.
All right, Captain. Let's start with the first one. Happy Valley Goose Bay.
It's one of these games. No, but it's probably serious. It's probably serious. He's gonna start the game off with something that sounds goosey, but I'm gonna go Serious Moose.
Serious Moose. I trust my brother.
That is the answer. Correct.
See, I know.
He's in your head. He's in your head.
Okay. Second one then. It's Guelph.
That could be real too.
Very similar to Banff. whatever Banff was.
What is it again?
What is Banff? Guelph.
Guelph.
Yeah.
I can't remember what Banff was actually.
It's the national park or something?
National Park.
It's in central Canada, but that's, who cares? I'm talking about Guelph here.
Okay.
Guelph.
You choose this one. I chose the last one.
No, we have to do it together.
1, 2, 3.
Oh no.
Who's right now? No, it's Serious Moose. Guelph is actually in Ontario. It's not too far away from here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
You're 2 out of 2. We'll go with his score.
Do you know what they do there?
No.
They do a different variation of golf called Guelph.
Really?
No.
Nah,
So we'll go.
This guy, comedian.
He's got jokes.
He's got a comedian.
Yeah, that's me. Bedlington.
Bedlington. I'm putting you to Bedlington.
That's what it is? What is it?
Bedlington. Serious Goose.
Sounds real, too.
Serious Moose or Silly Goose. Sorry.
Nah, I'm going this one. The odds are saying it's Silly Goose.
It is a Silly Goose.
Yeah.
So it doesn't
Nice.
exist.
3 for 3.
Yeah, Bedlington. It just doesn't sound like what someone would like. They get to the city and they're like, I'm gonna name this Bedlington. Nah, they'll be like, let's name it. What was the first one again?
Happy Valley Goose Bay.
Yeah, we're like, this is Happy Valley Goose Bay.
Funny thing though, in Ontario, there's actually a lot of little boroughs and cities that finishes with a ton.
Yeah, I thought that too.
That's what I thought.
How about
Alexander
this one, though?
Hamilton.
Yeah, Hamilton.
There you
What
go.
about Timbitson?
What is it?
Timbitson.
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 I see it.
You see it?
Timbitson.
Let me say it in like a French accent. Timbitson.
Ça s'appelle Timbitson.
Timbitson.
Oh.
You want some French? I got you.
I don't know, it's probably real.
What do you have to do it with that voice?
Because
That's
that's
true.
like when I talk
That's
to
his
French
French,
people,
that's his
they do
French.
that.
I just spoke French to you. I didn't do that accent.
That's true as well. I'm gonna go Serious Moose.
I'm going Silly Goose.
It's actually Silly Goose.
I knew it.
But
We're even.
Crashies, you tweeted out or on your Instagram stories about Timbits and Tim Hortons. Have you tried that
Oh,
yet?
I have not tried Tim Hortons.
Oh, you only took a picture?
I only took a picture of it. But that's why I thought it was real. Maybe it had something to do with it.
That's where we're first originated, right?
I've heard that name before.
Have you heard about Uranium City?
Uranium City.
Yeah.
Okay, how many reels?
One short day in Uranium City.
That's a
Is that a kid show?
No, it's Emerald City from Wicked, but I just...
저들의 빛을 모조리 빼앗아 주지. 그림자. 목표 위치 확인 중.
센서가 작동했다.
정신 못 차리고. 그림자 소환. 이걸로 끝이다. 그림자가 간다.
적군이 한 명 남았다. 공수 교대.
너희가 전부 살아남을 거라고 브림스톤과 얘기했어. 그러니 제발 준비 좀 마.
Esports is a $2 billion industry now, but it all started in dingy basements and cramped living rooms.
From how the pros train to how the money flows, this G2 and MasterCard series breaks it all down. 12 episodes, packed with insight and lessons for anyone looking to understand the world of competitive gaming. Ready to learn the game behind the game?
Stay tuned for what's next. You won't want to miss it.
It's hard to feel myself, but you're miles away. I've been wondering why you cannot stay. Till the sky's blue when they're always gray. Trying to soothe myself, but I can't find a way. Deeper, I need where did you go?
Don't play with your karma. Don't do it. Put a kink in your armor. Don't do it. Don't fake like an actor. Don't do it. And tell a lie to your pastor. Don't do it. Focus like a laser. Focus when you leap from the rafters. When you leave, better off going harder. Going harder. You don't wanna be a martyr. You don't want when you flirt with disaster.
bubble up, undercover, they don't know. Bubble up, undercover, they don't know.
please.
Ain't go read her like.
I don't wanna know no OP or was like K-double-E be the sickest to rap. Rubber my family ain't getting it rap. I don't wanna know no OP or was like K-double-E be the sickest to rap. Rubber my family ain't getting it rap. I don't wanna know, I don't wanna know no, I don't wanna know no. I don't wanna know, I don't wanna know no, I don't wanna know no. I don't wanna know, I don't wanna know no, I don't wanna know no. I don't wanna know, I don't wanna know no. At the dreadlock song.
Is this thing on? Can you all hear me out there? Well, thank God for that. Appreciate you all for being patient, as we are moments away, it would seem, from getting back into this game. 9-3 at the half. I'm being told we're ready to go. Toronto, let's close this one out strong. As we didn't quite get to see it here in the venue, but Gen G closed out the final round of the half. Fnatic down now by 6. Gen G undefeated in pistols. Fnatic need to rewrite that narrative right here, right now.
This is an unbelievably huge round for Fnatic.
Blocking vision.
Really need to get this pistol to go. Might be forced into a force buy afterwards. Texture gonna use the toxic screen to reposition just a little bit. He's got a little bit of help from Karan as well. Right out in front of him towards the site. That's where the bulk of Fnatic's forces are, but this might not be a full-on hit from Fnatic.
I'm out of here.
Keeping it quiet. Clone pushing forward over towards that B site, does get cleared. Karan playing up close, no smoke there. Obfuscate ends up getting taken down. Kayak able to find the kill that breaks open the A site. But now in position as the spike gets planted. Prowler on the check. Texture gonna be noted. Poison orb set up. Try to make that exit from screens. Nigh impossible as Alpha catches Munchkin. Unawares here in mid. Texture looking for the entry. Finds one. Jiggle on the corner. Crashies. Gets the C's out. Looks to try to take them down. Ends up falling to the wayside as Foxy finds that kill, but Crashies does get rid of the enemy neon at the same time. So now a 2v2. Diffuse starting to be held. Grabwell coming through. Wide swing out from Poster. Alpha out from heaven. Finds it as Fnatic find the round that they so badly needed and deliver Gen G their first pistol loss here at Masters Toronto.
It's just a great call in the timing by Fnatic. Previously, on their pistol round, the last time they played this map against Heretics, they set up a toxic screen and used that as a bait to rotate back over to B. I think with it taking so long, Gen G felt like it wasn't going to be B, and maybe there was just one there and let Karan try to go for the duel. Instead, it was almost the full forces of Fnatic. Great reads there by Alfier. Ready for Munchkin, trying to push down mid. Able to get into A heaven to really do some damage in that round. Now on to the first eco of the tournament for Gen G. The only buy-up, yeah, it is. The only buy-up is a Sheriff for Texture. Pretty wild, but they're just trying to obscure their positions, trying to keep Fnatic guessing about where the stack is, but they're pretty split up here.
Full kit held here from Foxy as Ash tucking in towards Mail here, right before the Nebula ends up falling. Prowler gets a spot onto Foxy 9, considering maybe sending out the net here. Try to get a catch. Swing around, and Kayak. Instantaneous here. Displaces Texture, catches the shoulder there of Karan, looks for a little bit more. Some damage exchange, but Karan certainly taking the brunt of it. Paranoia going through, Karan trying to push forward, plays it a little bit of an off angle, does manage to catch one off guard as Foxy tries to get the jump, but won't get cleaned up here. Sposter finds the elimination.
Timing.
Creep down through, footsteps gonna be noted.
30 seconds
Not
left.
riding the rope quite just yet, plays it out a little bit more slowly. Alpha trying to get that shot through, gets one to connect, but Ash finds the headshot.
Spike planted.
Clean it up, trying to make this a little bit more costly.
Munchkin's gonna scoop up the Sheriff. Gonna see if he can do some more damage here. Him and Ash are gonna group up, try to make their way through.
Concealment.
Some salvo as a drone if they want to try to commit that, otherwise might just be saving the util, but Munchkin pushes out into the open, and eventually Chronicle is gonna be the one that finds it. Sheriff changing hands multiple times. As Ash goes to the reload, but makes some noise there. So he will just tuck away here at the ramp. Maybe look for an exit. Slides over, a chance to try to get a catch here, but shot goes out a little bit too early, and Poster finds a headshot with the stinger. Fnatic close out the anti-eco, losing out on 2 players. It's gonna be the one weapon lost.
Yeah, really important rounds here for Fnatic. That they're able to come through relatively cleanly on the anti-eco and get the ball rolling. It's gonna be a judge for Munchkin. Oh. Just a nice little Paranoia play, but Chronicle ready there. Back up, Kayak. What a belter of a first shot. Gonna need more of that. But this is the attacker side for Fnatic. This is where they should be doing damage with this comp. This is where they should be rolling rounds together. See if they can get a bonus to go. A lot of this deadlock util being set up deep to counter the Yoru. And another for the entry.
Munchkin playing forward here, judge in hand. On this moment, cycled Prowler. He's able to distract, and Alpha pushes forward. Damage basically not even suffered here. Just flushing him out. And now, looking like they want to play around the map still, not committing all of their forces to one side.
Yeah, that was a really nice play there. Anticipating somebody could be up close. Oh my God, Texture.
It's a bit of sense. Off the back of that Prowler, catches Crashies. Swing in. Texture finds another. Come alive Now the barrier mesh going to be broken here on the B side. Karan sending out the paranoia to try to delay. Grabbed it as well, trying to find a catch, but Karan flying back pillar, finds one, tucks in the backside, looks for a little bit more, can't quite align it on the kayak, goes to the wide way, finds it! And Foxy9 cleans up Boaster. Bonus conversion, now they found Gen G hitting double digits. Fnatic 5 rounds behind.
Just the confidence being shown there by Texture. Reading that right off that Prowler, he's gonna have the angle. 3 peaks for the duel against Chronicle, wins that. And it's a nice crossfire setup there. And a good grab net to stall that execute just a little bit by Foxy9. Karan having a tremendous map right now. 17 kills on the board for him.
Some peeks out. Sonic sensor going to be placed here at the top of mid on that right side. Fnatic should be aware of it. Would like to try to clear it out. So that's why you see Foxy trying to play a little bit of an off angle, but smokes are going to bloom. Switch on the slow. Just trying to get the catch there. Free fire on the angle. Unable to find it.
Still have that Sonic sensor there. Backed off. He's actually going to replace it. Moves it a little bit further back. So that's opened up the door here for this ropes push. Karan watching for it. Spot there on the Chronicle. So Gen G, some awareness of what's going on in the map, and that's going to force out the barrier there. They want to try to force Fnatic into Gen G's strong side, where they have their 3-player stack.
This late layering of util from Gen G. Doing wonders to try to just come up the works here, slow down the approach from Fnatic and really narrow their options down.
Time to jump.
Prowler checking, Foxy.
30 seconds left.
Able to clear it. There's at the boom bot as well. Push not yet coming through. 24 seconds remaining. Things are about to get a little bit dicey. So there's a stun out, but the displacement from Alpha is absolutely gorgeous with the blast pack. Finds the opener there. At the same time, find the lure. Chronicle going to be taken down, but now Munchkin falling to the wayside. This B site opened up. Karan held at bay here at the alley. Plant able to be committed to. Paranoia goes across.
Planted.
Some stuck in position. Texture watching for the flank. And Ash with covering fire. Finds the kill there on the Alfier. Ashy staying put. Just playing off the exit of this Nebula. Creep forward from Karan. Do they read it? Smoke down, gonna be gone. Karan instantaneous with a headshot, able to find him there as the reload has to come through from Boaster. He doesn't have the bullets, but he's still able to stay alive. Texture, however, taken down to 8. Classic in hand, and the right click gets it done. Gen G scraped by with a round victory. Was there 2 rounds away from advancing here in the upper bracket off the back of a Red Bull clutch.
What a brilliant play by Texture to use that fast lane to isolate the fight, and it catches Kayak completely off guard. Ash winning a couple big battles himself in that round, the 1v1 against Chronicle on the other side of the map, and then finds the opener to even things up for the retake. But man, oh man, Alpha doing what he can there. Had some great kills along the way. A great blast pack to displace Foxy9. But all for naught, as now Fnatic has to go into another timeout. They have to try to find some way back into this match. They only have 2 rounds of leeway, or else they're going down to the lower bracket. Otherwise, it just seems like Gen G is in cruise control to continue their run here at Masters Toronto. They have been unstoppable. Finally, somebody did damage to them in the pistol round department, but outside of that, they have been almost as good as you can be.
The last reprieve for Fnatic. They've come back from such deficits in the past. Gen G at the moment been looking like a bit of a different beast at this tournament. So they look to make up for lost time and bring this to a swift conclusion on split for the 2-0. 6 rounds in a row from Fnatic to tie things up. 8 to avoid an overtime.
They're investing in this round. They've bought up as much as they can. Stingers, Guardians, showstopper for Alpha.
Another go at the judge here for Munchkin in mid.
Let's see if Fnatic can have a good read on this again. Let's see if this is going to get the Prowler to come through. Seems like they're making sure to check ropes. Oh, Munchkin doesn't hear anything.
Slightly different angle this time. Plays back into the corner at Mail. They have to have the read. They have to have the expectation. The Boombot's not going to clear it, but Alpha still just too damn fast. Can pick the part. TP check from Karon. Ash now rotating over. It's going to send the stealth drone up in towards B Heaven, but nothing to be spotted. Potential pivot opportunity here for Fnatic if they try to go over towards A. For the moment, it is just Texture taking a peek down in towards main.
They're going to be seeing, they just cleared the barrier mesh. Foxy, gun barrel spotted.
Spotted for Kayak. Finding the headshot.
30 seconds left.
Karon now alone on the site. Revealed, blinded up, Showstopper not gonna be able to find the kill. Won't matter too much, his poster is. Ash now dead, leaving Texture to his own devices, which don't last much longer. Flawless round here in response to the timeout. Fnatic rally back in a big way.
Just being so good with taking their time, working their way up mid, not falling for Munchkin's trickery. Reading that position so nicely, the patience being shown by Kayak. Really, really nice. And Chronicle right there to make sure the Texture has no hope
Just do it
of
together,
doing any more damage.
Together is good.
Just saying, work together. You know, Gen G's gonna try to play some isolated positions on this defender side. And if you can work that apart, you're gonna have a really good shot here to make a comeback. 5 rounds will be the difference now for Fnatic.
Go get him.
It's just a Boombot to check. You never know when somebody's gotten a little bit ahead of the script for Gen G. Be very careful. Gen G in the meantime, onto a bit of an eco. Hero Rifle for Texture does have his ultimate to back it up. Still, damage could be done.
Mountain, nothing spotted. Fnatic trending towards choosing the weaker side of the map here at the moment. We're not going to spot anything here in Heaven, so Alpha goes for a bit of a look-see. Ash situated here on the rafters. Karon's starting to back away off stairs. Starts getting popped. Chronicle's still going to be on the late linger.
Just waiting for contact. Probably just going to rip that Paranoia right as soon as anybody from Fnatic makes too much noise. Kayak does clear, so the deadlock util.
30 seconds left.
Blast back across the way. Paranoia finding the hit. Karon pushes forward off the back of that one. Does manage to find one with the nade from beyond the grave. Comes up with the kill. Munchkin, however, pinching in out of vent, finding one. Looking for a little bit more. Swaps the weapon. And Boaster, crucially, keeps himself alive. Ash now nearly spammed down. Time starting to dwindle. As Texture gets noted. Tries to go for the overdrive. But Chronicle arrives when they need him the most. And Fnatic continue to run it back.
Munchkin maybe just assuming that Boaster had gone towards the stairs. But he guessed incorrectly. Went for the gunplay. Saw it work out for him on Haven. This time around, though, can't get it drawn in time. Great cover there by Chronicle to make sure that Texture's ultimate can't do any damage. And now you've got just about every other ult. Alpha used his, and now you've got a bunch for Fnatic. So a lot of options on the table for this round. Foxy does have the Annihilation again.
And that's the critical factor, being able to get these round wins without having to commit the rest of these. Having them built up, this puts Fnatic in a very good spot. Just that Annihilation, as you mentioned. Armageddon, one charge away. Munchkin this time going to play a lot more of a disconnected position around mid. Prowler to try to check, refire. Does get a bit of damage there on the Boaster. That makes him certainly think twice about trying to lurk forward into that vent.
That's a huge win, though. This mid part of the map has been giving Gen G fits. And it's been something that Fnatic has done a great job taking advantage of. There hasn't been too much resistance. Gen G's been allowing them to kind of push up in towards B Heaven. Here we go, Dimensional Drift time.
Kayak gonna walk about, trying to see what he could spot. Some info there into Heaven as Munchkin pulls things down in mid. This time the fight goes his way. Boaster Alvier both going to be eliminated. Ash over the top here at Heaven. Struck on as Kayak breaks over the site. Brings it back into a 3v3.
30 seconds left.
Hit available.
Looking for the jump. The grab, no. Not quite able to find it. The mini-map seemed like perhaps Chronicle was going to get caught. Net able to find two, the push forward, but Munchkin is strafing over the bite. It's Foxy9, 10 into the smoke, but Texture pre-fires the swing out of elbow. And suddenly is in with a chance to try to clutch this out. Crashies playing it backside. Texture trying to narrow it down. Spots him out. Wide swings, damage exchange here on both sides. 10 bullets, now 7 remaining in the mag. Clears the haunt. Down to 6, the leg. Noted. He's looking to try to flush him out. 1 bullet now, just a classic. Worked the last time, works this time as well.
Kidding me right now.
Texture on for the defuse. Trying to listen for it. Does he have it? He does! .51! It's another Red Bull clutch! As Texture breaks the momentum and takes Gen G to match point.
There is no doubt that he is the best player in Toronto right now. These clutches are out of control from Texture. A great start there, but Texture, the confidence to push through. At time, just enough, just enough. He is otherworldly right now, and this is do or die for Fnatic.
Potentially backbreaking. Texture here at ramp, pre-fire angle, but Kayak in response. A belter of a shot. Bullet connects the forehead. Texture, it's knocked out of the park. Needs a good amount of damage in exchange, down to 32, but gives them a player advantage for the moment. Munchkin lingering in mid. Still holds on to this pit. He's not committed it quite just yet. Minor gap in the smoke. Potentially try to play around. As he goes to the peak, looks for the timing, finds it. It's a little bit whippy, he cannot escape. Crashies is there to trade it back. Some revenge here for his fallen teammate, but Foxy9 refills the space. And on the peak, he's out-timed Chronicle. The TP to backside, Ash. Armageddon at the ready, could send it here off the rip. Stuck in the drone. It's a little bit of information. Seems like he may just end up saving this for the retake, as you get a double exploration here from Alvia and Kayak, pushing in towards Alley.
There.
The ult across, Crashies safe behind the box. The site widely given up. Alpha spot. He readjusts. And Kayak down. So low on HP, but still fighting, still persevering. Ash on the drop down. Finds the first. Goes in, looking to try to take this up to half. The reapproach out from Heaven. Does he just stick it? The shot's not connecting. Waits it out. Finds one. But Kayak plays it well. The defuse. This is not going to be there. 0.1 seconds off. We carry on this map. Not done yet.
You have got to be kidding me. Back to back. Less than a second on the clock rounds. Ash doing his damnedest. So close to it. It isn't for that haunt. He probably has this round potentially. Oh, it's so close, Munchkin. Oh, thought they had it. They got to tighten the screws a little bit here to Gen G. They're going to be on an eco on this round. Alpha.
Texture on the peak. Dead. Alpha quickly dispatches.
Absolute nail biter. Smoke from Gen G. Stalling them out momentarily.
Karan spamming some right clicks. Ash as well. Similarly taken low. This A site heavily at risk now. Smoke's just going to be cycled, some noise made. Try to relay that, but Munchkin. He's going to send the pit.
He's a madman.
But it's only Ash on that A side of the map. They could just rotate back over. And he's been worked down to 30.
Toxins going up.
Might just find the timing though. It's the drop down there from Chronicle. Works his way into the sewer. Just trying to see if a rotation comes through, but Fnatic just going to go ahead, explore mid a little bit more here, it would seem.
I mean, you have to assume that they're going to go with A as Gen G, but you know, with the weaker weaponry, it's just trying to hold the line at B, see if you can trick him a little bit.
It's just Foxy 9.
30 seconds left.
Try to start things off. Paranoia going to be set, but Chronicle does not get caught by it. Foxy catches a shot to the face. Clone noted. Karan flushed out. As Ash is still a world away, Munchkin tucks back into garage as the spike gets planted.
Spike planted.
And I think he might be regretting sending this pit out. Drops it to try to give them some kind of chance. Recovers the weapon previously dropped by Alfier.
Weapon here.
I think that this should be undoable.
It certainly should be. Spam attempt. Nothing spotted. Munchkin on the lurk, finding one. Kayak around the corner, holding the angle, getting the headshot. And Asher 30 with just a stinger cannot make it happen. Fnatic 3 rounds away from taking us to overtime. And Gen.G find themselves without a pit.
Oh boy. A gamble there by Munchkin. Hits a nasty shot. Alpha so ready for that swing out from Texture. Paranoia misses. 2 players that Gen.G dealt with. Kayak with 3 on the round.
Let's go!
Fnatic right back into it, right back into another alt cycle as well. Showstopper, Dimensional Drift, Cosmic Divide. Tons to work with here for the EMEA #1 team. They've got a real chance. Again, these mid positions really just not being dealt with by Gen.G. They're giving up a ton of space. I mean, Munchkin will go for these plays where he tries to outmaneuver you through the smokes, but
he is just dancing around those bullets for the moment.
That is too close for comfort.
He's gonna work his way back across into Mail.
He does have Ash slid in to maybe help him if there was a push forward.
Karan up and over the top. Just gonna go for a quick little reposition here.
That's got Munchkin slid over though. That opens up Mail here for Fnatic.
Ash pushing forward, smoke dissipating, and Poster destroyed, and Ash finds another! Damage dealt to Alfia, puts another 72 to Spike, drop there at Vent. Quick little exit. Kayak having to retreat. Joining together now alongside Chronicle, who hasn't been able to take that much space, realistically at all, here at A.
30 seconds left.
Wow, Sonic Sensor right around the corner here for Foxy to potentially play off of.
Trying to fish for it, but there's the stun. Got him the one. Flash going to be found. Texture on the Jiggle Peak. Sending out the relay bolt. Has them reeling backward. It's 14 seconds remaining. Fnatic have to make a go of it. They have to start rushing forward, but they're taking so much damage on entry. Kayak fighting back for one. Spike now needs to be committed. Chronicle! He's outdone them all! He's giving them a real chance to try to keep this going. Karan, however, full HP. Playing around the wall. Taking a peek. All 3 players tagged up here on the side of Fnatic, but it looks like he's drifting away. The call to save has been made. He has a realistic chance to try to go for the clutch, but Gen.G make the call. It's too risky. We have the time, we have the rounds to try to offer up, but that does mean that Fnatic continue to build momentum. 2 rounds away from OT.
Absolutely brilliant stuff from Chronicle there. It looked like Gen.G might just be able to close this match out. They had that pretty well read. They had that stalled. The Sonic Sensor into the relay bolt to make Fnatic have to press forward. And Foxy trying to hide his position, trying to wait for that moment to strike where he could delay the plant enough where time would just win the round for them. What a great play by Ash. But Texture there never could get the spray under control. That is disgusting from Chronicle. Ridiculous. Tightest of angles there.
From how things had started here for this player on this map, he has rebounded in the biggest way. Timeout call now from the Gen.G camp. First one on this map, second one in the series. Looking to try to bring this to a conclusion, but the buy is not going to be there. The ults are not going to be there.
I'm pretty curious to see how Gen.G wants to approach this. Are they maybe going to try to go for some kind of util dump into mid, try to go for a bit of a trap? I mean, that's something that Fnatic has been exploring almost every single round. But I thought they had a pretty good idea there with Ash. The way he played that, waited out the Prowler, caught Boaster off guard, and then doubled down for another. Pretty well thought out there. Just things kind of crumbling. Some of the 1v1s again for Gen G, something they've been so sharp with in the first half of this event, but here in playoffs, some moments of weakness that have been capitalized upon instantly by Fnatic. Still have a Cosmic Divide. You're one away from another overdrive for Texture, a couple away from Ash's ult. For Gen G, yeah, look at this.
They're fierce.
Setting up 3 in mid. They're looking to try to trap this, but Fnatic,
they're playing away from it.
Completely different ideas.
Guardian, Vandal, Sheriff, 2 Stingers. This Texture just playing back a bit here, not wanting to overcommit into Garage.
He lost that battle last time. Gonna play it safer this go around.
It's only Munchkin just crouching here in the peak.
Bring them
Might be getting more than he bargained for, but it's going to be the Prowler just as a bit of an early alert system.
Toxin screen down.
He's trying to get out. Clone sent forward. Munchkin going to dodge all of that, and it's complete wraparound from Fnatic. They love to do this. Create some attention on one side of the map, quickly pivot over where you really understand what's going on.
Bot quickly cleared. Texture letting him know that there's a close hold.
Bring them down.
Prowler now to chase. Gate crash towards backside. Green Shells forces him off the angle, but for now, Fnatic not hitting the go button quite just yet. Want to try to gain some control of this mid position. Crashies would love to grab this orb.
Left. My ult is ready.
Commits for it. The Nightfall now at the ready.
Nightmare.
Sends it, connects onto one. Texture going to be missed. It's Kayak able to find Ash. Breaks open mid and heaven. It's blind coming through. Alfier can't see a damn thing, but Kayak is still profiting, still finding value. And that's the cleanup coming through. They take their time, but when they strike, it is sure as hell decisive. 4 in a row, Fnatic, 1 round from taking us into overtime.
Love this little pivot right before they make this execute to try to go back up mid and get through Mail. And Kayak, just absolutely stunning stuff. He is so clean when he's on point. Seems like it's just all headshots all the time. And now even dueling operators. Texture has one, Alfier has one.
And they're about to clash right off the rip. Here comes the peak, and there's the kill!
They even tried to bait for Texture and he still gets beat. What patience from Alfier.
Catches him off guard and a jiggle peek like that. It's just too fast.
Unbelievable.
For Munchkin to register what they're staring at, to relay it to Texture, to get the reactions. Karen needing some damage, needing even more. Down to 16, frantically backpedaling.
Stealing sight.
Pause in the action. Fnatic, again, loves to do this. Just try to play with their opponent's head, keep them guessing. But for Gen G, you have complete mid control because of that barrier mesh. So you're just going to stay in the 2-2 split. But that puts a ton of pressure on these players that are going to be on this heavy side of this attack. Whenever Fnatic makes their move, it's going to come down to Gen G being really smart with their decisions. Khan, so low health over here at A.
Push up now into
30
A heaven.
seconds left.
Gate crash right there alongside Khan's position. Ash lingering here on the Raptor, now going to be dropping down and finding a straight headshot on the Chronicle. Armageddon at the ready, rolls on the red carpet here towards main, but there's no one there to receive it. And Alpha on the drop down, finds himself a third. They run the clock, but they're still able to get the plant in time. It's just a 2v4. Munchkin and Foxy 9 to try to deter Fnatic from bringing this into OT, and Crashies is still on that lurk, still waiting. Down within the vent, the spot out on the Kayak. Foxy trying to find the kill. Alpha dead. It's Foxy now in the 1v2. The net lobbed in, sends out the ultimate.
Nothing there.
Frantically hoping for a catch, but it's not able to find one. The Haunt guarantees it. Boaster swings off it. And we might have had to wait a damn long while. but this map is not over yet.
Unbelievable, unbelievable from Fnatic. Running 5 in a row, descended to overtime off the back of extremely disciplined play. Methodical stuff there. And again, trying to jiggle peek for texture, Alpha having none of it. And then the discipline at the end of the round again to give Foxy no chance for the clutch. A little bit of a Michael Jackson impersonation there from
oh boy, wow.
Poster.
Dismay here on the faces of the Gen G coaching staff, thinking that this was likely going to be a quick in and out for the second half after the dominance that was on display. Now they find themselves back over here onto the attack.
Feels like these attack rounds so important because of how the map went. Both teams getting 9 on each side. NG just gonna slide on past. No peek, no awareness of this maneuver from Fnatic. Don't receive any contact on the other side of the map with the Prowler sent out by Crashies. Gen G just looking to once again explode onto the site.
Pushing in towards Kayak.
Time to jump.
Salvo's gonna be sent. Paranoia. It's a minor little clip here. Sends out a flash as well as the clone. Finds the pick here on the texture. Takes his exit back over towards screens. Fnatic already full rotating. Getting themselves into position to try to go for the flood retake. Plant gonna be handed over to Ash. Still gonna be 2 charges away from having that Armageddon online.
A little bit of util to work with.
Munchkin seemingly feeling a little bit more comfortable. There's not gonna be a flank. Wants to go for another check though. Sees nade, gonna be sent full flash here onto Karen. Barreling down, and Foxy doesn't know what's hit him! Albier, what a re-entry!
Poison's off.
As Munchkin has everything to do and no way to do it! They're on their feet, the crowd has erupted! As Fnatic look to take this to sunset!
And this is the value here for Fnatic. They don't have to use any util in the early part of the round, and they're able to just throw everything in the kitchen sink onto the site. And Gen G, players are flashed up. Players, no idea what's going on around them. Just a great entry there from Alpha. They've got them downloaded now. They've read everything that Gen G has wanted to do. And they're just going to wait.
It would take heroics, the likes of which are rarely seen from Texture and Karen. And if you had to rely on 2 players on Gen G to get it done, these certainly would be the 2 that you would elect. But Texture, he's getting antsy, he's getting killed. All now down to Karen. Last year's Rookie of the Year. Alone on the B site with nothing more to do. How do you isolate? How do you divide? How do you conquer this Fnatic squad? We are fully stacked together, fully online, fully synergized, and in control.
It's unthinkable.
And already so much way across the side of the map, and Alpha is there to bring it to an end. 14-12. It could end in no other way. This series is not over. We are going to a map 3. We're going to sunset.
Thought this could be a preview of the grand finals, and oh my, is it delivering!
It was worth the wait. In my opinion, I hope you all agree. We're gonna go to a much needed quick break, and when we come back, we'll be seeing who sticks around in the upper bracket.
If you are in the arena right now, congratulations, you have just witnessed the best map of Masters Toronto so far. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Kakuka and Mimi. We are so goddamn lucky.
That is a crazy game. What was it? Down 12-7 for Fnatic. Run it all the way back to OT with 7 rounds unanswered. The team looked so calm, so concentrated in such a high-pressure situation. And now, Bea, we're going all the way.
Yeah, exactly. We did it the EMEA way. We had a tech pass in the middle, Fnatic won at the end, and they perform a comeback. That's exactly how we do it. Welcome to Canada.
The script.
So script writers are getting lazy. I will say, though, Pansy her flight did land at 4 p.m. today, so that was 100% her fault. But when it comes to this comeback and how it happened, Kakuka, you're right. We're used to seeing Fnatic like this, but for them to do it in front of this crowd, that is something else.
Yeah, exactly. And everything it goes around also the way the Genji were playing so well with the Sentinel, with Munchkin having the day that he is having, the Deco also finding his way. But it's very funny that we speak about doing it the EMEA way, because there was this match against Na'Vi on Haven that everybody from EMEA remembers. Well, Alpha decided he was not losing, and at some point in this split, Alpha decided Fnatic were going to a third.
Yeah, he got seemingly every entry in these last couple rounds, and he had a brutal first half. Both times he had the Raze Rocket there, he either got instantly killed or whiffed out on it, but he absolutely locked in after that break. And Gen G, they are playing this composition where their only initiator is the Teo. Remember, no refreshables, no info tools other than that drone. So I think Gen G felt like they had to face a lot of angles, they had to play off angles to try and get any information. And Alpha was so ready in each of those positions. 300 ACS on this map, and the best player in terms of opening kills.
Yeah, exactly. A 7-2. If we compare it to map 1, where we were speaking about his ISO and how important it was for him to have a good start, a strong start to this best of 3, it was not there. For that second one, to me, it's also very important the fact that even though he was getting an opener, maybe 2 kills right at the beginning of the round, some of them were not translated into Fnatic wins, and he did not put his arms down, and he kept going.
I have to think we need to address the most important thing when it comes to Althea is that he stood up after a round and they did not lose the next one. I think that is probably the hardest curse to break. And we also have to give a lot of kudos, Mimi, to Crashies, because we had a discussion whether this is Prime Crashies or not, but when they needed him the most, he stepped up.
Funny, time to revive the 2022 narratives about Crashies being like the ultimate big game player. But it's true, he was outstanding here. That clutch that you just watched was one of the first rounds that they picked up. And honestly, I think he's the guy who kept them in this game in the first half, which was so bad for Fnatic. He was still winning clutches, he was still getting rounds and still giving his energy to the team, and he kept that up through their comeback as well.
It's also important to mention that, as everybody must have noticed, Fnatic are playing a very slow style, right? We see those plants with barely any seconds left on the clock. So we need to look at the recurring utility, at those initiators of what you can retrieve and whatnot throughout the round. And that is also why Crashes is so important in this ecosystem.
Yeah, and I think that slow style was such a great decision on the macro level for Fnatic. When you're playing against a team that doesn't have a lot of resources to re-clear space, except for actually like fighting in and facing it, if you're playing super slow, denying info, and just holding for those refights, you're going to absolutely cook them. And Fnatic, despite the pressure of the situation, never let themselves rush or make mistakes that a less experienced team might have.
I mean, we've spoken already about the rookies, you know, of last year, of this year, Kayak as well, but my goodness, Ash.
Yeah, Ash has been really good this tournament. When I was watching him in Pacific, I wasn't crazy impressed. He had his moments. But here at Masters Toronto, he has been really great. His aim has looked on point. And for Gen G to be a top team in Toronto, I think they needed this rookie player to show up.
In both maps, in Haven, and now that we see him on the first Tejo here in Toronto, I also have to say, especially for the attack and the structure and the idea that Gen G had of not just having to rehab, but also just going in one single push, it served them. Like, the nerf was barely even noticed.
Now, this is where things are going to get interesting, because map 3 is not, you know, Lotus. It's not things that both of these teams have played a lot and loved. It is going to be that Sunset, where traditionally Fnatic were either permabanning it or they didn't look great.
Yeah, they have yet to play this map since it's been reintroduced into the pool, so we don't really know what to expect coming out. Gen G did play this. They stomped in the Swiss stage, playing against MIBR. And this was another one of those maps where they're playing onto that deadlock composition, another map where textures on the neon. Honestly, it plays rather similar to what they like on Split, just without that kind of weird Teo pick.
Do you like texture on neon? I like Foxy Knight on deadlock. Yeah, listen, I just love the deadlock wherever it is. I really hope that these words that we're seeing boosters say right now come along, the reading them, faking the utility, faking where you're going to go on the sides. I think that keeping that same mindset of how they were playing on Split could serve them here in Sunset, because do not forget, at the other side, you have a Gen G that is so hungry. It is having such a good tournament. They might have lost a 9-3 lead, but they have a very good read on what they want to do on this Sunset.
As I said, script writers getting lazy. Fnatic have never won this map globally on a global stage, and they've been to a lot of tournaments, and both times they lost 11-13.
But they've also been banning it in a lot, so it is that smaller sample size, but still, it's never been a home ground for them, like you're saying. But the advantage they have today is coming in with no VOD footage of them on this map. They want to go down a double duelist pipeline? Do they want to go double initiator? Ooh, there's a lot of choices,
the chamber,
and there's a hover on the chamber.
Yeah,
I would love to see that.
Seriously.
I would too.
Make it not make sense.
Alpha is not going to play Duelist for the first time in this series as well, and we might not see a Duelist at all.
If this Chamber gets locked, I think this is the best map right now for Chamber. With that wide circle that he now has, you can be fighting into both mains. There's looks to fight into mid. It's super powerful, and I really hope we get that pick from Kayak.
I really think. Wait, no. This is just a joke. Okay, I'll be down for that, but I really think that they need some stop and force for the side of Texture. So many of those rounds, those very close the fuses that we saw on Split. Texture playing those rounds, somebody has to stop them.
It's the Team Liquid comp. Team Liquid already ran this early in the tournament.
Yeah, and it's a good one, right? I think the biggest drawback of this comp, not a ton of utility for Kayak, but Crashy's Boaster have shown great synergy with him thus far on his other Duelist maps. Now a chance to see him against the best Neon of this tournament thus far.
They have been with us every step of the way as we head to the final map of the series, Toronto. One last time for Achilles and Paperton.
Here we go into the breach once more. The last time between these two squads. Didn't come easy for Gen G back over at Masters Shanghai, and it certainly won't be the case going into this one. Full set. After the delays, after the perseverance, after the run back here from Fnatic, Sunset will decide it all. Which one of these two teams is sticking around in the upper bracket, and which one is going to have to fight their way through the lowers with elimination always lingering behind them. Toronto, are you ready to see Sunset to bring this series to its end? Let me hear you!
This time around, it's going to be Fnatic starting on the attacker's side. Going to stack up over at A. Just Karan here. Space quickly being taken by Kayak. Gen G maybe a little late to the party.
Thrown around the corner, Karan backpedaling, trying to stay here behind, but Kayak plays off the back of that drone beautifully. He's able to find the opening kill. Gen G at a risk of losing their second pistol of the tournament. The map might just matter the most.
They try to flood through. Foxy checking for lurks. Didn't see anything, but that stack over on his side is fearsome.
Gone over the top. What? Not getting a spot up, but Munchkin able to find Boaster. Kayak going to be taken down, and suddenly there's a player advantage for a brief little moment there from the side of Gen G, but Alfier does well to go ahead. Trade it back into a 3v3. The fuse being held to half. Texture noting. Alfier tucking back. Shots flying. The pinch in from the flank. Looking for the headshot. Runs out of bullets, but Chronicle's there to bail. Fnatic find another pistol as Boaster's gotten tangled up. Fnatic are still able to find the opening round win here on Sunset.
Just tremendous stuff. Fnatic there. The desk was touching on it. You don't have a ton of util to set up your Neon, but they use that drone perfectly to isolate Karan, completely wipe him out. And then they're just making sure that Foxy's angle is dealt with, and then they can break open all these angles to come from literally every possible side of that A site. Now you've got the Marshall there for Chronicle, a couple rifles for Kayak and Crashies. So you're kind of okay getting over a couple of guns.
Toxins going up.
Munchkin just gonna try to use that toxic screen, keep himself hidden. Had a rough go of it on Split, on the defender's side. A lot of the trickery that he tries to employ was nullified by the smart and methodical nature that Fnatic brings.
Slowly drifting across, gets to the opposite side here of the wall. Alpha getting a pick there onto Karan at top mid.
Yeah, long-range headshot.
Swing out, Texture, he's able to find one. Chronicle going to be taken down. It's just the Marshall available, but the drone over the top. Able to get the spot check here on a Munchkin, who sets up the snake bite, which is able to hold them at bay. Here they bolt into the corner. Has a shock dart. Will land right at his feet. Fishes him out. Cannot keep him protected. Come to the back. Quick clear, the push forward. In from Market. His Paranoia goes across, and Foxy 9 lingering within the smoke. He's blinded up. He's out. He's able to find one eventually. Will get taken down. Drop down there from Ash. Suddenly makes this a lot more costly. Texture and Boba. Ash playing the corner. Finds the kill. Brings it now into the 1v1. The clock. Running low once again as there's the tap, the swing in. Looking for it. A bit of damage could be found, but cannot get the elimination.
Spike planted.
Just a slide available. No relay bolt. Kayak, no real idea of where Texture is going to be approaching from. Drops down. The turn back. The recheck of backside. Texture swinging wider and wider. Judges it wrong, but has the headshot as Gen.G pull off the thrifty to tie it up at 1-1.
What else can you say? He has been truly dominant this event. Texture shows up again when he's needed most. Finds the opener against the Marshall.
But Hash is the hero.
Oh,
the
no,
real one here in the round.
No, the way he played on site here. Used that classic to great effect. And that's got some frustration out of Kayak. Feels like he should have had it.
Understandably so.
Oh, God, yeah.
Rescuing the round. Still would have been a rough feeling given the number of weapons dropped, but losing it hurts even more.
Just a slow approach here. Booster going to claim some space in the mid. Door's going to close.
Oh, a lot of space. He's just fully walking up, but things are coming down, so kind of anticipating this, but Texture able to find Kayak mid-slide.
On.
Booster able to find him. Does clean up that one, but Texture holds down the alley.
Right here.
Zalfiar gets taken down off screen. Crashies now. Gonna try his luck, sends out a shot. Shock dart just a little bit too deep. Relay bolt will get the connection. And Texture will be feasting.
Spike down A.
Could be Mr. 4K showing up once again. Unless Poster has something to say about it. It's gonna be Foxy off the flank who's able to find the kill. Gen.G now gaining the lead 2-1.
And other than giving up that space in mid and not really accounting for that aggressive quick lurk by Poster. Snappy shot there early from Texture. Great relay bolt. Sure that there was no real chance for Crashies.
Let's go!
And then Munchkin rallying the troops. Coming right back into this map strong, especially on the defender side to get that eco win. Devastating on this map. And we're starting to roll close to a couple big ults. Foxy 9 and Texture very nearly to theirs. Same with Kayak.
We're now into the first rifle round here between the squads. 3 half armors on the side of Fnatic. No Outlaw to be brought forward here from Gen.G though.
Now look at this deep screen though that Fnatic's got set up. Try to allow them room to maneuver in mid. They're just gonna try to take a little bit of space, see what kind of reactions they're getting out of clearing that door. Using that cyber cage to cover this push.
Spike gonna be handed over. John flying. Kayak in a position where he can't get caught.
You gotta be careful.
Alive, but Charon on a deeper line, starting to backpedal away, but it's still gonna be lion's share of Fnatic still hovering here within tiles. Now sights being turned over towards A main.
Yeah, Gen.G here feeling like the patience that was shown on split could be coming through again. A lot of their utility was set up at the B site, and they haven't moved. They've kept 3 there. They've kept their strong side on that half.
30 seconds left.
Texture be clearing mid.
At the top of the cage, Munchkin playing forward just alongside the walls. A risky maneuver here. The push comes in, finds one, turns back, it's a good amount of damage, but cannot collect the kill, but Texture certainly can. Looks for a little bit more, has the stun, the slide, the spot, the overdrive popped!
10 seconds left.
He tears them all to pieces. Crashies, late linger here onto the site. He's able to find one, but the time is already gone. The spike, a world away. It's all about some damage if he can find it, which he shall. The Hunter's Fury online. The weapon carried over, but Gen.G starting to get further away here in the round count.
Now those senses coming alive for Munchkin. Doing a nice job there. Setting up for Texture. Finding that first kill. Finding the bulk of the forces of Fnatic. Looking for the fourth. And still some good energy there for Gen.G. Despite the loss. Now it's going to be Texture with the operator. Coming in with that oh-so pivotal weapon for them. Overdrive though for Kayak. Hunter's Fury as well for Crashies. So a lot of tools here for Fnatic to put this eco into their own hands.
Stinger spam and top mid, able to go ahead and clear out one of the sonic sensors. Texture on the peak, able to find Chronicle. They're outside of A. Net now coming through. Up again, pop. That's going to be Kayak getting dragged forward. LPR doing his damnedest, but he just has that Sheriff to realistically try to break his teammate out. He cannot make it happen. They are able to go ahead and overwhelm Foxy9, find the pick on that front, which will lead to a weapon scooped up. Two, in fact, get the pass over there. Poster drifting back.
Enemy remaining.
Munchkin quick to adjust.
Spike
the bite down.
Mid.
Locking off Alfier, stopping him from recovering the spike, at least here for the moment. Pre-fire onto the angle, into the readjust. Just the one casualty. Gen G are now up by 3.
A lot of patience in the early part of the round there. Gen G waiting for their moment to strike with texture on the operator. Around the corner at A main. Finds a good shot. Setting up a crossfire for him earlier. And then when they started getting a little bit more pressure on other parts of the map, great play by Foxy9 as well. Using the grab net into the annihilation to knock a player out of the round. Off the back of the barrier mesh clear. Very nice little trick play he's got set up. Works a treat for Gen G. Fnatic gonna be taking a timeout with a rifle round, with a buy round coming, with a bunch of ults available. So the coaching staff really wants to make sure that this one's gonna get it going, because they can't afford to keep dropping rounds like this.
Yeah, the texture at the moment. 2 kills per round played. Up 10-2-1. Desk was highlighting it, didn't get to see it as much in the first 2 maps of the series, but that operator so far been making very good use of it in the previous round. So with everything other than the pit available, we'll see what the game plan looks like here for Fnatic. Their own pit, 2 charges away. Munchkin try to get that one ready to go.
This time they're gonna shift a lot of their attention over to the other side of the map. The deadlock util, not going to be maybe where Fnatic would anticipate. A little bit of change of ideas. Munchkin leaning right out that market door. Texture there with him with the operator. Just, ooh, a little bit of damage done to Munchkin. Just shrugs it off. Texture.
Same shock dart setup.
Waiting right outside this door.
Seems like he's just expecting the pressure to come through here. Wants to just be able to swing and get a kill, quickly dip out.
Good to say, gonna have to use the drone here. There was a smoke that just dissipated and Gen G had no info.
Doesn't get the spot, but saw the start of the fast lane, so you know that Kayak is gonna be playing pretty far up in mid.
I mean, Gen G's got a pretty decent read on what's going on here. Paranoia sent by both teams. Nobody making any moves off of it though. Just a heat check there.
Quick little dodge. Texture, repositioning more towards the Boba side here at mid.
Drone's gonna be used over at A, so Fnatic trying to sell a bit of...
out of place, Boaster.
Yeah. Fnatic trying to sell a fake.
Playing that Knives Edge. There's Kayak, Texture looking for the flick, unable to find it.
30 seconds left.
Not seeing too much though. Alfier's angle not great for vision in towards market.
There's a sonic sensor on the other side of this one way as well. Ash set up to try to punish.
As well as one here in the alley. Karan ready to try to play off of this one. His time again starting to dwindle. 10 seconds remaining. Karan gets himself his first kill. Hunter's Fury sent his way, but not finding him. Ash holding from behind and the round is over. The 2 remaining players here from Fnatic is forced to sit back and try to hold on to these weapons.
God, this round is so well set up by Gen G. The mid control this time, they're really diligent about it. Probably something that was talked about in the timeout. Ash just being really pivotal in the way that he's placing himself. He's the one going to re-clear top mid. He's the one that comes back to A to help Karan hold down the site. By that point, time was just too low. So Fnatic gonna have mostly rifles with Guardian for Chronicle. Still have the Neural Theft, still have the Overdrive. Texture still has an operator.
That does get the cash on a 1. Damage not going to be found, Foxy. Not wanting to play overly aggressively. Backs away, but Fnatic looking to get everyone stacked up here. Onto the A site, go for a quick hit, trying to overwhelm the players that are here to greet them. It's all sights in towards Alley for the moment as Ash goes for the drone. Spot on the one. Paranoia now going to be sent flying. Chronicle, 2 massive shots. Helps break the site wide open. Ash dead as well. Given that it's just Munchkin and Texture left alive with the operator. Seems like Gen G are just going to have to sit back. Potentially send Munchkin in. I mean, do have plenty of cash here on the Viper.
Close to his ult. Wouldn't mind getting the extra.
Damage dealt. Will all be good for him. His spray's going to be exchanged, but as he falls down to 2 HP, we'll just back away, so Fnatic should be able to just about get this one done in flawless fashion.
Yeah, this time around, a little bit more prepared for some of these positions that Gen G is in. And they just do a whale of a job. Chronicle does a whale of a job over at elbow, clearing that out with a Guardian by himself.
I want to see those shots back from his POV.
Oh, has to be incredible.
They know they've given up some space, so Fnatic just staying clustered, not treading in towards Texture's line of sight. Fnatic will find their second round win. Still in this, still with an opportunity to close out this series.
Just gotta love it. I mean, you just get these early kills, and you're just able to scale up off of that. A great reveal as well from Crashies. Makes quick work of Ash. That's just really nice stuff there from Fnatic. You're gonna need those players to keep that up. Gen G though, they wanna move that operator over. I feel like A has become their weaker side of things in a way. See if maybe they can just find that opener, dissuade Fnatic a little bit.
Texture pushing forward. He's been a bit of a risk taker to say the least. Pushing with the shorty, no one getting baited forward into the smoke, however.
Toxins going
Just each team trying to feel each other out there to see if anybody's going to make an aggressive move. Instead, Fnatic gonna try this mid-exploration again.
Shortcut.
They've just been left open. So this is going to be a little bit tough here. Karn and Munchkin getting surrounded.
Starting to get a little bit of frazzles as well. Just a little bit of noise. Paranoia gets sent. Foxy now going to be at risk here potentially. The overdrive gets popped. Call with util in hand, but Foxy somehow draws down fast enough to clean up the kill.
Here.
Player advantage for the moment here on the side of Gen G. Forward site control for Fnatic. Going to try to get this plant going. Slowed up, interrupted here for the moment.
Chronicle gets the pit off a kill.
Count over the
30
top.
seconds left.
And try to get this pick. Some kills exchange though in Chronicle. He'll get the pit, but only in
Player
death.
standing.
It's down to Alpha here.
Down B.
Does have a neural theft, but again, low on time. The commitment of the ult, a risky one. Otherwise, has no real idea about the player's positions, and he gets ping revealed off the recon. Gen G gonna be feeling very comfortable. Karan could just go for the swing. Alpha puts one down, but that's again the round lost. The clock gets away from them. Karan will ensure that they carry nothing forward. 6-2, Gen G still in control.
I mean, this is all just down to Foxy winning that battle against Kayak over in defender spawn. Without that, that opens up a huge extra angle for Fnatic. It shuts down an easy retake for Gen G. Instead, they've got MOBA control, and they're able to find their shots and clean the players out. I think you're going to give poor Solo an ulcer.
They up by indeed, but neural theft still held here. The pit now available for them if they can get into a post plant. One player push up. They're working their way towards Texture with the op.
Munchkin's got his pit as well. Ash has that Hunter's Fury.
Texture's continuing to push. Finds one, but can he exit? So far the answer is yes. Going to be relay bolts exchange. Fast lane sets up for the quick exit. Texture gets out scot-free. Now looks to try to re-peek. Seems like he's not yet falling for Kayak's exit. Didn't hear him bounding out. But still at risk of being caught off guard. Slides back into position. Both Neons keeping it quiet. Same time, Boaster, Crashy's pushing forward, trying to take some space and control here at top mid.
Look at where the sonic sensor is.
Smoke cuts off the one side. Paranoia gets sent, slows the approach. There's the peek, and it's a headshot to boot. Crashy's now planted here at top mid, but to what avail? The lurk from Boaster maybe can come away with some value, but Foxy still staring back at this position.
30
Shows that they're at
seconds
least
left.
somewhat suspicious of it. Now that they have the smoke on Market, he can keep his attention trained there.
Might have made just a little bit of noise there, so Boaster gonna change directions.
I mean, I think he's gonna change directions to go for the save. Once again, he and Crashy's just looking to join forces to hold on to these weapons.
10 seconds left.
That is the round lead guaranteed for Gen G. 7-2. With yet 3 more rounds to be played out. They are bouncing back after the loss in OT on Split. A good shot to go ahead and hold on to the weapon.
Don't give them time.
But it's still struggle street here for Fnatic.
No doubt. I mean, Texture just so patient, just understanding that there was a real chance that Kayak actually hadn't left, and he reads it so well. And the rest of the way, Foxy doing a great job with some of these deep lurks that Fnatic is able to create, and he's shutting them down. And that's been pivotal for Gen G in these rounds.
It's been a big rebound for him. Very much has been the biggest loser of the series when it comes down to the first deaths. Change that, but Texture out a little bit too wide in Chronicle. And just find that headshot right there, clean through the box.
Yeah, they might scale off of this. You would expect that this is the weak side.
There's a neural theft. Paranoia going to be sent out from Karan. Holds him at bay here for the moment. Slide in. Right as the Paranoia hits. Ash now stuck in a bad spot. Shorty going to be drawn out, but won't really even get to fire it. This Boaster once again picking up the up this time. Certainly favoring himself with it, given the numbers advantage. Munchkin dead. And that should leave Foxy9 simply to save. They're going to be on the prowl. Looks like he is going to try to make this a little bit more costly. Weapon back out, but Chronicle still too fast. Fnatic find themselves a third. Chance to recover this. They look for a 7-5 half.
Yeah, just a little bit of a positioning mistake this time from Texture is punished by Chronicle. Got the spot out. Got the wall bang through the box. Just saw the foot. Right on the back there. And they're just swarming on site. All it takes is that one first kill. And that's been Fnatic's go signal to just accelerate. Plenty of money left. Foxy9 got his ult there off that kill in the death. So now you've got everything except for Textures to work with here for Gen G. So a lot to consider.
He's playing back once again. Not going to get spotted. Let's see entry strategy here. It's just going to be the slide across. Texture pulling back, giving himself a bit of a wider angle in case it is going to be the Neon sliding into picture.
Yeah, with all that util over on the other side, there's the Hunter's Fury from Ash.
For a target, finding one. Chronicle likely to fall, and he does. Pit will have to wait for the last round of the half as he ends up hitting the floor. Fnatic still interested in this side of the map, or at least being very slow to start rotating. Boaster will shift over towards tiles as Alfier goes for a check in towards Market. Nothing here.
Dodge the Sonic sensor.
Give them an inkling, yeah. Just was able to strafe through that, and that's going to put him on a deep line in towards Boba.
I mean, they've been dipping into that well. It's going to be read by Gen G.
Recon ends up getting cleared, the jiggle peek. Did he go wide enough to spot out the operator? Hard to say, but still able to avoid the shots all the same. As Munchkin seemingly is reading this so very well.
Unreal.
Knows the space that he's given up, but Boaster able to fight back in kind. Finds the hit, Kayak there to try to counteract, but do they expect that Foxy9 is similarly going to be playing out of B main? Seems like the answer is yes as they go for back site plant. There's the jiggle out. Be cautious though, Armageddon is available. As the arrival, Crashy's nearly having them lined up, is able to find the first Foxy9. He's dead. Paranoia sent, clear on the recon. Karan knowing that he needs to try to win this fight, and he is able to do so. They both avoided. Kayak answering back with one of his own. The Paranoia goes through. Ping reveal onto Boaster. The Kayak collecting the kills. Texture will fall. 2v2. Ash contained back within the smoke. Should be dead. Still, somehow is able to come away with that kill. And now it's down to Boaster.
Concentrate's over.
To try to clutch this out. Look for the re-ping here. And Boaster just going to be playing the timing. Ash, this time not nearly as close as the previous. Gets himself a 3K, but cannot clutch the round. Fnatic win 2 in a row, and are 1 away from 5-7 scoreline. Just a hell of a lot better than you might have anticipated, given how this map had started.
Yeah, just an absolutely bizarre round. Starts with the Hunter's Fury, gets a kill. A lot of space taken by Alpha, it's accounted for. Then Foxy9 can't win a battle against Crashies, has to get the TP over from Karan, who's able to bail him out. And then it's a couple 1v1s spread out, and Boaster wins some big ones against Munchkin in particular. Break things open, aggressive push.
I have to suspect that was Alpha saying one more. Make that 7-5. Then we're still in a good spot. Boaster going for a TP, backside. Is it red? Some eyes facing in towards that direction, but Texture ends up giving up. And he's Scott just sliding at him with an operator, excuse me! What is that? As he hits the follow-up! The repeat, does he got a third in him? Yes, he does!
What? What is that?
That is one of the most ridiculous rounds that I have ever seen. And I have to see it back.
He's 16-4. 4x for a K2D. Unreal stuff from Texture.
Let me see this.
Oh,
yeah,
my
all
God.
right. The quick scope after quick scope. Unbelievable scenes. Gen G out in the lead, 8-4. Shifting now over to the attacking side. We'll see you guys on the other side of halftime.
You can say I'm happy sad. I'ma miss the time that we never had. Wishing that you told me you were down bad. Hard to remember what we used to have. What we used to have, yeah. Oh, doesn't even matter, yeah. Oh, you're always trying to fight it, yeah. Oh, but the truth don't matter, yeah. Oh, I can see behind your eyes and you know me. I don't tell lies no more, no. How did you get into my homes? I don't miss the old days. I can see behind your eyes and you know me. I don't tell lies no more, no. How did you get into my homes? I don't miss the old days. I can see. I don't tell them no. I don't tell them no. I don't tell them no. I don't miss the old days. I can see. I don't tell them no.
We're about to go into the final half here. Decide who is sticking around in the upper bracket, Gen G or Fnatic. The latter currently finding themselves behind by 4 after one of the most ridiculous rounds that we've witnessed all tournament long. Gen G very much solidifying the lead. We'll take a look here at the Coinbase Econ report.
Yeah, I mean, Texture there, over 100. I think that's the highest one that I can remember here at this event. That operator does so much damage, but it's just the early start that he has. Those multiple 3Ks that really get the ball rolling in the economy for him. I mean, Texture right now has more kills than the top 2 players on Fnatic combined. He is in rare form this event.
Got more than the bottom 3 combined as well. It's just been absolutely insane. I mean, for that matter, might as well compare it to his own team. He's got as many kills as Ash and Foxy combined do.
It's just an absolute treat to watch a player of his caliber. Easily the best operator we have at this event. It is not a contest. He is shutting teams out on his own. And now, going over to their attacker's side. Still some work to do. Pretty similar comps. Other than the Sentinels, that's the only change up, but that gives a lot of extra room for Gen G and the post plants potentially. If they can get there.
Well, we might have a potentially quick round here. It's looking like we might have some fighting in mid.
Knives out, run it down.
Triple stack set up here. Ready to be fought on the opposite side by Gen G. There's Texture on the jiggle peek. Spots out plenty. And it seems like they favor their chances, so they want to try to push forward off of this. Spam looking for some damage, none to be found.
Yeah, I wanted to maybe... Whoa!
It's okay, well, there you go. Damage is certainly found now. Crash is finding one. A little bit of a split fire coming through from Foxy9, but still being able to find a smattering of damage. Can't come away with any kills.
Gen G trying to catch Fnatic off guard there by doubling down on that mid pressure, but Fnatic didn't move a muscle. They held their angles. And they were ready for Foxy's off angle, attempting to be created. They shut it down mightily. Now you look over to Chronicle here. Takes a bunch of damage through that box.
Answers him back, sticks around. It's a little bit more, and Munchkin's going to look to go ahead and fill that space. Quick peek in around the back of sight. Caron, though, lion's share of the responsibility potentially on his shoulders.
Just a classic here, too.
And has to back away. Sheriff on the opposite side. Rides over, jiggles out, Paranoia to buy some time. Holds up at bay for the moment, and Munchkin eventually is able to find his target. Chronicle taken down. Clowns for Gen G. Really narrow their focus. Two angles of approach with Caron here around the corner. Crossfire attempt set up here from Munchkin, but eventually he's going to be hounded down. Alpier finding the elimination. It all falls to Ash, who cannot get it done. Another pistol loss here for Gen G. 3-3 across the two teams in the series. Fnatic once again taking that first step on the road to recovery here on Sunset.
Yeah, just a miscalculation off the rip for Gen G. Thinking that, you know, once that curtain drops, they can maybe overwhelm Fnatic. Fnatic were the ones waiting with open arms. Come right in. We're ready. We're waiting. They do a great job in the end.
Come on, boys, let's fucking now. This is what we want to do, boys. Get the
A little bit late on the blip there. But it's all good. Sheriff, 2 ghosts for the side of Gen G. Fnatic. They're decently hefty little investment here for him. Trying to get a catch as Caron could be playing forward into the smoke. Just waiting for the exit. He's snappy enough to go ahead and keep himself alive. Damage taken. Still able to fight. Swing in. Kayak be forced to reposition. Trade some damage back here alongside Texture. Bounce of the shock dart able to be avoided. Boaster holding down the approach, getting the spot. Texture again finding value with the Sheriff, but kills not quite there yet.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G doing a little bit of damage, but hasn't converted to anything else yet. And Chronicle shuts down Munchkin's lurk.
That should basically seal the deal here. Swing on the corner. Kayak dead. All of Gen G, though, tagged up dangerously low. Seems like Fnatic will surrender a bit of space here for the moment as the plant comes in. Chronicle considering going for the aggro push. Foxy9 just on the opposite side of the corner. Snake fight gonna be set. Can't recover in time. Foxy able to find another as Texture finds Poster. And surely it can't be happening again. And it has! Both pistols dropped on Sunset, but both ecos won.
I just don't know how they do it. It's just been a mainstay of Gen G. That they are just so fearsome on these ecos. So much chip damage done early. A scoop up with the Bulldog there for Ash. Translates to another kill. Texture good for 2 with the Sheriff. And that has sent Fnatic reeling after what looked like what might be a good start for this half. Another comeback maybe brewing. Alpha with the hero rifle.
And a Sheriff there as well. Excuse me. Let me use you as my meat shields. You stand in front. I've got the firepower. And I will shoot through your corpses as they look at the kill on the Texture, and he falls down to 3 HP. Forces the Paranoia out, and somehow Munchkin's dead, so is Ash! And suddenly, Fnatic continue to look to turn the tides. Re-swing in, bit of damage taken. Caron able to put the hero rifle on the floor. Boaster nearby to maybe try to go for the recovery on that.
Set up
they
the
are
smoke.
in still such a good position.
Yeah, Gen G though, not gonna contest that rifle. They're just gonna pivot over towards B. The linger here from the weak Chronicle. Just a classic.
Barrier deployed.
But a nice position.
Plays it patiently. If they don't lend credence to him lurking there, he could still very well be Gen G's undoing.
Should be in your mind as Gen G. You haven't paid any attention to that part of the map. Are they gonna be aware enough?
Slow approach.
30 seconds left.
Texture, spike in hand here with 3 health.
I'm out of here.
Works his way onto the site. Seems like they are going to be expecting that. So spike gets planted, but now further weapons recovered.
It's gonna be a stack. Rifles retrieved here as well for Fnatic. Got a lot of firepower in this retake. Drone doesn't see anything.
It's a massive opportunity for Fnatic to get themselves right back into the driver's seat. The push coming through. Up and over the top is Foxy9. Finds the first, immediately backpedals. Net not going to go deep enough for the hit. Boaster should have been spotted out there. Slide in, Foxy9. Drags across for the kill. Texture's instantaneous. And Genji is infallible. Close but no cigar. A great run of it for Fnatic, but Genji now find themselves up 10-5.
I mean, you've got Alfier firing again early for Fnatic. So many of those rounds on split would translate into wins. But it's, again, the trickery and the discipline, the fallback from Foxy9. Shutting down a Neon like that on the slide. Absolutely ridiculous.
He's grabbing his heart at this point. Coach Solo certainly wanting that day of rest.
Poor guy's been put through the ringer today.
It's obviously the losing teams. He gets put on that most difficult of paths, having to play again for tomorrow.
Gotta worry about the Hunter's Fury here.
It's gonna be opened up. Contains them here for now. Mr. eating a tiny little lick of damage there from his teammate. His Texture taken down. Chronicle coming away with the goods. Fantastic kill to be found.
Here.
Trying to counteract the momentum swing.
Poison ore.
Everyone on Genji, other than Munchkin, tagged up, but still able to find one. Crashies falls down to 10. The bite off the drone coming through. Munchkin lays it at his feet. Finds the kill. And now gives the player the advantage. Barrier mesh. Needing to be cleared out here. Bolster on the approach from Market. Foxy getting the spot. Has the net. There's the bounce. The pull coming through. Kayak gonna have to try to spam it. Alpha's gonna be out into the open as he gets broken loose. Karen can quickly recover the kill. 2 players remaining. Boaster, some spam does connect, but they have to back away and go for the save. They need these weapons. The Genji will get themselves up to 11, 3 rounds in a row now. Fnatic very much find themselves on the back foot.
But it's just snappy shooting again for Genji, plus the util. The early kill by Ashe into the drone snakebite combo onto the weakened Crashies, and then another grab net annihilation for Foxy9. He has been so wonderful with that ultimate. You know, in the situations, he's finding so much value as well. And it's so tough. Yeah, he knows they were all low HP, but they just didn't have the bodies available to crash through the site. And that's going to be another timeout here for Fnatic.
Final timeout of this series, unless they're able to take this into another overtime. They have one hell of a run back in front of them. It's the same exact moment after round 16 that we saw the run back begin for them on split. Genji was only able to get that one more round win. Fnatic looking to pull out the very same script that we just witnessed to get them to this point, to get them to this map 3.
No doubt it's doable. We just saw it. You should believe if you're a Fnatic fan. There's still definitely a chance. I mean, as good as Genji looks, we've seen them be fallible now in this event. We've seen them bleed. Is Fnatic going to be able to exploit that even further? The buy is going to be a little bit scuffed, though. They're going to go for a Stinger there and a Guardian. Couple Guardians, couple rifles. Alfier still has his ult. Still got to get to a place to use it. There's the Hunter's Fury for Ashe. Texture one away from an overdrive. You never know here. Genji might just look to contest mid, but nobody from Fnatic there. They're just leaving this wide open here as they're expecting some kind of aggressive A hit. There's Genji, not even in the same realm. Let's see what Crashies can do here. He's pinging out mid.
Set up. It's the spot. Just going to be a full exit here at the drone now. Leading with Kayak, trying to play off of it a little bit if they find a pick reveal. Sees the Tracer, send some shots, but Karen on the reposition.
Ashe is stuck out here with the spike. A little bit of an awkward position. I think they might know he's there. I think they saw the recon come out.
It's continuing the cycle. Those smokes onto the right-hand side of top mid. Seems like Gen G more than happy to go ahead and pump the brakes a bit.
Yeah, they're being really cautious this round. Something feels off. They haven't met much resistance. We're looking to see if Fnatic's going to try to make a peek.
Drone at the ready, the market door open. Will force a reposition here from Alpha Air.
Revealing area.
Crashy's sending out the recon. The one, that's going to be Chronicle and Kayak playing off it beautifully. Kills found, Alpha pushing forward.
One enemy remaining.
Picking in the pieces, it's Foxy 9. Finds himself all alone. Net going to be sent. Spike's on the floor. 3 swings in towards Boba. Has him lined up, but cannot collect the kills. Fnatic. The timeout ends up getting them a round win. Are we on that same path, that same script from Split? Time will tell, but that's the first step.
Yeah, this is just so patient. Just putting Gen G in a really awkward spot, stuck behind the pillar in mid. Trying to figure out what to do. And then they're able to use that Sova util to play off of to set up that kill and then just wipe Gen G off the board. Really well thought out, really well planned. And as soon as Gen G got stuck there, they didn't really have an exit strategy. Maybe doubling down on this a little bit again. Seems like just Texture, though, this time going out on an exploration mission.
Just wants to try to clear that cam again, perhaps, but this time won't be able to do so. Alpha gives up market, just backing away. As all of Gen G get clustered here into B main.
You could use this Hunter's Fury potentially to just scale into sight. Just holding that angle, but
just gonna go on a dry peek and force Chronicle back. Relay bolt gonna be dodged. Alpha tucks into the cage. Could be netted in position though.
Take on my wire.
And a bit at risk, but still able to fight back for one. Does well to find the kill before getting traded out. Chronicle 3 swinging in for an angle, looking to try to find a pick. But right as he drops down, Foxy scales forward through the fast lane. Was able to find that headshot. Shock dart here towards Ash. A bit of damage going to be suffered, but the counter's been from Texture. It flushes out the enemy Sova. A 2v4. The player's economy in a decent position, so it seems like the call is going to be to try to make a play of this one, but Boaster is just being sprayed through the smoke as they hear him TP up. The grab net finds the catch. Kayak trying to get the hit. Finds the first, but it's just too many angles and only 2 HP. Even going for the save. Impossible. As Gen G get themselves now up to match point. Fnatic needs 6 in a row, much like we saw from them on Split. They want to have any chance of staying in the upper bracket.
But just a really nice round here from Gen G. Great calls from Munchkin. Send Texture out on that solo mission. Try to figure out what's going on in market. Didn't really get much out of that. That's okay. Pivot back over to B. Just set up for a classic execute. Throw that relay bolt back there. Isolate the players. Get the trades, and then you're good to go. Just lock down those sites so nicely.
Hit on main. Munchkin, I think, previously wanting to try to take this orb for himself to get one away from a bit of his own in the round, but far too risky with the decay in play, so wisely decides to back off after clearing out the tripwire.
It's got in their heads a bit. Clearing that trip, making Chronicle think. Another double stack here at top mid. Let's see what they want to do.
Smoke about to dissipate. Whips gonna be found, and yeah, Kayak instantaneously able to find the kill on Munchkin. The rest of the team now just sprint forward in towards market. Gets the reveal off the trip, but cannot collect the kill. Off the air. Position going to be known, but Fnatic are very quickly getting themselves into a good spot to try to go ahead and get a blood retake as Crashy's able to find one, trading it back. This is Alpha. Kills Texture. Chronicle on the peak, finding Kara now. Quickly is going to get dropped. Sonic sensor lobbed in, the jump up over the top. Foxy 9 finds the elimination, tucks back.
No surprises.
As he has the Armageddon at the ready, spots one. It's just going to be a shotgun stomp as he gets the headshot on Boaster. Crashies will glide to his demise as Gen G, 1 year apart, lightning will strike twice. From Shanghai to Toronto, they are after their second Masters trophy.
There is no doubt now that this team is the favorite to win this tournament. A flawless run through the Swiss stage, And now taking down the #1 seed from EMEA in 2-1 fashion. It looked a little shaky on split, but Sunset, another dominant performance. This time a 13-6. And me oh my, this team is in another stratosphere. They're in another solar system. They're in another galaxy.
Absolutely looking like they're in peak form. Still some teams out there that potentially challenge them. Wolves, one that we definitely have to zoom in and keep our minds on because they in their own right have been looking incredible. But Gen G stay in the upper bracket. Fnatic still going to be with an opportunity to try to fight their way out of the lowers.
Oh, and no #1 seeds got through.
Very true, but what a tournament's been. Toronto, you guys have been fantastic. We're going to now send it down to GP for the Verizon post-match interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Gen G! Munchkin, come here, buddy. Come here, I want to talk to you real fast. Come over here. Of course, I'm joined by Jen Lee. Let's walk over here to this convenient pink line that we have created here. Munchkin, holy crap. What a series that was. First things first, we saw some interesting changes with compositions with you guys. You guys brought out Taeho, only team to do that in this competition. Are you telling me that my boy's back, or is it not?
이번에 좀 과감하게 태오를 꺼내 들었어요. 아직까지 저희가 토론토에서는 태오를 보지 않은 것 같은데 이게 태오가 아직까지 쓸만하다 아니면은 젠지가 독을 푼 건가요?
일단 저는 아직도 좋다고는 말 못하겠는데 나쁘지 않다고 생각은 하고요. 스플릿 뭐 태오 처음 꺼내고 지긴 했지만 다음 경기 때도 언제든 꺼낼 거니까 다른 팀들 조심하시기 바랍니다.
What do you say? What do you say?
I wouldn't typically say Taeho is still OP, but I would still say he's viable. And yeah, I mean, our Taeho on Split, we lost that map, but we're ready to whip him out whenever on other maps as well. So watch out for our Taeho.
Oh, okay. All right. Like hearing that. Now, from that, talk about that map 2 loss. What did the team talk about in between maps 2 and 3? Because that was a heartbreak loss for you guys in map 2.
2세트 약간 좀 많이 아쉬웠는데 그 이후에 3세트 들어가기 전에 어떤 얘기를 나눴는지 궁금합니다.
그냥 진짜 별일 아니고 그냥 흘러가는 경기고 충분히 이런 일 일어날 수 있다. 그냥 뭐 3세트 다시 한다고 생각하고 편하게 하자 이런 말 했던 것 같아요.
Not much, but it's just, you know, things happen and we take it in the chin and, you know, go with the flow and we can, you know, win the game by winning Sunset. So
yeah,
let's go do it.
No, fair. I mean, you guys did that, just that. Now, what does make this Gen G team so different from everyone else? Because now, I mean, you heard Achilleos and Paper Thin, although, you know, they love you guys. They feel like Gen G is the #1 team to go all the way. Do you believe that?
사실 그 캐스터들이 이제 젠지가 정말 강력한 1등 우승 후보다라는 말을 하고 있는데 왜일까요? 왜라고 생각하시는지 그리고 스스로도 그렇게 1등이라고 느끼고 있는지 궁금합니다.
무슨 말이 필요할까요? 젠지잖아요.
Do you really need words to describe? I mean, or explain? We're Gen G.
Oh, love to hear that. Well, you know what? With that said, I do want to ask one more thing. You guys are playing Wolves next. Great team. They've managed to take down someone who took you guys out in RRQ. Is there a little concern? What are your thoughts on the Wolves?
일단 젠지를 퍼시픽에서 이겼던 RRQ를 이긴 울브즈를 다음으로 만나고 될 텐데 하고 싶은 말이 있나요?
일단 저희는 뭐 푸나틱을 만나든 울브즈를 만나든 어느 팀을 만나든 다 똑같다고 생각을 하고 저희가 이긴다고 생각하기 때문에 절대 방심하지 않을 거고 지금 재밌는 경기 많이 하더라고요. 막 일어나면서 저희 앞에서도 일어날 수 있나 지켜보겠습니다.
Well, Wolves or Fnatic or, you know, any other team, let's call it, you know, we're going to win no matter what and no matter who we face. And they've played some fun matches, but let's see if we can do the same thing against us.
Oh, love to hear it, Munchkin. I've known you for years, brother. It's always good to talk to you, pal. Congratulations on the win. Give it up for Munchkin and Gen G!
Munchkin Munchkin is not wrong. Gen.G has recruited another fan here on the desk, but they, I think, have now solidified themselves as the favorites of this tournament.
Absolutely. No one wanted to pick this team for a reason. They said that everyone was cowards for not picking into them. And they proved why no one wanted to. Taking down Fnatic in a really tight series. And I think showing some depth as well with a fantastic Sunset to close it out.
Seriously, at this point, I do not know why we just not go straight to the final and give Texture that MVP, because map after map, we can see the impact that he has on the game. Foxy9 also had an incredible showing on that Sunset. And once again, every single first seed lost their opening match. So, you know, for the future, winning apparently your region is not that important if you want to succeed globally.
Well, I mean, worked out well for Heretics and Liquid. Anyway, I mean,
don't count us.
This does mean, however, our upper bracket looking kind of juicy, lowers as well. There's some interesting matchups, but Mimi, how do the Fnatic fans need to be worried, because that was against Gen.G after all?
I think it's interesting. So first off, Gen.G, probably the hardest opponent they could have drawn into. I think worries right now are probably around the map pool, because Sunset did look pretty rough for Fnatic there. They were playing into a really great team on it, of course, but that one didn't look quite as practiced as some of their other maps. But still, they showed the grit to come back on map 2 from being down pretty big. We saw great performances from Kayak especially, who I think was the biggest question coming into this tournament. So I wouldn't be super worried if you're a Fnatic fan.
I have greater worries when it comes to Fnatic. Like I kind of like thought that Kayak was going to do well. Like even if he wasn't maybe like the star, my eyes wouldn't have gone there. It's actually the returning people that have had such good showings, like our Alphas and our Chronicles, that my eyes go towards. But you know, they were able to get at least one map. To me, the concern about Fnatic is that sometimes some things were a little bit overcooked and they lack the confidence that we have seen from them, that just go into their faces, go into those duels, and sometimes you gotta fight them and break the tempo a little bit.
Maybe because I'm biased, but amazing defense half on Haven. There was a world, it was like the last time they played against each other, Shanghai. There was a world, it could have been a 2-0, it was a 13-11 again. So for me, and also I rate Gen.G very highly.
Oh yeah.
I don't think they would have those kind of issues against maybe any of the other teams in this tournament.
I wouldn't go quite that far. I think the biggest worry is that there are other great teams in the lower bracket. You look at a G2 who's already down there. They stumbled as well a little bit in a close first game. That team's going to be scary for a Fnatic. And even just the other #1 seeds who suffered a little bit. I'm hoping for a bounce back from RRQ. So it's going to be a tough road if Fnatic wants another trophy, that's for sure.
Yeah, we definitely want to see a little bit more of opposition coming in from the seed ones, right? Like you've been waiting all this time, you've been watching all these players. We definitely know that it's important to warm up in the big stage, but we want to see those showings, especially after the change of patch.
We do, and as we take a look at the bracket, we already talked about a lot of great matchups coming in. G2 XLG, that's going to be... Yeah, I mean, anything can happen, I guess, at least point. At this point,
Fnatic is twice in that bracket, so forget the Wolves versus Fnatic. Is Gen.G versus Wolves.
Wolves. Yeah,
Sorry.
it's been a day here. It's okay. We forgive them. We're okay with that. But my eyes, of course, go towards the upper bracket too of Sen versus Paper X. That's going to be the clouded matchup as well. That's going to be really fun. But we will be starting with the elimination games tomorrow. G2 versus XLG taking the stage first, followed by RRQ versus Fnatic. Are you guys excited?
2 first seats going home tomorrow. Thanks for coming.
Guaranteed.
Yeah. Looking ahead to that one. Yeah, I mean, that is crazy to think about early on. Not a lot of time for these first seeds that came in and lost to run it back. Here's the correct graphic for you, of course, with that Wolves Gen.G upper bracket game.
Them were quick.
I feel like there are some pretty, at least in my mind, fairly clear favorites in G2 and Fnatic in that bracket, but XLG and RRQ both showed way more at home than they did in their opening matches, so room to find that form again.
I think that the worst bit about that last match is that it is the teams that have played it today, right? Like the XLG and G2 at least had today to, you know, like debrief a little bit, look at the goods, look at the bads, but for RRQ or for Fnatic, you play 2 days and one of them is going to go home.
Well, we will be back with those action. Make sure you join us as well. As Kakuka said, 2 #1 seeds will be guaranteed to go home. But thank you very much, you two, for joining me today. Thank you. A big thank you to Uber, to Wyatt, to Achilleos, and Paperthin. We're going to miss you tremendously. And thank you to you guys at home for watching. We'll see you tomorrow. We're out. Pacific is the only region with 3 teams at playoffs, and we haven't even seen their #1 seed yet. Wolves have done really well to get this far, but today it's going to be a very difficult task.
Paranoia, spring season coming and still can't stop Crazy Guy. Sulfat knows Crazy Guy is low, and it's on Monyet. Oh, just swings the right, but Sulfat unaware. Try to recon to light this one up. Sulfat, the clutch that keeps the Wolves train running.
What are you guys doing?
Nice little catch off the Annihilation. Wolves aren't really in a great position to help Juicy out. Jemkin got caught. Koshi pushes in a boathouse though. Koshi trying to keep Wolves at bay, but they are coming and they've got a taste for blood. What a flick from YU. Nobody knows where Koshi was. It doesn't matter. RRQ again. Another giant step towards evening up this game. Here come RRQ. Juicy's only got a short window. He's found 2. Shieldfat locks it down on the side. And RRQ collapsing in a screaming heap. There's the Annihilation. Wolves are far from done. Juicy's had to get off that line. Basically, away with Sheriff shot. And Jemkin says, right, well, it's time for me to go to work. So they wait. Jemkin starts to close in, and they know.
Oh my
Juicy
God.
says, no ace for you, I'm running
okay.
at your teammate.
Okay.
Juicy now knows he's going to get multi-swung on this corner. It's getting a little bit close. Oh no! It's a disaster for RRQ. And Cushy now just steps up to the side and knows he's virtually cooked here. Gets it to half, has to fight for his life. One more tap and he'll have it. Sulfat doesn't give him the full kit and caboodle though. He won't give him an inch. Ice cold is Sulfat. Pinged down by the recon. Bolden doesn't want to try and push the issue, but Cushy's already out of the picture. Sulfat is chilling on the nano swarm. Wants to get that space. YU coming forward and now it's getting a little bit sloppy. Monyet and Xfero, last 2 standing. And it's all on Xfero. Lysor and Juicy doubled up. Bodies on the move. And RRQ trying to run with the Wolves, left in their dust. Your main characters of Masters Toronto are still on the hunt.
It's EMEA's only hope versus the team that none of the first seeds wanted to pick. This is a true heavyweight head-to-head.
Double stack setup. It looks like he spotted them both. Slides in. The stun is there. And Texture has walled up with Crashies over in main. Gonna be caught with Util in hand as Texture scoops up his 3K. Needing to have the defuse, but Texture will be there. And Mr. 4K shows up in round number 9. Foxy9, both gonna be taken down. Ash now striking from the cubby. Overdrive pop, the pass lane about to fall. Dancing around him, but Boaster finds the shots. And Ash has everything to do. The drop down, the noise made. Boaster tucked into the corner. He has a recon online. Does he think about it? No, but it doesn't matter! Ash, a monstrous 4K! Gen G, draw first blood. Crashies gonna be situated here on the side as the Haunt gets out, and Kayak gonna be caught off guard. Munchkin now striking. Smoke cycled. Jumps out of Munchkin! Absolutely deletes them all! As Foxy9 dead into the smoke, but Texture pre-fires the swing out of elbow. Looking to try to flush him out. One bullet now, just a classic. Worked the last time, works this time as well. Texture on for the defuse. Now listen for it. Does he have it? He does! 0.51! It's another Red Bull clutch! Here comes the pink, and there's the kill! Armageddon at the ready, rolls on the red carpet here towards main, but there's no one there to receive it. And Alpha on the drop down, finds himself a third. Foxy now in the 1v2. The Haunt guarantees it. Boaster swings off it.
Unbelievable from Fnatic.
Sees Nade, gonna be sent full flash here onto Karen, barreling down, and Foxy doesn't know what's hit him. Alpha here, what a re-entry! As Munchkin has everything to do and no way to do it. This series is not over. We are going to a map 3. We're going to Sunset. In towards that direction, and he's Scott just sliding at him with an operator. Excuse me, what is that? As he hits the follow-up. The repeat, does he got a third in him? Yes, he does! That is one of the most ridiculous rounds that I have ever seen. Chronicle on the peak, finding Karen now. Quickly is going to get dropped. Sonic sensor lobbed in, jump up over the top. Foxy9 finds the elimination, tucks back. He has the Armageddon at the ready. Spots one, it's just going to be a shotgun stomp as he gets a headshot on Boaster. Crashies will glide to his demise as Gen G. 1 year apart, lightning will strike twice. From Shanghai to Toronto, they are after their second Masters trophy.
Just lose my peace, or did I lose my mind? Lose my mind, lose my mind, lose my mind, lose my mind.